Oasis Audio presents The Matchmaker. The Matchmaker Novels, Book 1, by Rexanne Becnel. Read for you by Anne Richardson. For my other set of sisters, Denise, Karen, Carol, Lynette, Carol Sue, Cheryl, and Catherine. Chapter 1. London, August 1st, 1818. There was love in the air, delicate music, sweet perfumes, and the rustle of silks, all to be savored by the light of 200 beeswax candles. Yes, all the trappings of love, at least what passed for it in London society. But for Olivia Bird, only one phrase resounded. "This will never do." She kept her smile firmly in place as she danced a German waltz with William Delary. She dipped and swayed and whirled, exasperated by Mr. Delary's besotted smile on her. From the perimeter of the ballroom she also sensed her mother's pleased one. But all the while the phrase repeated itself in time to the sprightly melody. "This will never do, never do, never do." To encourage dull Mr. Delary would be a grave mistake, for if he did not kill her with compliments, she would surely die from boredom. Consequently, when the set was finished, she thanked him, then made a hasty retreat to the company of Clarissa, the nearest friend she could find in the crush. "Surely they must lock the doors now to prevent anyone else crowding the place," Clarissa exclaimed, fanning herself in a desultory manner. "We can only hope," Olivia replied as she surveyed the Burlington's splendid ballroom, filled to bursting with nearly 700 exquisitely tricked-out guests, every one of them there to see and be seen. It was the same at every ball and party and rout. The young ladies preened, hoping to entice particular young men. The young men postured, struggling to impress particular young ladies. Meanwhile, the mammas fluttered around, determined to direct everything to their own satisfaction. Olivia shook her head in amazement. 3 years she'd been subject to this frivolity, 3 seasons of just this sort of crush. If it weren't for her matchmaking projects, she would have long ago gone mad. As it was, she'd grown exceedingly weary of the entire rigmarole. She consulted her dance card. 3 dances still open. She'd already turned 2 men away, which her mother would not approve. Fortunately, her mother, the lively and elegant Lady Dunmore, was presently engaged with one or another of her admirers. "Did you hear?" Olivia said to Clarissa. "Prinny plans to make an appearance before the breakfast buffet is laid out. Lady Burlington is beside herself with pleasure. 'Tis a pity poor Anne may not be nearly so pleased with the progress of this evening as her mother." "And why not?" Clarissa asked, waving to a friend. "Anne has danced every dance. That gold silk overdress she has from Madame Henri's is stunning, and the family sapphires complement it so well. She is quite the belle of the ball tonight. What could she possibly have to complain of?" "Lord Dexler," Olivia answered, though quietly, so no one else would overhear. "Both she and her mother have fixed their attentions on him. Lady Burlington fancies a future earl for a son-in-law. As for Anne, well, I fear she may have also settled her personal affections upon him." "But I thought he found her most agreeable. Has he developed a tendre for someone else?" "Oh, do tell, Olivia. You always know about such goings-on long before anyone else." "It's nothing I've heard, but rather what I observe. The problem is, like his father, he is a legendary pinchpenny. How do you suppose he can feel about a woman who throws such lavish parties as this, and for no particular reason save that she wishes to?" Clarissa grimaced. "Oh dear, you should have warned her." "I did, but Anne is so easily swayed by her mother, and as you well know, Lady Burlington appreciates no one's opinion but her own." Clarissa laughed. Now, you can dispense advice, but you cannot force others to abide by it." It was Olivia's turn to laugh, albeit ruefully. "I suppose my few matchmaking successes have gone to my head, and you and Robert are quite my greatest coup. Anne admires Lord Dexler so, but if she is as extravagant as her mother, then she and he will never suit. As you always say, better to learn that now than later. But tell me," Clarissa went on, "you keep notes on all the eligible men of the town and offer sage advice to your friends. But when will you find a husband for yourself, Olivia? Despite all the men who beg for your attention, you seem to favor no particular one. Who's to make a match for you?" Olivia gave her friend a wry smile but did not answer. She fingered the double strand of pearls at her throat. In truth, she did not object to marrying, but even after 3 seasons, she'd yet to find the right match. One by one, her friends had paired off. Rosa and Merrill, Dorothy and Alfred, and now Clarissa and Robert. She prided herself that she'd helped them find marital bliss, but those successes made her feel more and more like someone's old maiden aunt. Though she had only recently celebrated her 21st birthday, sometimes she felt positively on the shelf. What purpose did it serve that she wore the stunning aqua sheath her mother had insisted upon? What use was the sheer overdress ornamented with cream-colored bows at the hem and a deep froth of lace edging the low-cut bodice? She knew she looked especially well, but to what end, save personal vanity? There was no one here she wanted to impress. The trouble was, she saw all the same men at all the same parties. She knew which ones danced well, which ones would vanish to the gaming tables, and which ones became morose or silly or belligerent when they imbibed too much. She knew all that and more, because she watched and she listened, and she jotted everything down in her journal, the one her friends called her little matchmaker. She observed all the young men of the town, and the young women as well, and in 3 seasons she'd become quite adept at matching up appropriate couples. But she'd yet to meet the right man for herself. "Well," Clarissa prodded her, "is there anyone you favor this year?" "No." "Oh, look!" she added, pointing her fan through the crowd. "Don't Judith and Mr. Morrison make a handsome couple? He's nearly as bashful as she, and yet they seem well able to converse between themselves." Olivia smiled in satisfaction, pleased with the young couple, the latest of the budding romances she'd prompted. Everyone else had thought a pair of shy mice such as they would have nothing whatever to say to one another, but she'd known that what they each needed was a quiet place with no other strident voices or opinions drowning them out. And sure enough, they'd each provided that quiet place for the other. She sighed, reassured that there truly was a suitable partner for everyone, even her. It just took time to find them. "Miss Bird?" A hesitant male voice pulled her from her reverie. She turned with a smile pasted firmly in place. "Lord Hendricks." The beaming fellow bowed over her hand. "I believe this is the dance you promised to me." "So it is," Olivia said, hiding any sign of resignation. At the moment, Viscount Hendricks was her mother's favorite choice for a son-in-law, and she'd given Olivia strict orders to encourage his attentions. "Have fun, you two," Clarissa said, giving Olivia a knowing look. Olivia rolled her eyes, but she took Lord Hendricks's arm and accompanied him to the floor. A true quadrille was her favorite dance, and he was a fine dancer, not content to walk through the steps as some gentlemen were wont. Added to that, he was well titled, with a more than adequate income, and he was smart. He'd taken a first at Cambridge, quite an accomplishment. Even she had to agree they were a superb match. Plus, he made no secret of his admiration for her. But to her dismay, Olivia could muster no feelings for him beyond friendship. It was truly baffling, for she was no silly girl searching for a grand passion. All that heart-fluttering and breaths coming short was for novels, not for real life, as she well knew. She'd tried very hard to convince herself that she could be content with Lord Hendricks, but it had been no use. She wanted something more from a husband than he was ever likely to provide. What that was, however, remained an utter mystery. The string quartet struck up the music, and as they began the elaborate figure of the dance, Olivia spied her mother nodding approval at her. Olivia squared her shoulders. She would have to do something about this soon. She'd turned down 3 proposals her first season, 5 her second, and 2 already this year. She did not relish declining any other man's kind offer, for she'd rather spare both his feelings and her own. Her mother had sulked for weeks the last time. Maybe a change of scenery was in order, she thought as they circled around. Her skirts belled out prettily, and Lord Hendricks beamed down at her. She smiled back at him, but inside her mind churned. Yes, a change of scenery, if her mother could be convinced. The next morning, Olivia bent over her journal, rereading her latest entry. Lord S. dances well, not known to gamble or drink except in moderation. Excessively devoted to his mother, though, and she is extraordinarily possessive of his time, but he is not a pinch-penny. She tapped her quill pen against her chin. In addition, Lord Symington was as boring as a fence post, and not much better to look at. From her observation, he held no opinions of his own, only those of his autocratic parents. But he was neither a sot nor a womanizer, and that counted for quite a bit. She could think of 3 suitable young ladies for him, though Charlotte would no doubt quake beneath his mother's stern gaze. Oh well, she'd known from the first that finding the right man for Charlotte Littleton would not be an easy task. "Mother," she called, "is the Littletons' reception this Thursday or next?" Augusta Linford Bird Palmer, Viscountess Dunmore, sat at her own desk prettily framed by 2 massive potted palms. As they had the previous 2 seasons, they'd taken up residence in Farley House, and they sat now in the morning room, Lady Augusta reviewing their invitations, Olivia making notations about last night's soirée, and 12-year-old Sarah embroidering. Olivia's older brother, James Linford, the young and eminently eligible Viscount Farley, had not yet arisen. No doubt another late-night carousing with his dashing friends. He seemed in no hurry to marry. Olivia flicked the feather quill back and forth beneath her chin. If only she had even a quarter of the freedom allowed him. "Mother," she prompted, "the Littletons?" "Oh, yes, the Littletons' reception." Lady Augusta shuffled through the invitations, a delicate frown on her still youthful brow. "I don't see the invitation on my desk, dear. Are you certain?" "'Tis Thursday next," the housekeeper, Mrs. McCaffrey, stated, as she carried in a salver of fresh calling cards. "And your mum's making other plans." The woman gave Olivia a meaningful glance, but said no more. Lady Augusta scowled at her long-time servant, a sure sign that something was up. But Mrs. McCaffrey appeared supremely unconcerned. She'd been with Lady Augusta since her first marriage to the much older George Linford, James's father, and had remained with her throughout the next 2 as well. She'd propped a devastated Augusta up through the funerals of all three of those husbands, and made no bones about the fact that she thought young Sarah's father the best of the lot, nor that she remained doubtful about Augusta's plans to capture husband number 4. Olivia blotted the page, then closed the cream-colored leather journal. "You're not going? I thought you and old Lady Littleton were famous friends." Augusta sent Olivia an aggrieved look. "There's no need to be rude, Olivia. Mildred Littleton is no more an old lady than I am. You young girls think anyone past 25 is an ancient drudge. Well, does your mother look like an ancient drudge to you?" Olivia grinned. "You know you do not, but Mildred Littleton does." A reluctant smile curved the corners of Augusta's lips. "Perhaps she does," she conceded. "But it is only that she neglects her figure and then, horrors, allows that awful Madame Lanasa to dress her in puce and olive, colors that do nothing for her complexion." "Or her disposition," young Sarah threw in. "Don't you be rude either," Augusta admonished her youngest child. "You still haven't explained why you will not be at the Littletons next Thursday," Olivia pointed out. Augusta glanced at Olivia, then away. "I'm thinking of taking a jaunt up to Yorkshire." She waved one perfectly manicured hand. "I do so need a change of atmosphere, and Penelope Cummings has invited me to stay a week or 2 with her. Mrs. Mack will remain in town with you and Sarah." It was just the opportunity Olivia had been waiting for. "Actually, Mother, I too grow weary of London. How I would welcome a country sojourn, as I'm certain would Sarah," she pressed on. "I'm certain Penny would not object if we accompany you. But tell me, what is it about Yorkshire that interests you? I cannot believe it merely the country air." "'Tis Archie." Sarah stretched out the name and rolled her eyes. Augusta stiffened and glared at her youngest child. "I'll thank you to be more respectful of your elders." Sarah threw down her handiwork. "He may be my elder, but he's not yours, is he?" Olivia grimaced. Could her mother have set her cap for Archibald Collins, the new Earl of Holdsworth, a man nearly 10 years her junior? Augusta rose from her seat, quivering with fury. "You had better mind your tongue," she warned Sarah, "else I will send you packing back to Nottingham." "I'd rather be there than here, where I'm forced to watch you make a fool of yourself." With that, Sarah stormed from the room, leaving an awful silence in her wake. "Well," Augusta huffed, jerking angrily at the skirt of her sky-blue striped morning dress. Even angry, she was a pretty woman, and for a moment Olivia simply stared at her mother. Striking blue eyes, rich blonde hair. If there was any gray, it did not show. Her figure, too, was delicate and still youthful. Hard to believe she'd borne 3 children, 1 to each of her husbands. But in the 2 years since Sarah's father had died, their mother had been terribly lonely. Even her children could not fill the void, for Augusta Lindford Bird Palmer was a woman lost without a husband. It was an aspect of her mother's personality that Olivia did not understand. She'd wed an old man first, then a dashing wastrel, and finally a true gentleman. Wasn't that enough? Olivia could see no reason for Augusta ever to chain herself to a man again. She had an income in the vicinity of £3,000 a year, plus a country home near Nottingham, and James's townhouse. There was also the Bird estate in Scotland, held in trust for Olivia from her father. But though she had sufficient homes and sufficient children, Augusta still needed a man. Olivia and James did not oppose the idea of her remarrying. Young Sarah, unfortunately, could not bear the thought of anyone replacing her beloved papa. Olivia capped the bottle of ink, then sent a silent signal to Mrs. McCaffrey to leave them. Once the housekeeper closed the door, she said, "Mother, surely you can understand Sarah's objections?" "He is only a very few years younger than I, a very few. Besides, no one can believe I am a day over 35. She glanced at her reflection in the towering pier mirror, straightened her posture, and lifted her chin. "And you needn't inform anyone to the contrary," she added with a stern look. "It's not his age that has Sarah so upset." Augusta made a circuit of the room, then halted in the open window and caught the billowing lace curtain in one hand. "My mourning period is long past." "Yes, but that means nothing to Sarah. She loved her father dearly. We all did," Olivia added more softly. Humphrey Dunmore had been as good a father to Olivia and James as he had to Sarah, his only offspring. Augusta bowed her head. "I do so miss him. But think, Olivia, James is Viscount Farley now and maintains his own household. Eventually he will wed, as will you. Then Sarah will have her come out, and you know with her pretty face and considerable fortune she will go quickly. What am I to do then? Live alone or in my son's household? No." She looked up, shaking her head. "I simply could not bear that. So you see I must remarry while I am still young enough to do so. 'Tis past time. Why can she not understand that?" Olivia blew out a frustrated breath. Between her carefree brother, her childlike mother, and her moody sister, she often felt like the sole parent in their irregular sort of family. "It's hard for Sarah to understand that, Mother. You must give her time, and you must not get so upset by her outbursts. It will take a while for her to accept a new man in her mother's life. You forget that James and I have been through this before." Augusta sent Olivia a fond smile. "You are such a good girl, Livy, such a wonderful daughter. You will make some lucky man a marvelous wife, and I shall miss you terribly." Olivia laughed, then rose and, crossing to her mother, gave her a hug. "Then why do you press me so hard to marry and leave you?" Augusta squeezed Olivia's arm. "You think me irresponsible, and perhaps in some matters I am. Just a little. But I know my responsibility as a mother. I mean to see you properly wed, Livy. This is your 3rd season, and you are already 21. I'll not have it said that one of my girls is headed for the shelf. So tell me, you've turned down Mr. Prine already, and that other fellow, I always forget his name. But what of Lord Hendricks? I saw how you behaved last night. You practically ignored him, save for a dance or two, and you know the teeniest sign of encouragement would bring him swiftly up to scratch. I believe we were speaking of your prospects, Mother, not mine." Augusta slipped her arm around Olivia's waist and gave her a grateful smile. "So, you do not object to Archibald?" "I didn't say that. I don't know him well enough to form an opinion." "You mean you haven't made any notations about him in that shabby little journal you drag about?" Olivia made a face at her. "He's only lately come on the scene, but I shall certainly pay attention to any remarks I hear of him in the future." Augusta pulled away and patted her hair, checking for any imagined disarray in her perfect coiffure. "If you should hear anything about him, you know, anything I should be aware of, such as his attentions to any other women?" Augusta gave her a grateful smile. "Not only are you beautiful, but you're smart as well, and awfully kind to your poor mother." Then her demeanor grew solemn. "I know he is much younger than I, Olivia, and though he has heirs to spare from his first marriage, he would probably not object to more children, something I will never give him. But I do so like him. He is charming and amusing, and I've always wanted to be a countess. You do understand, don't you, dear?" "Yes, Mamma, I understand. But you must understand Sarah's feelings. She needs you now. She's lost one parent already. The last thing she needs is to believe she's losing the other one as well." "Oh, pooh! How could she possibly believe such a thing of me?" Again Olivia sighed. Although her mother did not have a mean bone in her body, her self-centeredness ofttimes could be wounding. "Tell me about this sojourn to Yorkshire," she said. "I know why you are going, but why is Archie, Earl of Holdsworth, going? Aren't his estates in Suffolk?" "Yes, but there's a horse race in Doncaster, Wednesday next, with a rather large purse, and a horse auction. All the sporting crowd attends, for it's quite the thing, and Lord Holdsworth is said to keep a very fine stable." Olivia toyed with a stray curl as she considered. She, too, would love to get away from town, for she'd had quite enough of this season, and last night's ball had been absolutely the limit. But a week was not enough. She wanted to return to their country residence, only she knew her mother would never agree, especially if the Earl of Holdsworth remained in London. Then, from out of nowhere, came inspiration. "Mother," she began, "doesn't the shooting season for grouse begin in Scotland soon?" "In Scotland? Yes, I believe so. Then after that there's the partridge season. Why do you ask?" "Oh." Augusta looked at her, and Olivia fancied she could see the wheels turning in her pretty head. "The shooting season in Scotland," Augusta repeated. Then her fair face lit up. "Men do so love to shoot and tramp about in the woods. You're thinking about Bird Manor, aren't you? We could host a country house party there. You've been wanting to go up to Bird Manor these past several years anyway, haven't you? And you've always found a reason to deter me." "Oh, the countryside is so boring. Besides, well, never mind all that. Do you think Archie, Lord Holdsworth, would accept our invitation?" "Unless he has a grousing club of his own, I don't see why not. We could get up a small party. I'm certain James would agree to play host. So what do you say, Mother? Shall we devise a guest list for a country house party? It would suit your purposes as well as mine." "And what are your purposes?" "I am weary of all this matchmaking you do on my behalf. A few months of country life would do me a world of good." "But you have to find a husband, Olivia. You know you do." "And I intend to. But I've met no one this year who interests me, nor am I likely to. Besides, if you want to spend time with your Archie and soften Sarah toward him, this is a perfect opportunity." Olivia could see the tug-of-war in her mother's face. Though Augusta worried about her eldest daughter's marital status, it seemed she worried more about her own. Augusta pursed her lips. "I know precisely what you are doing, Olivia. You're trying to put off any decision on your own marriage." Then she laughed, as delighted and eager as a child. "Let's do it. Let's invite Archie and whomever else he likes. We can have picnics and long walks and entertain ourselves with music and cards and charades in the evenings. And maybe we might even find a wild Scotsman for you, since English gentlemen do not seem to suit." Olivia gave her mother an even stare. "Someone like my father?" Augusta sobered at once and wove her fingers together. Your father may have had his faults, Olivia, but he was not a bad man, no matter what tales Mrs. McCaffrey tells you." Olivia chose not to enter into that debate. "In truth, I hardly remember him." But what little she did remember supported everything Mrs. McCaffrey had let slip. Still, although she took no comfort from remembering her father, memories of her childhood home always brought her a sense of peace. Just the thought of spending autumn in the wild Cheviot hills around Bird Manor filled her now with a nameless longing. She'd been back only once since her father's death. 5 years ago, her stepfather, dear Humphrey, had insisted over Augusta's objections that Olivia reacquaint herself with the people of the country estate her father had left to her in trust. Since then, she'd struck up a regular correspondence with the steward, old Mr. Hamilton. The estate produced little income, just enough to keep the house up and a few servants employed. It would never be a grand place, but the grounds were glorious, and when she married, control of it would pass entirely to her. For practical purposes, it already had. She closed her eyes now and tried to remember it. A gray stone house covered with centuries of moss and vines, wild hills, green valleys, and bright rushing streams. Her father had been an avid sportsman, and according to Augusta, their life in Scotland had been good. But Mrs. McCaffrey's version was different. Drinking, gambling, womanizing. If it had seemed worse in London, it was only that he'd hidden it better in Scotland. As a child, Olivia had only seen that her mother was beautiful and her father dashing. But as time passed, she'd come to understand. Her father had not been a man suited for marriage. Perhaps that was why she analyzed the young men of the ton so carefully now. She did not wish to repeat her mother's mistake. Despite her father, however, Bird Manor was still the best part of her early childhood, and it had been left in trust to her. The thought of going there now filled Olivia with unexpected longing. How ironic if she found a husband among the Scottish half of her heritage. She suppressed a chuckle. Her socially aware mother had been jesting, but it would serve her right should it turn out that way. She turned to face Augusta. "I believe for once that you and I are in complete agreement. Sarah is tired of town. I've been wanting to go to Bird Manor, and you shall have your Archie all to yourself. Even James must approve this plan." "Really, Olivia, you talk as if I can only interest Archie by getting him away from any other females." "Nevertheless, I agree. A country house party is just the thing. You'll have to go ahead of the rest of us, however, to prepare the house." "Yes, and I can take Sarah." "You'll need to hire extra servants." "Yes, I know. And air out the bedchambers, and wash and bleach the linens. I'm quite able to run a household, Mother." Augusta patted Olivia's cheek and gave her a sweet smile. "So you are, darling, so you are, and I shall miss your competent handling of our domestic affairs when you finally marry. Some fine lord is going to be very lucky when you deign to bestow your hand upon him." Chapter 2. Neville Hawke jerked awake. His heart thudded with the sharp staccato of gunfire. His eyes darted around at the oppressive thunder of cannons. But it was not cannon fire that besieged him, he realized as his head cleared. He heard 3 low, echoing gongs. The tall case clock down the hall near the head of the stairs tolled the early morning hour. He shuddered, then took a slow, shaky breath. All was as it had been. All was as it should be. He pushed up from the deep leather chair and on unsteady feet headed for the liquor cabinet. The fire in the grated hearth had burned low, but the 2 oil lamps shone brightly still, and in his wood-paneled study they kept the dark at bay. He ran a trembling hand through his unkempt hair. Thank God this accursed night neared its end. Thank God it was summer and the days were so long. Just 2 more hours or so and he would once more have defeated the unforgiving night. He poured a short tumbler of whiskey and tossed it back with quick efficiency. It burned his tongue and throat, and all the way down to his belly, and he shuddered anew at the harsh bite of the raw spirits. From the finest Scotch whiskey to the Duncan brothers' potent brew to the locally made whiskey distilled up the road in Fergus's shed, his choice in deadening agents had declined of late from smooth and subtle to strong and effective. But nothing was effective enough to completely erase his memories or fight off these nightmares. No matter how hard he drove his body with work or how heavily he sedated his brain with liquor, he could not escape these night terrors. He reached for the crude pottery jug, so out of place among the empty crystal decanters arranged on the silver tray. His mother had purchased the set in Edinburgh so long ago he could hardly remember. His father had always kept them filled with the best Scots, Irish, and English liquors, just as he'd kept the wine room stocked with the best French wines. But Neville had long ago emptied Woodford Court's stores of the good liquors. He poured another shot of the raw stuff and downed it, then set the jug aside with a thud. One of the decanters tilted, teetering like a drunken man, then fell and shattered on the slate floor. He flinched at the sound, so abrupt in the quiet night, like the crash of buckshot through leaded glass windows. But it was not buckshot. It was only a frivolous decanter, splintered now across the floor of his father's study. He stared at the other decanters and at the squat whiskey jug with its double handles and thick corked mouth. How fitting it was to set the inelegant jug among its sparkling brethren, for he was much like that sturdy clay vessel. His family had been so noble and upright, and so fragile. One by one they'd shattered apart, until now only he was left, the coward, crude and weak, and indestructible, he feared. He swayed and pressed one hand over his eyes. He was so tired. All he wanted was to sleep. But sleep was a torture he was afraid to risk, not until the night was done, not until the sun burned away the threat of his hideous dreams. He turned away from the whiskey jug and scrubbed his face with both hands. He was pitiful, a craven drunkard by night who slept off his excesses by day. For some inexplicable reason, his torturous dreams came only at night. If only he could hold out until daylight, just 2 more hours and he would have his reprieve. But he was so tired, weary to the bone, to the depths of his soul. He looked around, blinking back the insidious threat of sleep, and focused on one of the oil lamps. He crossed the room to it, staring all the time at the steady, glowing flame. The glass chimney was hot, and he spread his hands around it, holding his palms against the glass until he could not bear the pain. Then he held it longer still. "Bloody hell!" he swore, jerking away from the pain at last. Breathing hard, he stared at his reddened palms. Damnation, that hurt! But the pain would keep him awake until the sun crept above the eastern horizon, and that was all he cared about. He could endure physical pain, but the memories and the nightmares. He yanked open the fringed burgundy draperies that covered the room's east-facing windows, ignoring the sting of the thick-piled velvet against his raw palms. Then he turned his chair to the window and threw himself into it with a groan. Just 2 more hours, he told himself. Just 2 more hours. He slid his hands back and forth on the worn leather arms of the chair, reveling in the pain, for that pain would keep him awake. It would keep him safe. But the hands of the tall case clock moved slowly, too slowly. He heard the toll at 4 and the chimes that marked the quarter hours that followed. The first hint of the dawn flirted with the horizon, a scene he had viewed every day since he'd returned from that damnable war. But his lids grew heavy, his eyes closed, his head tilted to one side, and like the enemy it was, the stealthy dark of sleep crept up. Silently it settled over him like a heavy blanket, a smothering hand, soft, deceptive, deadly. Then the shooting began, the piercing pain of a bullet in his leg, the chilling screams of men attacking and men dying. No, no! He lurched up from the chair, his heart pounding, his mind shrieking, no! Neville knew it was only a dream, the same horrifying dream that refused to let him be. But that didn't matter. Now it was a dream. This night and every other, it was a dream. But once it had been real. He thrust his shaking hands through his hair, then ground his burned palms into the bristles of his beard. But that pain was minor compared to the intense tortures of his soul. He'd had enough. He could take no more. If even the liquor would not buy him peace, what was left for him to do? He lurched over to his desk and yanked open the bottom drawer. There, among his medals and letters of commendation, lay his 2 pistols and a carved wooden box of ammunition. With trembling hands he grabbed the box and one of the weapons. He would end this torture once and for all. He loaded the pistol, then stared about the brightly lit chamber. Not here. He could not do it here in his father's study. It would insult the memory of his beloved parents, and they deserved better. So he flung open the tall French doors and stepped out onto the east terrace. He clenched the weapon. His hand shook violently. Then he stared fixedly ahead and readied himself until the pink edge of the dawn registered in his stricken eyes, until the familiar silhouette of the long stable complex showed, and beyond it the rooftops of the cottages at the home farm. All around him the shapes of buildings and trees and fences, shapes he'd known all his life, came into focus. His home that he should not abandon. Then he blinked as another realization struck him. Morning had come. The night was done. With a sob, he dropped to his knees and the pistol fell harmlessly into a potted rhododendron. The night was done. How long he stayed there, his head bowed as dry sobs racked his body, he did not know. When he finally dragged himself upright, the edge of the sun showed its hazy edge between the hills. The sunlight fell on his face, warm and reassuring. Now he could sleep. Now he could seek his bed and fall into the oblivion he craved. He staggered back into the study, forgetting the pistol, forgetting the open window. He sloshed a generous glass full of the raw whiskey and, banging open the door, headed blindly into the hall. Upstairs in his bedchamber, he threw the window drapery wide and stared at the sun inching its slow way into the sky. A cock crowed. Soon the village would come to life. The weavers and dyers would be off to their daily tasks, the shepherds to their fields, the children to the village school, young Adrian among them. He saw Otis, the stable master, shuffling up the gravel path to the stables. 40 years and more Otis had worked at Woodford, as had so many others. Neville passed a shaking hand across his eyes. He did not deserve their faithfulness. He did not deserve any of the loyalty and admiration and honor showered upon him. But the people around him chose not to see his wretchedness, his worthlessness, and he was too cowardly to confront them with it. He shuddered and stared at the brilliant slice of the sun. Then he closed his eyes, finished off the contents of the glass, and once again shouldered his responsibilities. He needed to talk to Otis and his son Bart, the horse trainer, about the breeding mares and the horses they planned to run in the late-season races. Later, he must meet with the head carpenter about the lower sheep sheds. He also should approach old Hamilton again about leasing those fallow fields and meadows across the river. But not now. Not now. Now he needed to sleep. He'd had his moment of madness, and he'd once again survived. Now he could deaden his brain with whiskey and finally disappear into the blackness of a sleep so deep that no dreams could ever find him. Olivia tucked her journal into her portmanteau, then stepped back as one of the housemen hoisted it up. They'd spent 2 busy days in Nottingham, preparing for their journey to Doncaster, and then on to Scotland. Pulling on a pair of gray kidskin gloves, she glanced at her sister. "I do wish you would reconsider, Sarah, and join Mother and me." Sarah blew out a breath. "And watch Mother make a perfect goose of herself over that Archie person. Lord Holdsworth," she amended, imitating her mother. "Thank you, but no." Olivia studied her younger sister. "I wonder, is it Lord Holdsworth you object to, or would any man Mother liked rouse this antipathy in you?" Sarah cocked her head and laid a finger against her chin. "Let's see," she began, her voice sharp with sarcasm. "Which answer should I make? That I think he's far too young for Mother? Better that you set your cap for him than her? Or would you rather I tearfully confess that I don't want any new father at all? None." Her jaw jutted forward belligerently. She was the very picture of sullen disapproval. But Olivia saw also the wounded look in her sister's eyes. She crossed her bedchamber and wrapped her arms around Sarah. At first, the girl struggled against her, but finally she slumped against her in resignation. Olivia rubbed her back. "Poor Sarah. I know how much you miss your father. I miss him too." "But she doesn't miss him at all, does she? She can hardly wait to get married again. Then she'll forget all about father and all about me." "No, Sarah, no. She would never do that. You forget that James and I have both been in identical circumstances as you. She didn't forget us when she married your father. Indeed, he made our lives ever so much better. He was that good to us." "Yes, but James was too young to remember his father, and your father was a bounder. Everybody says so." Olivia tugged one of Sarah's plates. "It's not nice to speak ill of the dead, even if it's true. The point is, Mother is happiest when wed, and her children fare better with a father than without. If you will just give this fellow a chance, you may find him quite agreeable." Sarah slipped out of Olivia's hold. "He probably wants someone younger than her anyway." "Perhaps. At any rate, this trip to Doncaster is our chance to observe him. Please say you'll come." But Sarah only shook her head. "I'd rather stay here with James. You go on with Mother, Olivia, and I'll be along with Mrs. McCaffrey next week to collect you in Doncaster. Then we'll have loads of time together on the ride up to Scotland." Olivia stared at her sister, so young at 12, and yet in some ways so much older than her years. "Yes, we'll have a long ride and a long talk, and I'll bring you up to date on whatever I learn in Doncaster." She took Sarah by the hand. "We shall spend such a lovely time at Bird Manor, so please, Sarah, try not to fret. Mother loves you, you know, and she wants you to be happy." Sarah sighed and gave a lopsided grin. "I know. Just promise me you will not allow her to invite everyone she knows to join us. I'm so weary of being surrounded by people I don't know. Besides, Bird Manor is your house, not hers." "You needn't worry on that score. I plan to limit the guest list to 12, including the 4 of us. The house isn't that large." A commotion in the hall ended their conversation. "Olivia, come along, child." Augusta hurried down the hall, trailed by Mrs. McCaffrey. Sarah gave her mother a perfunctory kiss, but Augusta cocked a brow at her youngest child's bland expression. "Don't you dare get into any mischief while I'm gone, Sarah. I've given Mrs. McCaffrey strict instructions. No riding without a groom in attendance, no fishing with the stable lads, or gallivanting with the servants' children. You're getting too old for that. And lessons every day. Every day. Do you hear me? When we settle in at Bird Manor, I expect to be impressed by your skill on the pianoforte. Oh, that reminds me, Olivia," she said as they descended the front steps of the towering limestone house, and the coachman assisted her into the barouche. "As soon as you arrive at Bird Manor, be sure to have the pianoforte in the second parlor tuned." With a final hug, Olivia bid her sister goodbye. Then they were off, with Augusta chattering about who would be attending the horse races, while Olivia daydreamed of a long, quiet autumn in Scotland. It was a 2-day journey, and they arrived at the Cummingses' sprawling residence a scant mile outside of Doncaster, just as the sun settled over the allée of lime trees. A 3-story red brick structure, the Cummings family seat had begun life as a fortified house, but in the ensuing centuries 2 wings and a central tower had been added, so that it now appeared an ungainly sprawl. Vast, to be sure, but without a smidgen of grace. 5 days, Olivia told herself as the housekeeper ushered them upstairs to the adjoining chambers she and her mother would occupy. She had but 5 days to endure. Then it was on to Bird Manor and the exhilaration of the Scottish countryside. She could hardly wait. The casual summer supper had already been served to the other guests, so Olivia and her mother were served a tray in their rooms while a maid unpacked for them. Olivia would have preferred to turn in early with Emma, the new novel she'd brought with her, for she'd much enjoyed the author's previous books. But her mother was not of a mind to miss any opportunity. According to the maid, Lord Holdsworth was already in residence, along with several other of the Cummingses' guests. "You never know whom you may meet," Augusta told Olivia as she donned a pair of gold earbobs with aqua stones that perfectly matched her eyes. "A horsewoman such as yourself should be quite at home here." She dabbed oil of roses behind her ears. "You've had more than your share of marriage offers. By rights, you should be wed with 1 child in your arms and another on the way." "Since when do you long to become a grandmother?" Augusta ignored that. "Let us go down, shall we? The butler said they would be gathered in the rear drawing-room by now." The first thing Olivia noticed when they entered the Cummingses' drawing-room was that there were no other female guests. Penny Cummings made the introductions, fluttering her hands and her eyelashes in the affected manner she sometimes displayed. Mr. Cummings was half asleep in his chair, but he managed a creditable greeting. The other 3 gentlemen rose at the entrance of 2 attractive women to their party. Mr. Clive Garrett was up from Devon for the races, and the Honourable Mr. Harry Harrington had come up from Bury St. Edmunds in Suffolk, here to replenish his own stables. As for Lord Holdsworth, he was as charming as ever, but it was plain to Olivia that he was presently more interested in horses than he was in marriage. After greeting Augusta with no more intimacy than he greeted Olivia, he turned back to his host. "Are you familiar with the bloodlines of the horses Hawke is planning to run?" Mr. Cummings held up his glass for a servant to refill. "I only know the one. A tall Scottish animal, I'm told, sired by that big black stallion of his, out of the same mare as begot Chieftain. Remember Chieftain? Now there was a horse. 'Bout 5 years ago. Took Ascot, as I recall. I hear he's also got a filly that can run," Mr. Harrington put in. "So when is Hawke to arrive?" Holdsworth asked. "I'm eager to meet him and see his stock." "Should have been here by now," Mr. Cummings replied. "Don't know what could be holding him up."
"Whom are they speaking of?" Augusta asked Penny. "Neville Hawke. He's the last of our party."
"Hawke, that name sounds familiar," Augusta said. Penny's hands fluttered again.
"Perhaps you've heard of his exploits. He's a war hero, they say. Now he breeds racing stock, with some success, it would seem. I've yet to meet him myself, but the men all speak highly of him."
She turned to her husband.
"Mr. Cummings, is he bringing his wife?"
He gave a shrug.
"Don't know as he has one."
Penny slanted a look at Olivia and leaned nearer.
"Did you hear that?" she murmured. "Perhaps this will prove a worthwhile visit for both you and your mother."
Olivia only gave her a non-committal smile. Fortunately, their party did not go on too late. The next morning would be an early one for the gentlemen, as most of the racing animals had arrived in Doncaster, and they all wished to observe the training runs. Much money would be bet on the main race, as well as on the several lesser races and side matches that always popped up. Everyone expected their wagers to come out to the good, and so they all meant to watch and listen and augment their hunches with the best tips to be had. So it was early to bed. Yet weary as her body was from their journey, Olivia's mind was not quite ready for sleep. She'd dozed off and on during their journey, and now her mind spun. But it was not the races and the society of Doncaster that had her in such a state, though she adored horses and prided herself on her firm seat in the saddle. It was thoughts of Bird Manor. Riding a prescribed track on a very fast horse was all well and good, but a long ramble on a spirited animal through the stunning Cheviot hills was much more to her liking. When finally she fell asleep, it was to dream of crisp morning air and exhilarating countryside, of hawthorns and towering sycamores, and the haunting cries of terns and red kites and cormorants. But sleep did not last long. Olivia awoke before dawn to the muted sounds of horses' hooves and masculine voices. She rubbed her eyes and yawned. Even with all the racing excitement, she wouldn't have expected the men to be leaving quite this early. Rising, she peered down from her window into the rear courtyard, but it was empty. Restless, she stared around her, then listened at the door between her room and her mother's. In the heavily curtained bed, her mother slept on, her breathing slow and regular. Augusta believed in her beauty sleep, and it certainly seemed to work. She should try to do the same, Olivia told herself, but she knew she would not be able to doze off again. Somewhere in the house, a clock told the hour. 5 o'clock. She stretched her arms high, then sighed. She was up, so she might as well dress herself. Perhaps she would take a turn in the little park she'd spied on the east side of the house. She hadn't been up before dawn since they'd gone down to London. Awaiting the sunrise would be a pleasant diversion. She dressed in the dark in a simple muslin gown, pale green with cream-colored ruching at the neckline. A quick brush through her hair and hurried ablutions at the washstand completed her toilette. Then she slipped on her walking shoes and a light shawl, and at the last moment also snatched up her journal. Perhaps she'd enter her observations about Lord Holdsworth and the other two gentlemen she'd met last night. Locating the stairs was easy. Locating a door to the outdoors, far less so. The sprawling house was even more confusing from within than from without. When she spied a light through a door standing partially ajar, she headed straight for it. Someone was up and about, probably a servant. Perhaps they would direct her. The door, painted pretentiously enough in faux marble, opened on silent hinges to reveal a spacious library, and Olivia's eyes widened in delight. On a huge center table, a host of books sprawled, mostly volumes on horses and racing, she saw. An empty tumbler sat beside a brace of candles that cast an amber glow across walls, lined to the ceiling with leather-bound tomes. The window drapery was thrown open to the darkness beyond, but the room was empty. It must be as she'd supposed. The men had left for Doncaster after reviewing their research on the racehorses. She moved farther into the room, forgetting about her walk. She'd not expected to discover such a large library here. In truth, she'd half expected Penny Cummings to be illiterate. That was unkind, she scolded herself, and uncalled for. She scanned the titles, trailing her finger along the shelves. A Journey to the Islands of Scotland by Samuel Johnson. A Count of Corsica by James Boswell. Voltaire's Treatise on Religious Tolerance. All serious, practical tomes. A high-street bookseller would be impressed with the choices. But no poetry, she mused aloud. She set her journal on a side table. Debrett's Peerage of England, Scotland, and Ireland. No drama or plays either.
Is there no drama among the peerage?
Olivia whirled around at those startling words. From the sheltering embrace of a deep upholstered chair turned toward the window, a man leaned over the arm, staring at her.
It seems, he continued, that the peerage is all about drama. Drama and little else.
For a moment, Olivia remained too shocked to speak, for she'd believed herself to be alone. Nor did she recognize the man from the guests she'd previously met. His face was shadowed by the night, as well as by the dark tint of his unshaven cheeks and jaw, as if he'd been sleeping in that chair before the window. She swallowed hard and cleared her throat. Before she could find her voice, however, his eyes ran slowly over her, head to toe and everywhere in between. It was out-and-out scrutiny, a bold perusal, the like she'd never before suffered, and it unsettled her to the core. Then he spoke in a voice that was dark and low and vibrating with warmth.
If there was no poetry in this library before, there most certainly is now.
Chapter 3. Neville could hardly believe his eyes, nor his immense good fortune. If this was a dream, it was a damn sight better than the visions that usually beset him. She was an angel, shining in the lamplight with the most sumptuous auburn hair spilling around her shoulders. Her eyes glittered wide and amber green, her lashes swept over them, a dark brown velvet. Her skin was pale and lustrous and would be soft to the touch. Dressed in a simply adorned gown of flowing muslin, she clutched a flimsy shawl to her chest as she stared back at him. Neville swallowed hard. She was the picture of grace and beauty, yet with a hint of wildness about her, like a startled doe, lovely yet tensed to bolt. But he did not want her to bolt. He wanted her to stay, if only so he could continue staring at her. He ran his eyes over her, admiring everything he saw and wanting to see more. The full breasts beneath the snug bodice, the long legs beneath the fluid gown. Was she a servant? Though she did not wear a uniform, she must be one of the staff, for who else would be up before dawn? A slow smile lifted one side of his mouth. Had he known Cummings kept such a lovely household staff, he would have arranged to arrive sooner in the evening and not wasted this long, torturous night in solitude. He had planned deliberately to arrive late, for he'd been unready for the company of society folk. He needed to do business with Cummings and his friends, so he'd had to come. But he'd timed his arrival for past midnight. By the time he'd settled the horses and dismissed his grooms, everyone else had been asleep, leaving him only a few hours to wait out the night. The library had suited his purpose, providing him with east-facing windows, and now it had provided him with this pretty young maid or governess or whoever she was. He gave her an appreciative smile. No ode to beauty has yet been written which does credit to the beauty I see before me now, he murmured, meaning every word. When she blushed in response, his grin increased. He must be more drunk than he thought, he told himself, though he'd not delved very deeply into the bottle of brandy he'd found on a tray on a bow-fronted commode. He must be drunk, or else damned lucky that such a delectable little baggage was up and about so early in the day. "Tell me, what is your name?" he asked as he rose to his feet. He did not sway, and his head hardly spun. A good sign, for if he was not drunk enough to be having visions, then she must be real. And now that he thought of it, there could be but one reason a woman who looked like her would be tiptoeing about in a great hall like this at such an unlikely hour. It was too early even for servants to begin their daily tasks. But nighttime tasks... He eyed her flushed cheeks and rosebud lips and drew the only conclusion he could. Was it Cummings's bed she'd graced tonight, he wondered, or perhaps one of his other guests? His eyes ran over her again, and despite the effects of the brandy, he felt the unfamiliar rise of desire. He hadn't been with a woman in weeks. He hadn't truly wanted one in months. But for some reason he wanted this one. There was a good hour yet until dawn. He would as happily spend it in bed with an eager young woman as with a bottle of whiskey. "Come, my little midnight muse, 'tis plain it is not house-cleaning you've been up to this night. So linger a while with me and inspire the poet in my soul," he coaxed, giving her a beckoning smile. "God knows I am in dire need of inspiration." At his smile she frowned and clutched her white-fringed shawl tighter around her shoulders. "I fear you mistake me for someone else." He shook his head. "That's not likely. Tell me," he repeated, "what is your name?" Her eyes narrowed, and he felt the full weight of her stare as she made a thorough canvass of his person. He straightened to his full height. Did she like what she saw? The front of his waistcoat was unfastened, and he was dirty with road dust and in sore need of a shave. But perhaps she would not mind. Some women liked their men rough around the edges. "Your nighttime secrets are safe with me," he reassured her. "So come now. You need not be tongue-tied. A comely maid such as you has surely received her share of compliments." "A few," she ventured in a voice as warm as a purr, despite her wariness. No giggles or sharp dialect from this one.
better and better. He approached her slowly, holding her gaze with his own. "Eyes the color of autumn," he murmured, "green and gold."
"The correct term is hazel."
He smiled at her curt reply and felt the building of desire. "But hazel is not nearly poetic enough to describe them, and I believe you require poetry." He'd spout Shakespeare or Marlowe or Blake, whoever it took to lure her to his bed. As if she sensed the direction of his thoughts, she averted those striking eyes, sheltering them beneath the sweep of her velvet lashes.
"I believe I had better depart now."
But Neville did not want her to go. When she turned, he followed, and when she reached for the door, he held it closed with one hand flat against the panel. She jerked around to face him, anger flashing in her eyes.
"What do you think you're doing?"
"You haven't told me your name," he answered, leaning his weight against the door and deliberately blocking her departure.
"Nor am I likely to,"
she retorted, her husky voice vibrating with temper. "Your eyes go green when you are riled," he said, smiling down into their mesmerizing depths. Then, to his own surprise, he caught her by the chin and leaned forward until their faces were but inches apart. "Who are you, my lovely midnight maiden, and what must I do to coax you to share a glass of brandy with me?"
"A glass of brandy? 'Tis plain you've had too many glasses already."
She batted his hand away, then ducked under his arm and backed toward the center of the room, past the chair where he'd been sitting.
"Let me leave, else I shall scream down the house," she vowed.
He was behaving badly, Neville knew. Accosting his host's domestic staff was not his normal style. Then again, he'd not been a guest in anyone's home in so many years. Who was to say what was normal for him anymore? Still, the fact that his numb emotions had reacted so immediately to this young woman was reason enough for him to continue his pursuit of her. "There's no cause to do that, for I mean you no harm. Just your name," he said as she came up against the wall. "But I am remiss. Allow me to introduce myself. I am—"
"A rude and vulgar bore,"
she snapped. Then she reached for the latch on the adjacent French door, and before he could stop her, she fled into the night. Olivia could scarcely believe the dilemma in which she found herself ensnared, accosted in the library by some drunken lout. She paused to catch her breath behind a gnarled and twisted apple tree at the bottom of the narrow veranda. Her heart pounded still, though now with fury more than fear. Thank God he had decided not to pursue her. She wasn't sure what she would have done then. She peered around the tree trunk toward the house. Botheration, he was still there, silhouetted in the open doorway by the well-lit library, his widespread arms braced on the doorframe. Olivia's heart sped up once more. He was a big man, she saw, tall with wide shoulders and a reckless, dangerous air about him. Who was he? Not a servant, she decided, now that distance gave her the opportunity to think. His waistcoat had been plainly adorned, but it had been a first-rate wool with a double row of carved silver buttons. Also, he spoke too well to be a servant. There were certain valets and butlers who spoke as well as their employers, but this man was no one's valet. Of that she was certain. Besides, there was something of the Eton clip to his speech. He must be a gentleman. She laughed, albeit unpleasantly. No, he might have been raised a gentleman. What he'd turned out to be, however, was an ill-mannered ruffian, a man not above accosting innocent females. That he obviously thought her a housemaid excused nothing. She'd always considered men who harassed servants to be of the very lowest sort, taking advantage of their position in life. Just then he stepped out onto the veranda, and she gasped and shrank back. Did he mean to pursue her after all? But he only patted his pockets, then pulled out a small rolled cheroot. When he turned back to the library to light it at a candle, Olivia made her move. Stooping low and dodging from holly to box to rhododendron, she angled away from him, squinting into the darkness to avoid running headlong into a low wall or clipped shrub or poorly placed bit of garden statuary. Her only consolation was that if she could not see, neither could he. She had almost reached the corner of the east wing and safety when his voice disavowed her completely of that notion. "Be careful, Hazel, lest your nighttime meanderings foster tales of a ghostly presence on these grounds." Olivia halted, one hand on the brick corner. Ghostly presence. She frowned, then let out a little groan. Her pastel dress. Had he been able to see her all along? "I apologize for frightening you," he went on, his voice as dark and warm as the late summer night. "'Twas hardly my aim to do so. If you are a kindly ghost, you will allow me a second chance to prove myself. If you will not join me in what remains of this night, then please, I beg you, come again on the morrow. I'll be here in the library until dawn." Olivia pressed a trembling hand to her chest. The man was going to give her heart failure. As if any respectable young woman, servant or otherwise, would welcome such a coarse and insulting invitation. Outraged by his gall, she plunged into the darkness around the corner of the house, unmindful of the shrubbery she trampled in her haste. She would get to the bottom of this, she vowed, and the first thing she must do is determine just who he was. Then she would have quite a tale to tell about him in her journal. She tripped to a halt. Her journal. She'd left her journal lying on the table in the library. She spun around in a quandary, her fists knotted in frustration. She could not allow her journal and its often unflattering commentary to fall into the wrong hands, for it could be more than embarrassing. Her mother had often warned her about that possibility, but she'd always been so careful. Until now. She stifled a very unladylike oath. How could she get it back before someone discovered it? She knew at once that she could not return to the library, not while he was still there. That meant she would have to wait and retrieve it later. But what if he found it first? Olivia rubbed her temple where it had begun to throb. He would not notice it, she reassured herself. Why should he? In a room full of books, one drunken lecher was not likely to notice another slim volume. But what if he did? Olivia gritted her teeth. If he did, she would simply have to deal with the repercussions. How bad could they be? Neville turned away from the veranda. The auburn-haired beauty was not going to return. And why should she? She'd looked like an angel, yet he'd approached her as if she were a wanton. He scrubbed his hands across his face, disgusted at his own depravity. Was he that far removed from common decency and good manners that he could behave so? He stared at the decanter of brandy he'd set upon the mantel. It was the drink that made his behavior so reprehensible. Then stop drinking. He clenched his eyes shut and pinched the bridge of his nose. Bloody hell, he muttered, disgusted with himself. But then he'd been disgusted with himself for years now. He couldn't blame his vile behavior on his drinking. Even drunk, he knew when he was behaving abominably. Unfortunately, he'd long ago ceased to care what people thought of him, so long as he made it through the long, torturous nights. And he needed some sort of spirits to do that. Any sort. The sad truth was that tonight's little episode was not all that bad when compared to some of the other wretched sins of his past. He headed for the brandy, planning to finish what he'd begun, when a slim volume lying on the center table caught his eye. It was a small book, tattered and well used, much like the other books in the library, but it was bound in cream-colored leather with gold filigree. Cream-colored leather in a library dominated by burgundies and browns and blacks. It stood out like a beacon, and it drew him as inexorably as a light draws moths. It hadn't been there before. He was sure of it. He picked it up. Was it hers? Ex Libris Olivia B. He read the bookplate inside the cover. Olivia, he repeated, liking the ring of it. A classic name for a classic beauty. He thumbed through the pages, noting the curious angle of her penmanship, probably left-handed, and definitely a busybody. He'd expected poetry, but instead every page contained a series of notations about different people. Lord N, known to be very generous. Lord D, a legendary pinchpenny. Mr. G, a lecher of the first magnitude. He frowned, examining the pages more closely. Each page appeared to pertain to a different man. Lord this, the Honorable that, all men with not one woman mentioned. Why would a housemaid keep such notations? Did it pertain to visitors? Then it hit him like a blow to the gut. She was no ordinary household servant. He should have seen that at once. He looked down at the slender, damning volume he held. Only one sort of woman was likely to keep notes on so many men this way, and that was a woman of suspicious virtue. Shaking his head, he flipped through the book slowly from beginning to end. All men. Though it seemed unlikely that a woman of her sort would be able to write so well, what else could she be but a very astute lady of the evening? And this little volume must be her personal listing of her clientele. He stared unblinking at the open French doors, struggling with that unsettling thought. Somehow she seemed too young, and too genuinely affronted by him to be that sort of woman. With her cultured voice and hasty exit, he could better believe her a young woman of the ton than an accomplished harlot. Added to that, Cummings did not seem energetic enough to bring such a woman inside his very own home, especially while his wife was in residence. Then again, did anyone ever reveal who they truly were? Neville let out a cynical laugh. He certainly did not. Why should he expect Cummings to do so, or the innocent-looking Olivia B? He tapped the book against his open palm. It seemed clear that this Olivia was here at the behest of Cummings or one of his other friends. Why else would she be creeping about the house at night? He looked back at the journal in his hand, seeing instead those autumn-colored eyes of hers. That she could appear so pure and lovely and unsullied after what must have been a long and energetic night in some lucky man's bed was astounding. How he wished that bed had been his. He let out a muffled curse at the return of a powerful desire. Whether she was whore or innocent, it didn't matter. He wanted her. With one thumb, he ruffled the pages of her guilty little book, then grinned. He might not know precisely who she was, but he had something she would want back. He had only to wait for her to come to him. Meanwhile, he had another hour until dawn, and what looked like very interesting reading to help him pass the time. Chapter 4. Olivia chewed her lip and stared out the bedroom window. Dawn had arrived at last, gray and moody. Below her, Mr. Cummings and his guests ambled across the yard toward the stables. One and all, they were dressed in riding gear. It appeared that despite the threatening weather, they meant to leave the carriage at home and instead take horses to Doncaster. Typical male behavior at a horse racing weekend. Carriages that were considered a necessity in town were not manly enough here. She let the lace panel fall back into place. So it had not been them in the yard before dawn. Had it been the man from the library? He was not among them now, she saw. So where was he? Who was he? After her narrow escape, she'd returned to her chamber and lay fully clothed upon the narrow silk-upholstered settee, fuming over his vile behavior and his mysterious identity. The only guest not yet arrived was that fellow Hawke someone had mentioned last night. But if the cad was this Lord Hawke, wouldn't he be on his way to Doncaster with the others? Conversely, if her unsavory acquaintance was not a guest and wasn't on his way to Doncaster, that meant he could be anywhere, including the library where she had foolishly forgotten her journal. But who could he be? A relative, perhaps? He'd certainly made himself comfortable in the library.
"Olivia,"
her mother murmured from the next room.
"Is that you? For heaven's sake, child, pull the drapes or close the door. You may be an early riser, but I am not."
Olivia sighed and drew the ancient velvet drapes over the lace panel, then for good measure shut the door as well. Her mother would not rise until nearly noon, and if Penny Cummings were up, she was bound to be occupied with household matters. Olivia headed for the door. That meant she was left to her own devices for the next several hours. Normally that would suit her most agreeably, but with the possibility of that awful man roaming somewhere in the house, she was not certain what she should do. In the hall she spied one of the upstairs maids. Though it was considered very bad form to quiz your hostess's help, Olivia could see no alternative, not if she wished to retrieve her journal.
"Excuse me, could you tell me, has the Cummingses' last guest yet arrived?"
The mob-capped young woman bobbed a quick curtsy.
"I cannot say, miss. We prepared his room yesterday, but I haven't heard a word whether he has arrived. Shall I check for you?"
She gave Olivia a frankly curious look.
"Oh, no, that's not necessary. But I do have an errand you might run for me. I forgot my book in the library last night. A little cream and gold book," she added. "Could you fetch it for me?" "As you wish. Shall I leave it in your room?"
"No, bring it to me in the breakfast room. I'm going down now.
Is Mrs. Cummings up?"
she added with forced nonchalance.
"Milady usually sleeps till mid-morning, and the men are already departed. I fear, miss, that you are forced to dine alone."
"I am sure I shall not mind," Olivia replied, "so long as I truly am alone." She turned for the stairs. Alone was much better than being beleaguered by an amorous drunk. Neville stared into the small dressing mirror. 3 hours of sleep would have to suffice. He normally slept till noon after his long, restless nights. But he had business this morning. He had deals to make and horses to sell. Most of all, he had races to win. For winning horses meant a winning stable and a plethora of contracts to stud. He would need every shilling of that stud money if he were to maintain Woodford Court as his parents always had. Fortunately, the horse stables had always been kept in good repair, but despite 6 months of extensive repairs, the main house's elaborate slate roof still leaked in 2 places. The gutters needed re-leading, too. More important than the house, however, the sheep sheds, the shearing barns, and the shearers' cottages required immediate attention. A win at Doncaster would increase the value of all his horses, which would increase his income and allow him to continue his improvements, and thereby keep more of the strapped folks of the Cheviot Hills employed. He pulled on a pair of mahogany brown riding boots and grabbed his frock coat and his flat-brimmed hat. Time to move on with his plan. But he paused when he spied the delicate little book lying on the bedside table. Miss Olivia B. was quite the enigma. He'd read a number of her entries with amusement. She'd been careful to reveal no names, though with a little investigation he was certain the identities of her numerous male acquaintances could be ferreted out. But more fascinating to him than the entries was the woman who had made them. Such a beautiful enigma. She'd been quite thorough in some of her entries, and completely candid. Any woman considering a man's station in life and his acceptability as a protector would find her notations invaluable, though some of the men might find them insulting. To her credit, she'd not remarked on anyone's prowess or personal sexual proclivities. A smart move, he conceded. Still, his jaw clenched rhythmically as an unsavory thought assailed him. Was it possible that auburn-haired beauty, so angelic in demeanor, had partaken of carnal relations with every one of those men? On the one hand, that possibility should encourage him, for if she were indeed a lady-go-lightly, she should be easy enough to entice to his bed. He was not so penurious that he could not afford her services. Nevertheless, Neville felt an edge of distaste. How had a woman who appeared so innocent and refined become embroiled in such a base profession? "That's easy," he muttered to himself. He plucked the book up and slid it into his pocket, then turned for the door. How did anyone end up in the situations they found themselves? By accident or bad luck or God's merciless humor? He grimaced. It didn't matter why this Olivia B. had become a harlot. It was enough that she had, and that he was in need of her expertise. He would not have to seek her out, though, for he had her book, and she would surely be anxious to recover it. He could afford to wait for her to come to him. He patted his pocket, feeling the well-used journal there as he strode down the stairs. First breakfast, then business. Then, with any luck, tonight he would not spend the dreaded hours after midnight alone. Olivia muttered an extremely unladylike curse. "He took it! The bounder! He must have!" The maid had intercepted her in the hall with the unhappy news that her journal was not to be found. But Olivia had to be sure, so she stood now just inside the library door, alert in case he should try once again to surprise her. But the library was empty. The heavy burgundy draperies were drawn against the morning sun, and the wing chair he'd sat in had been turned around to face the room. The liquor tray was back in order, the decanters lined up, and the tumblers washed and neatly arranged. The only disorder was that of any library. More books than it could comfortably hold. Shelves jammed full, tables stacked high, and several large atlases lying in the corner on the floor. But not one sign of a cream and gold journal of no value to anyone but its owner. Why had he taken it? Olivia scanned the room once more, her brow creased in aggravation. The housemaids had obviously been in. Perhaps one of them had already delivered it to the housekeeper. How embarrassing if the woman had read any of the entries. Better the housekeeper, however, than that other nasty brute. Completely out of sorts, she turned for the hall. The housekeeper was bound to look in on the breakfast table. Olivia would ask the woman then about her journal and about the identity of her unpleasant companion of last night. She found her way down the East Wing hall, through the Cummingses' grand foyer, and into the central hall, which she thought led back to the small dining room where a breakfast was supposed to be laid out. This house was far too big ever to be comfortable, she decided, as she headed down another endless hallway. Not at all like Bird Manor, with its large pair of drawing rooms and cozy surrounding rooms. She vaguely remembered the family taking breakfast in the kitchen there when she was a small child. Could that be right? Somehow she could not picture her mother consenting to dine in any kitchen, not even the huge one in Windsor Castle. But the faded image of the fragrant kitchen at Bird Manor would not go away. Soon enough she would determine how accurate her memories were. She turned left into a small sitting room, not what she was looking for. Was everything going to go badly during this visit? The unhappy answer appeared to be yes, for when Olivia backed out of the room and turned around, it was to find him, her nighttime nemesis, in the hall just behind her. She sucked in a startled breath, then exhaled in a hiss. The shock of his presence was horrid enough, but he was staring at her now with the same insolent amusement as before. It was simply too much to be borne.
"Who do you think you are?"
she snapped, though her heart thudded with fear. She placed her hands on her hips.
"I suggest you cease this hooliganism, or I will summon Mr. Cummings to deal with you."
"Mr. Cummings?" He grinned, then crossed his arms and leaned negligently against the wall. Somehow he seemed even bigger and more dangerous than he had last night. "So it is old Cummings you turn to for protection. I had wondered."
"Who else?" she retorted. "And who are you to speak of him in such tones?"
"We are business acquaintances."
"You are a guest here?"
He smirked at her. "Of course."
Olivia's heart sank even as her anger increased. Did Mr. Cummings know what sort of ruffian he had loosed upon his household? "I assume, then, that you must be Mr. Hawke." He straightened, smiling with satisfaction. "So, he has mentioned me to you."
"He did. You are purported to be something of a horseman."
Olivia jutted out her chin with more belligerence than she felt and studied him closely. At least the man appeared sober this morning, though that affected neither her anger nor her caution. He was again well-dressed in buckskin breeches and a tawny-colored frock-coat, and their fine cut set off his tall, manly figure. Broad shoulders, trim hips. He was younger than she would initially have guessed. But his eyes were old, she realized, as if they'd seen more than a man needed to see. Still, that was neither here nor there. She crossed her arms and narrowed her gaze.
"Have you taken my journal from the library, Mr. Hawke?"
"It's Lord Hawke," he said, "but you may call me Neville. And yes, I do have your journal in my possession, Olivia."
At once the alarm bells in her head, which had sounded only a muffled din, began wildly to clang.
"It is Miss Bird to you," she stated,
her voice cold and haughty. She stuck out her hand. "I'll have it from you now." He stepped nearer. She snatched her arm back. "I'd like to speak to you about that very topic." He pushed open the door to the sitting room. "Shall we?" Olivia took 2 hasty steps backward.
"I don't think so. All I want from you is my book, Lord Hawke. Nothing more. Just give it to me now, and I will try to forget your appalling behavior last night, and your rudeness this morning."
He grinned, a wicked half-grin that showed strong white teeth against his sun-browned face.
She saw now the details she'd had no time to see last night. The crooked scar along his jawline, the thick black hair and slashing brows, and the moody blue eyes. A gypsy horse trader in gentleman's attire, that's what he looked like. Dark and dangerous, with nothing of the true gentleman beneath his handsome exterior. "I'm afraid I shall never be able to forget last night," he said in a husky, intimate whisper. "I'd hoped you felt the same."
"I'm sure I shall never forget it," she snapped right back at him. "It was a figure of speech, as you well know. I meant only that I would not mention it to our hosts and thereby ruin what Mr. and Mrs. Cummings mean to be a pleasant holiday for their guests."
"I don't see why—" He broke off and stared intently at her, his head cocked slightly to one side. Slowly his smug expression faded. "Our hosts? You are acquainted with Mrs. Cummings? Or rather, she is acquainted with you?"
"Of course. Like you, I am her guest in the company of my mother, Lady Dunmore. What did you think?"
"You are a guest here." Olivia frowned. Something was more than strange about this conversation.
"I said that I was. Why else would I be here?"
"What were you doing, wandering around before dawn?" he interrupted her, his tone hard and accusing.
"I could not sleep. Not that it is any concern of yours. Why were you up? No, you needn't answer. 'Tis clear enough why you were up, to make a drunken fool of yourself."
It was a sharp set-down, deserved to be sure. Nonetheless, Olivia was not accustomed to flinging insults at anyone. She'd never had the need. But this Mr. Hawke, Lord Hawke, seemed hardly to hear her curt remark. "Bloody hell," he swore under his breath. "You are a lady."
"What else did you think?"
She stared harder at him, then suddenly let out a sarcastic laugh.
"Oh, yes, you thought I was a servant, didn't you? You thought I was a servant and therefore amenable to the attentions of a peer, no matter how repugnant those attentions might be. You were hoping to compromise an innocent housemaid."
She laughed at his discomfiture, though with little true mirth. A muscle began to tick in his jaw. It was plain she'd figured him out, and plain also that he did not relish being made a fool of. Served him right, the cad. "Actually," he said, his eyes dark and piercing upon her, "what I thought was that you were Cummings's paramour, come fresh from his bed." Olivia gasped.
"What?"
"Then I read your journal," he continued, scowling at her as if she had somehow done him wrong. "Endless entries, and every one of them concerning a different man, their habits, good and bad, their financial situations. If you are as proper as this morning you profess to be, then what do all those entries signify?"
"You read my private journal!"
Olivia had been angry before, but that puny emotion paled beside the full-blown rage that gripped her now.
"You read my journal! How dare you!"
"I read it," he admitted, clearly unrepentant, "and what I read casts grave suspicion on its writer's activities." The crack of her hand across his face stopped him cold. In the aftermath, they glared at one another. A part of Olivia was horrified by what she'd just done, but she was more horrified by what he'd done, and what he'd implied. The list of his crimes was unforgivable. Were she a man, she would call him out. By contrast, a slap was little enough punishment. She drew herself up. She was trembling with emotion, and extended her hand, palm up. "I'll have my journal back now," she added through gritted teeth. She wasn't sure what to expect of so graceless a creature, and so was hugely relieved when he reached inside his coat and pulled out the volume in dispute. But when she reached for it, he raised it just beyond her grasp. "I am taking you at your word, Miss Bird, that you are indeed a guest of the Cummingses."
"You have the gall to doubt it? Give me my book."
"On one condition."
"And what is that? God help you if it is anything vulgar."
"God help me," he chuckled. "A true lady would be concerned more about her reputation than mine."
"Believe me, your reputation matters not to me."
"But it does matter to me," he stated, serious once more. "You may have your book on the condition that this incident, this misunderstanding, shall we say, remains strictly between us."
"Why, you disgusting—"
"I have business to pursue with Cummings and his guests, and I would prefer this incident not impede it. I apologize for my mistake," he added, "and for any insult I may have cast upon you." Olivia shut her open mouth with a snap. Finally, an apology. She stared at him. She supposed a true lady would accept it with chilly grace, then make her exit with her head high and her moral victory firmly in place. But Olivia was still furious. After all his insults, she was supposed to let him off on the strength of that brief apology? She wanted him to beg. She wanted to see him grovel.
"Give me my journal."
"What of my condition?" One of his brows quirked upward. He appeared far less apologetic than before. She could swear he was more amused by the incident than concerned for his reputation, no matter what he said. Still, what she wanted was her journal. Having him plead for her forgiveness was something she instinctively knew this man would never do. At least it had not fallen into the hands of someone familiar with the London scene. She'd neither seen nor heard of a Lord Hawke during the past 3 seasons. If he was unfamiliar with London society, he would not be able to figure out the identities of the various men referred to. That would be humiliating in the extreme.
"Regarding your condition, I assure you," she said in her coldest, haughtiest tone, "that I will not relish speaking of this unpleasant encounter with anyone of my acquaintance."
"Not even your mother?"
"Especially not her," she retorted, then wished at once she'd not been so forthright, for his other brow arched in interest. "If you will please hand it over," she demanded, forestalling any further inquiries from him. With an insolent shrug of his wide shoulders, he did so. But Olivia's relief upon reclaiming her journal was tempered by one unsettling fact. During the transfer, his fingers met with hers. It was only for the merest part of a second, just a fleeting graze of his fingers along the side of hers. The impact, nevertheless, was stunning. She averted her eyes and clutched the journal at once to her chest, praying he did not detect the sudden panic that assailed her. But she detected it. Racing pulse, damp palms, a giddy turmoil in her stomach. Why had she not worn her gloves? She turned wordlessly to depart, intent only on escape, but his next words stopped her. "I meant my apology most sincerely, Miss Bird. I can only beg the ill effects of too much spirits for my appalling behavior last night." Olivia looked up at him, somewhat mollified by his words, though she did not wish to be.
It was safer to be angry with him than to feel these strange, stammering emotions that made no sense. She nodded. "Good day, Lord Hawke." "One more thing before you go. Something I don't understand," he continued. "You have not explained the meaning of those entries in your journal. Why do you write of so many men?" Anger rushed in to save her. "That is none of your concern." "Perhaps not, but I've a curious nature, and I find myself often beguiled by matters not entirely of my concern." He was grinning now, a cynical, one-sided smile that made a mockery of his apology.
"Well, that is simply your misfortune." She stared at him with frosty eyes. "I expect you to honor me with the same discretion you demanded."
"Of course." Then he added, "I wish it had been otherwise." She gave him a smug, utterly false smile.
"If you refer to our initial meeting, I'm afraid it's much too late to undo what has already transpired."
Rather than chastening him, however, her contemptuous tone seemed to challenge him instead, for those moody blue eyes of his swept over her, head to toe, darkening as they went. "I'm afraid you mistake my meaning. What I wish to be otherwise is you, Miss Bird. Were you the sort of woman I initially believed," he continued, "I'd be a far happier fellow than I presently find myself." For a moment Olivia did not precisely understand him. Then his meaning, his lewd and insulting meaning, dawned on her, and color flooded her face. To make matters worse, the outrageous rogue had the effrontery to wink at her and grin. "Good day," he said, without the least show of remorse for his unforgivable behavior. Then he strode nonchalantly away, and Olivia could only gape at him, insulted, appalled, and perversely enough, flattered. Chapter 5. Neville ran his hands down the filly's flank. She was ready. He had worried about her, but Otis had assured him that the trip from Woodford Court would only strengthen her leg. He smoothed his palm down her rump and along the muscle she'd injured 2 months previously. Yes, she was ready. "All right, Kitty. Let's show them what you've got beneath that pretty little exterior of yours." As if she understood, the filly whickered, then butted him with her head. She was as fine an animal as had ever come out of the Woodford stables. Even his father's mare, Valentine, had not been so perfect as young Kittiwake. Bart Tillotson, his trainer, leaned over the stall door. "She'll take the ladies' race," he said, then spat into the corner for emphasis. "But can she race 2 days afterward against the gents? Can she hold her own against Fleming's horse or that deep-chested animal of Wagner's?" Bart nodded. "If the leg holds tomorrow, she'll be good when the 3-year-olds run." He came into the stall and knelt beside the leg in question. "She's a brave one, our Kittiwake." He patted the horse with true affection. "She won't back down against those bad boys. She'll show 'em her pretty rump and lead 'em a merry chase." "That she would," Neville agreed as he moved on to check Kestrel, the acknowledged star of his stables. But as he crooned a nameless tune to the rambunctious animal and slipped him a dried apple from his pocket, Bart's words echoed in his head. "She won't back down from those bad boys. She'll lead 'em a merry chase." Only it was not the thoroughbred Kitty he was thinking of. It was the thoroughbred Miss Olivia Bird. With just a few discreet inquiries, he'd determined that she was precisely who she said she was. The daughter of the widowed Lady Dunmore and the late Cameron Bird. Of more interest, however, was the fact that her family owned the estate that lay south and across the Tweed River from his own. For years now that land had lain fallow, its fertile fields and grassy valleys unavailable for farming or grazing. The steward there was old and crusty, and had refused Neville's several offers to lease the land. He should have made the connection between her and that estate the moment she'd revealed her name. But he hadn't. Perhaps he'd been too distracted by the woman and his physical reaction to her. But now that he knew who she was, he needed to keep that reaction under control. Neville scratched down the arc of Kestrel's powerful neck. This was his chance to approach Lady Dunmore about the lease. It would be a great boon toward his efforts to revitalize the district if he could return that land to good use. First, however, he would have to improve Lady Dunmore's starchy daughter's opinion of him. For a moment he let himself recall Olivia's outraged expression when he'd left her standing in the hall. Even furious, with her eyes shooting daggers at him, she was magnificent. Did she know that he was her Scottish neighbor? He wondered. Did she know he lusted after her? He snorted at that. How could she not? He'd made it clear enough. She would be a long time forgetting or forgiving his insulting manner. Stewing over that, Neville checked Kestrel's water bucket, then let himself out of the stall. Though he had been crude and boorish in his behavior toward her, he was not entirely to blame for his mistaken assumption about Miss Olivia Bird. What else was a man to think of a woman possessed of so lush a body, so fiery a temperament, and so husky and compelling a voice? Add to that rich auburn hair, flashing green eyes— no, hazel, he amended, grinning as he recalled her words, and a tendency to wander around in the dark hours before dawn. It was no wonder he'd been mistaken about her. Then there was that curious journal she valued so highly. He paused in the stable door and surveyed the yard without really seeing anything. He'd been wondering all morning what those entries meant, and he'd come to the only conclusion left. It was not the men's values and shortcomings as customers, she had noted. Rather, it was their value as husbands. Like every other woman of her age and class, Miss Olivia Bird was searching for a husband. He chuckled out loud. What a mercenary little thing she was, weighing the positive and negative aspects of every man she met. How well they danced, their personal habits, their gambling and drinking, and devotion to their mothers. Neville laughed again. He supposed to a young woman those might appear important aspects of a potential husband's temperament, but there had been 38 entries in her book. He knew because he'd counted them. Did that mean she'd considered and rejected all of them? Or were some of the men still under consideration? Was she even now entering her opinion about him? That sobered him at once, for if she wrote anything about him in that book, it was certain to be unflattering. What would she say? A drunken boor, a lecherous cad, crude and insulting, and unrepentant. Though she might conceal the circumstances of their first meeting, as they'd agreed, that did not mean she wouldn't discourage her mother from entering into a lease agreement with him. Damnation, he swore. Once again he'd let this unholy thirst of his make a fool of him. Only this time it was no milkmaid or tavern wench he'd revealed his baser nature to. Olivia Bird was a gentlewoman, a peer's daughter and a virgin, protected from men like him. With her striking looks and bold manner, she'd no doubt slapped several faces before his. He rubbed his cheek, remembering her furious expression and the fire in her eyes, more than the pain of her blow. He also remembered the lust she'd aroused in him, a lust he'd not felt in many a year. He'd not been celibate since his return from the war. There had been women enough willing to pleasure the young heir to Woodford, and he'd been willing to use them, but that lust had been much like his drinking. He'd take whatever was available to slake his thirst. What he felt for Olivia Bird was somehow different. He wanted the same thing from her that he'd wanted from all the others, her pale body naked and eager for his, but he wanted her in particular, not just any available woman, but her. A breeze blew warm and fragrant in his face. Perhaps he wanted her because she'd made it clear just how much she disliked him. He'd never before had to work to gain a woman's interest. Maybe that was the attraction she held, a challenge to be met and overcome. She was a smart, opinionated beauty, the like he'd never known. Yes, she'd roused a mighty lust in him. He still felt it. He had to keep his wits about him, though. He had to remember his reason for coming to Doncaster in the first place, and that reason was the primary source of his problem. Like him, Miss Olivia Bird was a guest of the Cummingses. It followed that they were bound to be thrown in one another's paths. If he behaved civilly, he had every reason to hope she would do the same. He'd come to Doncaster to sell horses and run races, and hopefully that purpose would not be subverted. But he had another purpose now as well. He needed to ingratiate himself with her mother, and to do that he must somehow make amends with the daughter. Though he'd enjoyed the stunned look on her face after his parting words to her this morning, they'd been impulsive and unwise. That she'd roused his ire with her contemptuous dismissal of him was no excuse. In the future, he would have to restrain himself better. That was unfortunate, considering that the last thing he felt toward Miss Olivia Bird was restraint. Frustrated by this new complication, Neville shoved his hands in his pockets and scowled down at his boots. He was no good at moving about in proper society anymore. He should have stayed at Woodford Court, far from the social circles he'd abandoned 4 years ago. There he could drink himself into oblivion every night and not care whom he insulted with his crude manner. But Woodford Court was in dire straits, and its people relied on him to improve their lives. It was the one thing that kept him going. He'd failed everyone else in his life, but the people of Kelso still needed him, and he was terrified of failing them too. That's why he'd ventured down to the races at Doncaster, with its large purses and so many wealthy nabobs in attendance. Success with the stables was the fastest way to accumulate the funds he needed to increase the productivity of his people. And putting the fallow fields of Bird Manor to good use was the surest way to keep them productive. "I've saddled Robin for you," Bart said, coming up behind him. "I'll bring Kitty around shortly." Neville turned to his trainer and took the reins of the spirited bay gelding. "Good, good," he repeated. "Today the trial runs. Tomorrow the first of the races." But tonight would be his trial run, his first test, for Miss Bird and her mother were certain to attend the reception and ball the Cummingses had planned to kick off the week of festivities at Doncaster. He could either continue to act like the crude oaf he was, or he could call on the manners his own mother had so long ago drummed into him, and behave as he knew he should. For that, however, he might have to swear off drinking, and the very thought chilled him. "Business first," he muttered. "You can drink yourself blind once you return home." "What's that?" Bart said, coming out of the stables leading the racehorse. "Nothing, just a prayer For success," he added, knowing his devout trainer would approve. "Aye, a prayer for success for our noble Kitty," Bart said, smoothing the mare's forelock. But Neville felt no compulsion to pray for Kitty. She was a natural racer, and her success was ensured. It was his own that worried him, and though it should not, Miss Olivia Bird's unsettling entrance into his life had somehow made it seem much more difficult. Olivia spent the morning seething. She'd barricaded herself in the library, even going so far as to lock the door. But Neville Hawke had not followed her this time. He'd been every bit as crude and insulting as before, but at least he'd not followed her. How was she possibly to keep these two incidents to herself? It wouldn't be so bad if she weren't going to be cast in his path again. But they were guests in the same household, come to Doncaster for the same purpose, and bound to encounter one another at all the same social and sporting events. Her stomach let out an unbecoming growl, and she halted her pacing. She hadn't gone in to breakfast for fear of finding him there. The fact that she'd spied him and another man riding out with several horses a half-hour ago hadn't been sufficient to draw her to the dining room either. For her mother and Penny Cummings must be up by now, and she had no particular desire to face them. She was that angry and unsettled by the awful Lord Hawke. Her stomach growled again, and she flung herself into a chair. She flipped her journal open and ruffled through the pages. How could he have thought her that sort of woman? What in her writing could possibly suggest that sort of lewd behavior? "He needs no such excuses," she muttered. "A coarse mind such as his could create filth in anything." Still she searched. "Keeps a fine stable." She turned a page. "Rather an earthy sort. Generous-natured." She flipped to still another entry. "Excessively attached to his mother." What was there to misunderstand in any of that? Then she turned to a blank page and reached for the pen and inkwell she'd located in a desk drawer. "Lord H.," she began, saying the words out loud as she wrote, "drinks too much, ill-mannered, and altogether too bold." She tapped the feather end of the quill against her chin. "Though rough-edged, he is tall and reasonably handsome," she continued, pursing her lips in disapproval. "But he proves the rule that looks can be deceiving. Ill-suited for marriage," she added, underlining it twice. She would write more about him later, she decided. It would be interesting to see whether he tried to correct her initial reaction to him. As for herself, she meant to stay aloof and distant from him. Very distant. Under no circumstances would she allow herself to be caught alone with that man again. But she should not appear so rude as to arouse her mother's suspicions. That would never do. Fortunately, Lord Holdsworth would capture most of Augusta's attention. Olivia blotted her entry with a bit of felt, then closed her book. Only 4 more days. Then she would be gone from here, never to deal with the awful Lord Hawke again. God grant her the strength to endure it. Neville was elated, and he wanted a drink to celebrate. He wanted it in the worst way. But he had set himself a test, and he was bound to pass it. No drinking until tonight's ball, and then only watered wine. "She's a mover," Holdsworth admitted, clapping him on the back. "How many years will you run her before breeding her?" "A season or 2 on the courses is all I expect of her." "I want her first foal, colt or filly, it matters not. I want her first foal, Hawke, unless you will change your mind and sell her to me now.
The offer I made earlier still stands, and I'll match any other offers you might receive."
Neville nodded and winked at Bart. Kitty had placed first in the trials today, outshining several very good animals. As such, she would have the coveted inside position for tomorrow's race. His blood roared, pumping exhilaration throughout his body. Bringing the horses to Doncaster had been a good decision. Though he dreaded it, perhaps all would work out as he'd hoped.
"I'll keep your offer in mind," he said. "There's still tomorrow's race to be run." "When will we see your other animal put through his paces? He's a fine-looking one."
Just then Holdsworth was jostled from behind, and the tumbler he held sloshed whiskey over the side. Neville inhaled the sweet, pungent scent of it.
Soon enough,"
he said, staring hungrily at the amber liquid. Cummings had invited his house guests, plus a few locals, for an end-of-the-day drink at the Eel and Elbow, Doncaster's finest public house. So far, Neville had avoided spirits, only a mug of ale to assuage his thirst, but he could feel the siren call of the stronger stuffs.
Bart nudged him. "Do you want to check Kitty's leg before I take her back to the stables, my lord?"
Neville glanced at him, relieved at the interruption. Did Bart see how hard temptation rode him? He grimaced, but without rancor. Bart and Otis knew him better than any other men. They'd seen him roaring drunk one night and deathly ill the next morn. They knew he sat up at night and slept until early afternoon. If they disapproved of the choices he sometimes made, they did not say. The common link they shared was the stables at Woodford and the horses.
"I'll see the rest of you this evening,"
Neville said to his other companions.
"I've horses to tend." "Hold on a minute. Here's a toast to the fillies,"
Cummings said, raising his glass.
"And to the fillies we shall encounter at the ball,"
Holdsworth added, hoisting his glass high and grinning.
"We shall need our dancing shoes tonight, lads."
Neville raised his empty glass with the rest of the happy crowd, then, with Bart behind him, made his escape from the tavern. They rode the 1 mile out of town in silence. It had been a good day, a good beginning, and he breathed deep of the warm afternoon air. The smell of drying hay and warm horseflesh added to his contentment, as did the sun lingering late in the clear August sky. Soon enough the cool winds would arrive, and behind them the winter. By then he would be back among his people, hunkered down for the season with only his chores and the breeding mares to tend. But if it was difficult to abstain from drinking now, it would be more so then. He rubbed one knuckle along the scar on his jaw. He knew from experience that he did his heaviest drinking during the long, dark months of winter. It would be nearly impossible to fight his night demons without the numbing effects of whiskey. He wasn't certain he could succeed. The whiskey deadened his nerves, keeping the awful memories at bay. Memories of a night spent in hell, a night thick with screams and death and swimming with blood. He swallowed hard. A night he could have prevented if he'd just stayed awake. He shuddered, suddenly overwhelmed by the need for a drink. What did it matter if he drank himself sick? A resigned voice in his head whispered. After all, he had no one to impress with his sobriety, or lack thereof. Then an image of Olivia Bird flashed unexpectedly through his mind, and he clung to it in relief. She would be there tonight, tempting him almost as fiercely as would Cummings's fine stock of brandies. He ran a hand through his hair. No doubt she would work very hard to avoid him, but so long as he remained sober, he could think of no good reason to let her succeed.
"No drinking,"
he said out loud.
"Very good, my lord.
Bart agreed. Neville gave him a sidelong glance. He'd nearly forgotten the man's presence. "No drinking," he repeated, shifting in the saddle. "But I will see if I can remember how to dance." Augusta adjusted the curl that lay against Olivia's cheek. "You will break hearts tonight, my dear. Why, just look at you. Normally I would not care for that particular shade of coral. Too much orange for my delicate complexion. However, I must say Madame Henri was correct, for it suits you so very well. You look absolutely stunning. Even your eyes seem to sparkle with more color than is their wont." "Do you think so?" Olivia stared doubtfully at herself in the mirror. To be sure, her new gown was lovely, and such a pleasant change from the pastels her mother insisted she wear in town. Also, her hair was being most cooperative this evening. That new lavender rinse must be the reason it looked so soft and shiny. But what accounted for the flush of color in her cheeks and the glints of emerald and gold in her eyes? She wrinkled her nose at her reflection. She hated to think that nervous anticipation about encountering the awful Lord Hawke might actually enhance her appearance. "It must be the country air," she said, turning away from the looking-glass. "I told you I was weary of the crush in town. I feel obliged to warn you, then, that there should be quite a crush tonight. According to Penny, her ball is one of the biggest events of the year in Doncaster. There will be all sorts of new gentlemen here, not just the town society, which you seem uninterested in of late, but at least one viscount and several very wealthy squires." Augusta removed her pearl earbobs and screwed on her favorite opals instead. She twisted her head from side to side, admiring the way they dangled and swayed. "By the by," she continued, "did you hear? That Hawke fellow we've yet to meet is actually Lord Hawke, Baron Hawke of Woodford Court. You won't remember, but Woodford Court is just a mile or so from Bird Manor." At that bit of startling news, Olivia spun around. One of her gloves tugged but halfway up her arm. "Are you certain?" she asked, her voice high-pitched and strained. "Oh, yes," Augusta blithely continued. "We didn't know them well, for they were abroad quite often while your father and I were in Scotland, but I did meet them once or twice. Lovely family. He was just a lad then, 12 or so, I'd say. Away at school most of the time. I'm told that the rest of his family is dead now, his parents and his brother." Augusta paused. "Did I mention that he's unmarried?" she added, her voice rousing from its somber musing. "Baron Neville Hawke of Woodford Court, never wed and nearly 30. Well, here's your opportunity, Olivia. You've been complaining about the gentlemen of the ton. Unless Lord Hawke is one of those awful Scottish bumpkins, bearded and too robust for proper manners, you may find him quite to your tastes." Olivia listened to her mother with growing dread. That man was her neighbor? An odd shiver marked its way up her back. God help her if her mother took a liking to Lord Hawke as a son-in-law. "Are you so eager to marry me off that you would consign me to the wilds of Scotland? You who have ever found excuses to avoid visiting Bird Manor?" "I have nothing against Scotland, Olivia, nor against Bird Manor. In truth, the years I spent there were the best part of my marriage to your father. It was only in town." She broke off and waved her hand. "Never mind all that. I enjoy country life and town life. It's only that Bird Manor is a little too remote for me. However, your tastes differ from mine. I believe we both can agree on that. Come now," she added, tugging the scooped neckline of her bodice down another half-inch. "'Tis time for the two of us to make our entrance." Entrance indeed, Olivia fretted, tugging her own bodice up. She did not want to see Lord Hawke, her neighbor. She stifled a muttered oath. If that man ruined her visit to Bird Manor with his maddeningly arrogant manner, if he so much as raised one of his arrogant brows at her, or smirked a mocking smirk, she jerked the door open and started out. She didn't know exactly what she would do, but she knew she would not let him get away with it. Neville had positioned himself in the entry hall with a clear view of the stairs. He'd finally introduced himself to his hostess earlier in the day and resolved to be on his best behavior tonight. It had not been difficult to charm Penelope Cummings, and when she spied him now, she hurried toward him, smiling.
"Lord Hawke, how fortuitous that you're downstairs. I thought that you, Lord Holdsworth, and Lady Dunmore, as our ranking guests, might agree to stand in the receiving line with Mr. Cummings and myself."
He gave her an admiring glance, then bent low with a gallant flourish. Were it not for her annoying voice and nervous, fluttering manner, he might consider her a handsome woman. "I would be honored."
"Very good."
She coyly patted his arm with her fan.
"I don't believe you've met Lady Dunmore yet, nor her daughter, Miss Olivia Bird. Ah, here they are now."
Neville straightened at once and stared up at the dual curving stair that led from the warren of rooms that made up the upper levels of the Cummingses' manse. Two women paused at the head of the rosewood stairway. Two women equally lovely, but without the least similarity between them, he saw. Lady Dunmore was exquisite. Small and fair, she looked hardly old enough to parent the young woman at her side. Then he turned his gaze intently to the daughter. Olivia Bird was taller and more curvaceous than her mother, and her coloring was that of a Scotswoman, tempered only marginally by her English heritage. Auburn hair instead of red, hazel eyes instead of green. She had patrician features, yet colored with an earthly palate. He'd berated himself for mistaking her for a harlot, but he could understand now why he'd done so. Any number of women could be termed beautiful, but this particular one possessed also an innate sensuality. She was the sort of woman any man would desire. He most certainly did. The two began their descent, the mother clearly conscious of the entrance she made. Olivia, however, appeared less self-assured. Was it on account of him? One corner of his mouth turned up. He certainly hoped so.
"My particular friend,"
Mrs. Cummings nattered on as the women reached them. But Neville only had eyes for Olivia, and she, to his great pleasure, stared fixedly at him. Did the glint in those lovely eyes bode good or ill for him? Whichever it was, he meant to turn it to his advantage. He would charm Miss Olivia Bird and her mother and gain those land leases no matter what it took. And perhaps, if he was lucky, he would take a little pleasure in the process as well. Chapter 6. "May I have this dance?" Olivia steeled herself against the beguiling darkness in Neville Hawke's voice. She'd been anticipating this moment all evening, ever since he'd bent so gallantly over her hand at their introduction. Since then, he'd played at being a perfect gentleman. She knew because for the past 2.5 hours, she'd surreptitiously watched him. He'd stood in the receiving line, so incredibly handsome and well-mannered, she could hardly credit that he was the same man with whom she'd already had 2 unfortunate run-ins. Then he'd circulated, speaking amiably with the men and dancing with his hostess, as well as several other women. It seemed now that she was next. "Thank you," she answered, her voice cool, her expression bland. "But I am not keen on dancing." He gave her a half-smile that was wholly masculine and wholly dangerous. "You've accepted invitations from 3 other men. If you turn me down, you will hurt my feelings." "How that shall worry me," she quipped. "I doubt you have any feelings," she added, though not so loud that anyone else might overhear. "You will hurt my feelings," he repeated, "and you will rouse your mother's curiosity." Olivia glanced swiftly to the circle around her mother. Sure enough, Augusta was staring at her and Lord Hawke. When Augusta smiled and waved, Olivia gave her an answering nod, then looked away. She raised her chin a notch and glared at him, all the while tapping her fan against her palm. "I thought we had an agreement." "Yes, an agreement to be civil, and I, for one, think it would be grossly uncivil of me not to invite the most beautiful woman in the room to dance." Olivia averted her eyes. She was accustomed to effusive compliments from gentlemen, and she was adept at separating the sincere from the perfunctory and from the out-and-out false. Still, she had to force herself not to gape at his words. "The most beautiful woman in the room?" she echoed, flicking her fan open and closed. "I should expect a more original piece of flattery from a rogue such as you. But save your breath," she added before he could respond. "You are correct about my mother. Sad to say, but it is easier if I dance with you than explain to her why I refuse to do so." Haughty as a queen, Olivia reluctantly extended one hand to him, but instead of leading her onto the floor to line up for the cotillion, Lord Hawke simply stood still, holding her gloved hand in his and studying her intently. Though only a moment, it seemed to stretch out forever, and it completely unsettled her. She, whom no man ever affected. Just like before, his touch unnerved her and left her positively breathless. "I wish to apologize again for my boorish behavior," he said so softly that no one but she could hear. "And I will continue to apologize to you until I am convinced you have forgiven me." Olivia firmly ignored the little knot that tightened in her stomach. "I told you it is forgotten." "Forgotten, but forgiven?" Thankfully, the musicians struck up the call for the dancers, and he had to escort her to their position. That provided a little time for Olivia to compose herself. The fact that she needed the time to do so was vexing in the extreme. But between the warm intimacy of his hand and the low intimacy of his voice, she found herself almost dizzy. She tried to concentrate as the caller explained the figure, but all the time she fumed at the man beside her. He had deliberately picked a cotillion because it was such a lengthy dance, and she would have to remain long in his presence. Well, he would not upset her, she vowed. He might think to continue his fun at her expense, but he would not succeed. "So, Lord Hawke," she said at the first pause in the dancing, "are you satisfied with the first day of the horse racing?" "I am. Tell me, do you have an interest in horses?" Olivia hesitated. She adored horses and riding, whether a long ramble, a rousing steeplechase, or an impromptu race. However, she did not wish to provide the two of them with any common ground. "I suppose I appreciate them as much as the next person." They met and circled. His hand was warm. "Do you keep your own saddle horse?" "Yes," she admitted, but she is too old for more than a sedate ride these days." They bowed and parted and faced one another across the aisle of dancers. Again her stomach knotted and twisted as he studied her. Which was worse, she wondered, when their hands touched or when they stood apart and he observed her with those dark, hooded eyes. The second change of the dance brought them back together. "Perhaps you might like to try one of my animals," he offered.
"Perhaps. I'm afraid, however, that my stay here may be too brief to arrange it."
"How about tomorrow afternoon?" His hand on her waist guided her in the promenade. Though his touch was light, Olivia felt it very clearly.
"I should think you will be occupied in Doncaster with your horses."
"Won't you be there also? After all, why else have you come to Doncaster except to see the races?"
"I haven't consulted with my mother yet, so I cannot say what our plans are for the morrow."
She mentally crossed her fingers at that lie. Where Lord Holdsworth was, her mother would surely be, and Olivia knew that meant the racecourse. "I would like it very much if you were there, Miss Bird. My filly Kittiwake is running. Having you there is bound to bring her luck." Olivia rudely rolled her eyes.
"Another cliché. I'm sure your Kittiwake will be quite oblivious to my presence."
He grinned. "You do not consider it more than coincidence that a pretty bird has fallen into the path of a Lord Hawke, who is running Kittiwake and Kestrel in the races? And you, my long-absent neighbour. Clearly it is fate which has cast us together, Miss Bird."
Olivia tossed her head. "I acknowledge the play on bird names and the coincidence, but as for fate, no. I will attend the races, and perhaps I shall even wager on your horses. If they are as fast as their master, they should outdistance all the rest," she finished in scathing tones. He grinned once more, a sinfully handsome grin that sent an unwanted quiver through her. When he spun her in the next figure, his touch was more forceful than before.
"Fast, you say?"
He released her as the ladies did their saute moulinee, and her heart was thumping by the time she returned to his side. There was a glimmer of devilment in his eyes, and she felt a perverse surge of anticipation. A scoundrel he might be, rude and dangerous one moment and nothing but charming the next. But he could never be said to be boring. "Too fast for the likes of me," she replied before he could make another leading remark. "I will, however, be certain to wager on your horses."
"Better that you wager on me," Neville thought as he guided the stimulating Olivia Bird through the cotillions' next change. It was truly amazing the effect a chance encounter with this woman had wrought in his attitude. Or was it Kitty's good showing today? Either way, he was actually enjoying himself. He'd not done that in years. He stared at his partner, trying to understand why she affected him so. One thing he knew. Olivia Bird might disapprove of him, but she did not shy away from confrontation. He smiled down at her, vitally aware of everything about her. Her eyes sparkled with life, her cheeks were flush with it, and her hair. The rich auburn mass was tamed into a sedate topknot tonight, but two curls framed her face, two warm, springy coils of vibrant color. How he ached to see the full length of her hair, released to cascade gloriously over her alabaster skin. Excuse me," he muttered when he misstepped and nearly trod upon her toe. "Unlike your lordess, it seems I am out of practice with dancing. And with wooing." If he were not careful, his wayward thoughts would prove most embarrassing to him. As it was, they certainly astounded him. They danced the next two changes in silence. Though her expressive eyes spoke volumes, she was still angry with him and wary of his intentions, that was plain. But she had just enough wildness in her nature to be intrigued. It was to that little wildness he instinctively addressed himself. "Why are you yet unmarried?" he asked, after the gentlemen made their centre and cercenet.
What a rude question! Are you also out of practice with the good manners of polite society? Too much time in the stables, I'll warrant."
He grinned at her pursed expression, and it occurred to him that she'd drawn more smiles from him in 2 days than anyone else had in 4 years. "Perhaps you are too strong-willed to suit the milksops that populate society's upper crust," he replied, ignoring her barbs. "Certainly you are beautiful enough to have gone in your first season." She gave him a withering look.
"If I wished to wed just anyone, I could have done so years ago."
"Years ago? Oh, she speaks as if she were an ancient. Years ago? You could be a grandmother by now, I suppose." That drew a tiny smile from her, one that left Neville wanting to see more.
"You are an unrepentant rogue,"
she said. His hand tightened against her waist, slender without the aid of heavy undergarments, and it was with regret he released her for the final figure. "Is that what you wrote of me in that little volume you keep? That I am an unrepentant rogue?" Her eyes flashed green and gold in the lamplight.
"You assume quite a lot, my lord. What makes you think I bother to write of you at all?"
They came together with arms crossed and hands held. "Because I understand you, Olivia," he whispered. "You are not a woman to do things by halves. No doubt you have already scribbled a page full of invective directed at me. My hope is that this night, as you sit in your dressing gown with your hair loose about your shoulders, you will write kinder words about me." Then they parted, each to their respective position, and made their proper curtsy and bow. The music ended with a triple crescendo, and the dance was done. There was nothing left but for him to return her to her friends or her mother. But damn, he did not want to do so. He wanted to dance her out that open ballroom door and sweep her into his arms. He bowed stiffly again, aware of the pooling warmth in his loins. Surely he could control himself better than this. "I hope you will afford me another dance before the evening is done, Miss Bird." She stared up at him with troubled eyes, beautiful hazel eyes, green and brown with liveliness and worry. "I don't think that would be wise," she said very quietly. Then she turned and fled his presence. An hour later, the supper room opened, and Olivia advanced in to dine on the arm of a Mr. Thompson, eldest son of the Cummingses' solicitor. If she could have begged off and retired upstairs to her bedchamber with a headache, she would happily have done so. But her mother would have wondered at that, and so would Lord Hawke. What was wrong with her to be acting like such a ninny? First he frightened her, then he insulted her. Now he charmed her, despite her personal knowledge of his untrustworthy ways. He was just like her father, and she was just like her mother. That dreadful thought made her stumble.
"Watch yourself, Miss Bird," Mr. Thompson said. "The room is so crowded it's a wonder any of us can make our way through."
"Thank you," she murmured, yet her thoughts remained fixed upon that uneasy revelation. Not that she disapproved of her mother. She loved her mother very much, but Augusta felt incomplete without a man at her side, and Olivia had always prided herself on being nothing like that. Yet here she was, fascinated by a man, for there was no other way to term it, fascinated by a man sure to bring her nothing but woe. What a dangerous dilemma to find herself in. But she was wiser than her mother, she told herself, and she knew enough of Lord Hawke's true personality to be amply forewarned. His final words to her, far too intimate for their casual acquaintance, was proof enough that he was a well-practiced seducer. In less than 24 hours he had shown himself to be a drunkard, a womanizer, and a determined flirt. In short, he was a rake. That he was handsome and charming only made him more dangerous to any young woman of good breeding. She, however, had no reason to fear, for she had only to remember her father and the heartache he had visited on her mother. Fortunately, she had only 4 more days to endure Lord Hawke's proximity. What of Scotland? She stared blankly at the heavily laden buffet table. In Scotland, they would be neighbors, but she would have her guests and her brother as protection. She might be forced to see Lord Hawke once or twice, but otherwise she would keep well away from the man. Well away from him, she vowed. Her appetite restored, she filled her plate and endured the obligatory small talk with the eager Mr. Thompson. Yes, how fortunate that the weather was so fine for the races. No, she did not mean to return right away to London. Yes, the musicians were very good for a country ensemble. She ate and she nodded, and she was immensely relieved when her mother approached. "Darling, are you enjoying yourself? Mr. Thompson," she continued, turning to favor the young man with her brightest smile, "would you be so good as to fetch me a glass of punch?" He was no sooner away to his task than Augusta rounded on Olivia. "Well, my dear, I see you are quite enjoying yourself." "As I note, are you? How is dear Archie?" she asked, hoping to divert Augusta from the subject she suspected had drawn her here. "He is delightful. A true gentleman. We danced twice before he was drawn away by that horse-mad crowd. But speaking of horse-mad," she said, her eyes shrewd, "tell me about Lord Hawke. Will he have a favorable review in that little matchmaker of yours?" Olivia dabbed her mouth with her napkin. "Really, Mother, one dance is hardly sufficient to determine anything about anyone." "I don't know that I agree with that. He and I did not dance, but we did converse, and I have already formed a most congenial opinion of the man." "That's because he is a man, and a handsome, charming one at that. But if I considered handsome and charming sufficient attributes to commend a man, I would have wed Edward Marston my first season out." Augusta pursed her lips. "And how terrible would that have been?" "Oh, never mind all that. The point is, Lord Hawke is more than presentable. For heaven's sake, he is an avid horseman. I should think that sufficient on its own merit to commend him to you. Plus," she added, leaning forward, her eyes flashing dramatically, "plus, he likes you." Olivia ignored the ridiculous flutter in her chest. "And I suppose he told you that?" Augusta flitted her hand impatiently. No, not in words, of course, but I saw his eyes, Olivia. They followed you when you danced with Mr. Lowell, and with that skinny old man. What's his name?" "Lord Egerton," Olivia automatically supplied. "Even when he was dancing with Mrs. Gregory, his eyes sought you out." Olivia frowned. That silly tripping of her heart was not triumph, she told herself. Only a fool would believe a womanizer like him serious on the basis of such flimsy evidence. "Really, Mother, you prattle like a girl fresh from the schoolroom. Believe me when I say Lord Hawke has no more interest in me than I have in him. He is a good dancer, and he is an interesting conversationalist. Beyond that, we have nothing in common." Augusta's face took on a mulish expression. "What of his horses? You know you adore horses.
And then there's the added benefit that your lands run together."
She tilted her head to the side and eyed Olivia closely.
"He was very interested when I told him Bird Manor is not mine, but rather held in trust for you."
"I'm sure he was," Olivia answered through gritted teeth. "I'll thank you, Mother, not to tout my assets as if I am some mare on the auction block. I am not interested in Lord Hawke, so let it be."
"But Olivia—"
"Let it be, Mother." Olivia spent the remainder of the evening in determined gaiety. She laughed and danced and never allowed herself to be without a partner. Even the obnoxious Lord Hawke could not be so rude as to break in on her when she was partnering another gentleman. Her only bad moment came when he escorted her mother onto the floor for a galop. The audacity of the man! Augusta was at her best tonight, but then elegant parties and handsome men always complimented her. As Lord Hawke whirled her around the floor, Olivia conceded that her mother looked much the same age as he did, and he could not be past 30. Olivia stared over the shoulder of her own dance partner, the portly Sir Minturn, and watched as Augusta laughed at something Lord Hawke said. He smiled down at her, and the tiniest spark of jealousy flickered to life in her chest. Stifling a groan, Olivia tore her gaze away from them. She would not be jealous of her own mother. Standing among a trio of gentlemen, Lord Holdsworth also watched Augusta and Lord Hawke. Now that was jealousy, Olivia decided when she spied him. Whatever she'd felt had been but a little nick of wounded pride. In truth, she felt much better to have been proven correct about Lord Hawke. He was quite the ladies' man. But one woman was much the same as another to that sort of man, and it behooved her to remember it. So she finished the galop, then sat down to a game of whist as the final cotillion was formed up. She did not care whom her mother danced with, nor upon whom Lord Hawke bestowed his dubious charm. She did care that she lost a half-crown at the card tables. But that was better than losing her dignity or her self-esteem, she decided once the final dance ended and the guests began to depart. She could suffer the financial setback far better than the emotional one. "Good night, darling," Augusta said to her. "You needn't wait up for me, for several of us plan to sit down to breakfast in the garden. Penny has several tables arranged with torches all around. Isn't it just the perfect ending for such a lovely evening?" "Will your Archie be there?" Olivia asked, her brows raised. Augusta smiled. "Yes, and Penny and Mr. Cummings and the Thompsons, both father and son. I'd ask you to join us, but Penny tells me Lord Hawke may be there, though I still cannot understand your disinterest in the man." Olivia ignored that remark. "I'm afraid I am far too weary to do anything but seek my pillow," she said, "and far too weary to fend off your foolish matchmaking schemes," she added under her breath. When Olivia turned for the stairs, she did not scan the ballroom before she left, searching for a tall man with dark hair and a wickedly seductive grin. Nor did she glance down the hall that led to the library where they'd had their first unpleasant encounter. She only trudged up the stairs, determined to put him out of her mind. She would sink into the mattress in the oblivion of sleep. She would rise late, then attend the afternoon races. Tomorrow evening a fireworks display was scheduled in the town square, weather permitting, to be followed by an open-air dance. It was really too bad Sarah had declined to come. She would have enjoyed the fireworks immensely. When Olivia stopped before the door to her room, however, her gaze was arrested by a curious sight. A bit of coral-colored lace tied upon the latch with a small rosette attached to it. Was it from her dress? She bent down to examine her skirt hem, and sure enough, discovered a torn section along one side. Why had the maid not laid it upon the dresser? She untied the lace scrap and started to enter when she heard a footfall behind her. "It's yours, isn't it?" Olivia spun around, her heart unaccountably in her throat. Lord Hawke stood but 3 paces away, with his legs spread apart and his hands clasped solemnly behind his back. He was unbearably handsome. That was the idiotic thought that surfaced first in her temporarily stupefied brain. Despite that scar, despite the ruffian he hid behind his polished manner tonight, despite everything she knew about him, he remained unbearably handsome. She swallowed hard. "I wasn't aware the rosette had come loose. I must have caught it on something," she muttered. "I could have kept it, you know." Like a panicked creature's, Olivia's heart began madly to pound. "Why should you wish to do that?" He smiled and rocked a little on his heels, but he did not approach her, and she thanked a merciful God for that. "Because it is yours," he said. "I seem to be making a habit of returning your misplaced possessions. First, your entertaining journal, and tonight, this." "I thought we agreed that you would forget about the contents of my journal if I did not mention your drunken misbehavior toward me." Her hands knotted around the innocent rosette. "Is it your intention to continue to plague my every movement? Good night, Lord Hawke." She turned to enter her room. "Now who's being rude?" "Did I forget to thank you for this?" She shook the bit of lace at him, knowing she was being far more nasty than circumstances required. But she could not help herself. He seemed to bring out the absolute worst in her. "Thank you for my torn lace. And I'll thank you also not to linger outside my door where anyone might see you and draw the worst sort of conclusion." Then she jerked open the door, slammed it behind her, and locked it with a decisive click. In the aftermath, she stood just inside the room with the blood roaring in her ears and her knees threatening to buckle. That she should feel so only increased her agitation. Why did she allow this ruffian to unsettle her? This ruffian in gentleman's attire. She blinked and cocked her head warily. Was he still outside her door? 3 ominous footsteps gave her the answer. She fell back from the door, then immediately rushed forward to make certain the lock had caught. Surely he would not force his way into her room. Even he could not be so lost to propriety as that. His soft knock sounded like the bells of doom. "Go away," she ordered, finally dredging up the remnants of her courage. "Be gone from my door, Lord Hawke. Our earlier agreement does not include your continued poor conduct." "It is not my wish to frighten you, Miss Bird. I am aware that my presence here is not strictly proper." "Then go away." There was a short silence. "Would you like to go riding with me tomorrow?" Olivia shook her head, only belatedly realizing he could not see her. "No, I told you tomorrow is not a good day." "Then perhaps the next." "I don't believe that would be wise." She heard him shift positions. "Because you will be busy searching for a husband?" "No! Besides, that's hardly your concern." "What did you write about me in your little book?" "Nothing at all," she swore, crossing her fingers. "Why should I?" He chuckled. "Liar, we both know you've written a full page at least of unpleasant observations about my character. Isn't that so? I'd wager a sovereign that you termed me a poor choice for a husband." She felt a twinge of guilt. If only he knew. Still, what she wrote was her affair. "Whatever I might write, if I write anything at all, you would deserve every bit of it. Good night." She turned away, determined to ignore him. But his soft, persistent knock was more demanding than if he threatened to beat down the door.
"Go away before someone comes along and my reputation is destroyed."
"Do you play chess?" Olivia stared at the door. She could picture him so clearly standing there. Too clearly. She frowned.
"Yes, but not with untrustworthy men such as you."
"Untrustworthy? I never cheat, Olivia, not at anything. You can trust me."
"Do not call me that. I've not given you leave to address me so familiarly. Go away."
"Very well. But should you have a change of heart, I will be in the library with the chessboard at the ready. I think we shall make the best sort of opponents. Hazel," he added. Taken aback by his use of that name for her, Olivia was slow to reply.
"You mean the worst sort."
But there was no answer this time, and after several long moments she leaned cautiously nearer and placed her ear against the door. He was gone. Thank God for that. But still she stood there tensed and waiting. Her hand crept to the key. Did she dare unlock the door and check the hall? No, she decided, turning away from temptation. Determined to drive the aggravating Lord Hawke out of her mind, she swiftly disrobed. Once she had donned her nightgown, she clambered into the high bed with her hairbrush, her journal, and her novel. She wanted to reread the page she'd started about Lord Hawke and consider what else she might add. Then she would settle in with Emma and immerse herself in that young woman's entanglements and thereby forget her own. But when Olivia opened the journal, a folded piece of foolscap fell out. Puzzled, she set the book aside and opened the note. Where had it come from? She was certain she'd not inserted anything in her journal. Her heart plummeted when she spied the slashing masculine script. "My dear Hazel, I cannot like the words you have written about me. They are, however, your opinions, based upon your initial impressions of me, and therefore not to be disputed. That I have behaved badly I cannot argue. That my behavior continues to be outrageous I will also not deny. But in you I detect a boldness that is intrigued by the outrageous. Though you may deny it, I can only hope that time will improve your opinion of me. Until tomorrow, N.H." Olivia stared at the small white square in her hand, completely dumbfounded. That he would write so boldly to her was outrageous. That he'd invaded her private chamber and slipped the missive within the pages of her private journal and on the very page where she'd written of him, why, that was beyond belief. She threw the note and the journal to the foot of the bed and snatched up her brush. With a ferocity that should have been painful, she thrust the brush through her hair, fuming with every stroke. She would have to do something, she decided, something that would stop him in his tracks. She would tell her mother and consult with Penny Cummings. No, she scratched that notion at once. Penny Cummings would find such goings-on much too juicy to keep to herself. Plus, the woman would never be able to hold her tongue about the existence of Olivia's little book. She threw down the brush and snatched up the note once more. As she reread it, her outrage hardened to resolve. Lord Hawke had insulted her, and he had invaded her privacy. He continued to provoke her and, furthermore, showed no signs of ending his unwanted attentions. Hadn't he just invited her to play chess in the library? As if an unmarried woman could safely spend time alone with such a rogue in the middle of the night. But if he thought he could best her, he was sadly mistaken. She crumpled the note in one fist, then lay back on the big bed and pulled the yellow counterpane up to her chin. Her mind churned. He was not the only one who could be annoying, and he was not the only one who could play this game. It remained only for her to discover his weakness and exploit it. No doubt he had more than one, but she could start with the one she'd already had experience with. He had been careful not to drink very heavily tonight, but tomorrow, if she could restrain her temper, she would ply him with drink. He'd already admitted how important his business was with Mr. Cummings and the other guests. If he drank too much and made a fool of himself, Mr. Cummings would have to reprimand him, and perhaps he'd send him packing. Fitting justice, Olivia decided. He would be exposed for the ruffian he truly was and denied access to the society he sought. And he would be sorry for the day he first crossed paths with Olivia Burr.
Chapter 7.
I won!
Augusta jumped up and down, for once forgetting her dignity. She grabbed Lord Holdsworth by the arm.
I won!
He threw an arm around her with equal enthusiasm, for he too had wagered on the filly, Kittiwake. Beside them, Penny Cummings and Mr. Garrett joined in the victory toast. Of their entire party, only Olivia did not celebrate Lord Hawke's victory. Like the others, she'd bet on his handsome filly. By her reckoning, she'd won close to £10, no small sum, and for that she was grateful. But Lord Hawke had won far more than that, and she was not presently of a mind to wish him success.
"Oh, let us go down to the winner's circle,"
Augusta said, and in a moment the others all surged forward. But Olivia hung back. She'd spent a restless night, tossing and turning and plagued by angry dreams. As before, she'd risen early, though after dawn this time. On her way to breakfast, she had impulsively peered into the library. She'd not known why. But when she spied the curtains open, the big chair turned to the window, and the chess set sitting at the table beside it, her fury at Lord Hawke had modified to a more confusing emotion. She did not understand the man at all. Added to that, he seemed never to sleep. Frowning, she searched the crowd for him. She ought to go down and join the others. She was being petulant, yet she could not help it. For all her plotting in the night against the arrogant Lord Neville, following through was another matter altogether. So she sat alone in the pavilion that Mr. Cummings had erected for the duration of the races, she and the 2 men-servants tending to the small party. Below, she saw the excited filly prance up to the winner's circle. The jockey grinned and waved, then angled the animal toward Lord Hawke, who enthusiastically clapped the fellow on the back. Even when the throng closed in around them, Olivia could not mistake Neville Hawke. It was not just his height or his night-dark hair, gleaming in the afternoon sunlight. There was something about him, some presence, some sense of authority and command. Then she recalled what Sally had said. He had been a military man, a war hero. She stared harder at him, oblivious to the dust swirling in little eddies or the constant hum and flow of people around the oval racetrack. Somewhere a dog yapped, a horse whinnied, and the smell of stables and fried pies wafted over all. But Olivia focused solely on Neville Hawke. The man sat up all night. He flaunted all the rules of society, and he did not behave at all like the other war veterans she'd met, who were wont to go on and on about their wartime exploits. Not Neville Hawke. Despite his arrogant manners and supreme self-confidence, despite the fact that he was said to be a hero of the battle at Ligny, he did not boast of his war accomplishments. To her knowledge, he hadn't made mention of his military career once since he'd arrived in Doncaster. No doubt he'd had some horrifying experiences during those years. How could he not have?
But some instinct told her there was more to it than that, something specific he did not like to recall. Perhaps she should make some inquiries. It was no more than she would do regarding any new man come on the scene, she told herself. Research for her little matchmaker. Besides, he had no qualms about tormenting her. Why should she hesitate to return the favor? As she watched the jubilant crush below, she saw her mother make her way to Lord Hawke's side. He greeted her warmly, and the others also, accepting their congratulations. He was quite the center of attention and appeared to play the part most graciously. Then he lifted his head and stared up at the pavilion, directly into Olivia's eyes. The impact was stunning, and for a moment Olivia hesitated. She did not really wish to continue this conflict with him. What good could possibly come of it, save to mollify her insulted feelings? Then he winked at her. And any inclination she had to relent vanished. The unmitigated gall of the man. And when her mother, following the direction of his gaze, spied Olivia and smiled, Olivia's resolve became as fixed as that of a bull taunted by a waving red flag. He wanted to torment her? Well, she would teach him the meaning of the word. So she smiled back and saw the faint arch of his dark brows. Then, lifting her betting receipt in salute, she started toward him. The crowd had begun to thin by the time she reached the jubilant circle around Lord Hawke and Kittiwake. Another race had been called, and the betting queues soon would close. Lord Hawke and Augusta were the only ones who took note of Olivia's arrival, and it was clear they both were pleased. His eyes glittered with mocking anticipation, her mother's with gleeful scheming.
"Olivia also bet upon your pretty filly,"
Augusta said, lightly tapping Lord Hawke's sleeve.
"Come, my dear," Lord Holdsworth said, steering Augusta away. "I'll show you where we collect our winnings. Remember," he added to Lord Hawke, "I made the first offer on this animal. I'm holding you to your promise not to sell her to anyone else, nor her first foal." "I won't forget. You have my word as a gentleman."
It took all Olivia's will not to glare at him. His word as a gentleman? Ha! As if he heard her very thoughts, he smiled at her. Fortunately for Olivia, her mother interceded.
"Come, give me your ticket, Olivia, and I'll collect your winnings for you. You'll keep her company while we're gone."
This last she directed to Lord Hawke.
"It will be my pleasure."
Olivia only gritted her teeth and smiled. She needed to have a heart-to-heart talk with her mother. Meanwhile, however, she must deal with Lord Hawke. After Augusta and Lord Holdsworth and the others departed, the jockey slid down Kittiwake's rump, and Lord Hawke turned to him.
"It was just like you said, my lord. I pushed Dorsey, just sat with Kitty's nose at his animal's flank, and he panicked and went too early to the whip. Then, in the end, our girl came through with that kick of hers."
He broke off, shaking his head and grinning.
"She's better than ever, my lord. I could swear she was faster today e'en than yesterday."
Hawke took out his watch.
"1.5 seconds faster than the trials."
Then he clapped the tiny fellow on the back.
"Go ahead and celebrate. Bart's holding a pint for you. I'll walk Kitty myself." "Are you sure?"
The jockey's eyes slanted toward Olivia. Lord Hawke grinned.
"Miss Bird is mad for horses, or so her mother tells me."
Then he asked her,
"Will you walk Kitty with me?"
His voice sounded sincere, but his eyes, oh, how they mocked her. Olivia, however, was more than up for the challenge. Indeed, sparring with Neville Hawke and prying into his personal life might be the only thing to make the next 3 days interesting.
"Do not take my mother entirely at her word," Olivia replied, "for she is wont sometimes to exaggerate.
To answer your question, however, yes, I will walk Kittiwake with you." She turned to the animal and rubbed the white streak of her forelock, amazed that she could sound so calm while her emotions churned. "Kitty is quite a remarkable girl. Will you run her again? I do believe she can best all the 3-year-olds, not simply the fillies."
"Remind me to introduce you to my trainer,"
Lord Hawke said as he took the reins from his rider. They turned away from the racecourse.
"You and he are in complete agreement on that score."
"Why, then I'd say he sounds like an enlightened man, not underestimating the value of the female of the species."
He laughed. "There is no need to be subtle with me, Miss Bird. I assume you refer to women now, not horses."
That familiar one-sided smile curved his well-formed lips.
"Be assured that I never underestimate women."
"No," she allowed herself the same sort of smug smile, "and I never underestimate men."
"That is probably wise."
"It occurs to me," she continued, "that were I to know more of you, I might find attributes to cast you in a better light than our brief encounters have yet done. Certainly the past 2 nights' unpleasantries do not encourage me to either like you or trust you."
"But they did intrigue you, didn't they? Lord H., tall and reasonably handsome, proves the rule that looks can be deceiving."
He quoted from her journal. When she sent a dagger-sharp glare his way, he laughed.
"All right, then. I am encouraged that you wish to know me better."
Olivia did not respond to that. They had progressed far enough from the racecourse to be relatively alone now. Behind them, the horn blew to call the next set of horses. Ahead of them, the temporary horse stalls were only partially occupied. Kitty nickered, and Olivia instinctively stroked her neck. As much as she mistrusted the man, there was a dark sort of pleasure to be had in this cat-and-mouse game they played. "I hope, Lord Hawke, that you will not lend some coarse interpretation to my simple request."
"Why not? Will that send you running away? It seems that my coarseness toward you is the only reason you are here now. Have you considered that?"
He halted and turned to face her.
"Do not flatter yourself,"
she stated with a frankness unusual even for her.
"It is merely a measure of my boredom."
She met his bold gaze with the determined boldness of her own. Inside, however, she was quivering. Heavenly day, but he could be incredibly beguiling when he set his mind to it. She had better tread very carefully, else he might actually suck her in. She gave a wave of her hand and recklessly forged on.
"You are more entertaining than some men I have met. Unfortunately, you are also far more irritating."
"And yet you are here with me."
"So I am. As I said, I am bored."
"Then let me entertain you."
That last was said in a husky tone, low and most unsettling. Olivia snapped open her fan and began briskly to ply it. Oh, but he was beyond the limit.
"I hardly know you," she retorted, "and what little I do know does nothing to encourage a continuation of our acquaintance. You drink too much. You are not above seducing your host's household staff. You leap to wild conclusions about completely innocent persons, and you do not scruple to hold a person's private belongings hostage. Oh, and lest I forget," she added with increasing asperity, "you think it a prank to enter a person's private chambers and pry among her personal possessions."
He had the good grace not to deny a word of her accusations, but not enough to appear in the least embarrassed. In fact, he had the gall to grin at her. He spread his arms wide in a gesture of innocence.
"What can I do to redeem myself in your estimation?"
I doubt anything you do can alter my negative opinion of you now. Then why are you here? He smiled directly into her eyes. Olivia swallowed hard and had to remind herself that it was to put him in his place and no other reason. His seductive manner meant nothing to her, nor did his compelling eyes or the charm he seemed able to turn on and off at will. She snapped her fan shut. As I said, I am bored here. Entertain me with tales of your wastrel youth. Perhaps if I knew more about you, I could build a case for empathy. She turned and began to walk again, for her nerves were stretched quite to the breaking point. He matched her pace, and the filly ambled between them. All I know of your past, she went on, is that you have a great appreciation of horses, and that you have come to Doncaster from lowland Scotland. Oh, she added, turning to watch his reaction, and that you are a hero of the war on the continent. A shadow seemed to come over his face at that, and he stared straight ahead. But his voice, when he spoke, betrayed no emotion. Say only that I fought in the war, not that I was a hero. The men who died are the heroes, not those of us who survived. The words were bitter to hear, and like bile, must have been even more bitter to speak. Olivia felt an immediate stab of the empathy she jested of. "Does it pain you to speak of it?" she asked, her voice softening. "Not particularly." Liar. She studied him more closely. The erect carriage, the straight nose, the strong jawline with its curving scar. Despite his appearance of barely civilized masculinity, it struck her unexpectedly that there was something tragic about him. "Does that mean, if I write in my journal that you bear the scars of war, both on your skin and in your heart, that you will not care?" A muscle ticked just beneath that scar. "To what purpose do you keep notes on so many men in that book of yours? Do you plan to select your husband from among them? To weigh their merits and flaws and choose the best of the lot?" When he glanced at her, he looked angry, and it was her turn to look away. "It is simply a hobby of mine, nothing more. I help the young women of my acquaintance weed out their suitors, and sometimes I steer them toward gentlemen they might otherwise overlook." "Men like me?" She met his mocking expression with a solemn mien. "At the moment, I could not, in good conscience, steer any woman in your direction." Their eyes held a long, disturbing moment. "Perhaps none of the women of your acquaintance is the sort of woman I seek." She dipped her head in acknowledgement of that possibility. "Does that mean you are seeking a wife? I assume you are unmarried." He smiled. "You truly do think the worst of me, don't you? But yes, I am as yet unwed." Olivia felt a perverse satisfaction which she firmly ignored. "And are you seeking to alter that state?" "No." "I see. And what of an heir? I should think your family eager for you to settle that issue." "Are you prying, Miss Bird?" Again he smiled, but there was a guarded look in his eyes. She gave him a guileless smile in return. So he did not like it when she inquired into his personal affairs. There was nothing that could have made her more tenacious. "But of course I am prying. How else am I to learn anything about you?" He halted and studied her a moment. "Very well, then. My family history is no secret. My parents are deceased, as is my only brother. As for my heirs, why should I care who accedes to the Hawke barony? At that point, I will not be around to judge them." "I'm sorry about your family," she said, embarrassed now by her flippant questions. "I had heard something to that effect." He shrugged. They've been gone several years now. Besides, everyone dies someday." He said it without any discernible emotion, and yet Olivia sensed a deep sorrow in him. They had reached a line of trees that separated the town proper from a silvery stream of ice-cold water, but Lord Hawke continued on, following a narrow path into the shady bower. The docile filly, sensing water, pricked her ears forward, eager for the refreshment. Olivia paused. They were completely alone and would be even more so beyond the trees. The fact that he had shown himself to be completely untrustworthy in such situations should have been sufficient to turn her right around. But the sun was shining, the stream beckoned, and she'd had quite enough of crowds. She glanced back toward the racecourse and the haze of dust that hung above it. By contrast, a bird somewhere ahead trilled an ode to life, and a pair of butterflies, one yellow, one orange and black, danced along the line between sunshine and shade. The racecourse and all the people there were not so very far away, she reassured herself. Besides, he was sober now, and she did not think him fool enough to risk losing the goodwill his horses had won him. At the moment he seemed willing to talk, and she did not want to miss this chance. So she hiked her skirt up a few inches and forged through the knee-high grasses. Once in the damp shade, the grass gave way to arching ferns, and going deeper, to soft moss banks. He glanced over at her once, but it was too brief for her to read his expression. "Go back," the voice of reason warned her. But curiosity urged her on. How had his parents and brother died? And why did he shy from marriage when it would be the perfect antidote to his loneliness? For one thing Olivia felt certain of, Neville Hawke was lonely. That was why he sat up at night and drank too much. Perhaps with her aid he could find the right woman to fill that void. Whoever she was, she would have to be a woman of considerable mettle, and quite outside the bounds of normal society. Olivia rolled her eyes at her own perversity. His tragic tale must be affecting her, for finding a wife for Lord Hawke had hardly been her intention when she set out to approach him today. Then he ducked under a low-hanging oak branch, and in so doing sent her that wicked one-sided grin of his. At once, Olivia's foolish maunderings collided abruptly with reality. Neville Hawke needed no help finding a woman, and only an idiot would think otherwise. She should turn around at once, but if she were not going to do that, then she should at the least keep her purpose firmly before her. He had no reason to torment her, yet he chose to do so. It behooved her on behalf of decent women everywhere, be they maid or peeress or anything in between, to put him sharply in his place. Her head was high as she came out into the clearing along the narrow stream bed, and her purpose was firm. Just let him try anything with her and see how swiftly he was set down. Kittiwake stood up to her hocks in the bright water as she took great draughts of its refreshing coolness. Olivia stared longingly at the handsome animal. How she wished she could wade barefoot through the stream, then leap on to Kitty for an exhilarating ride. "Easy, girl, not too fast," Lord Hawke said to the filly, tugging her away from the stream. The horse tossed her head and reached down for more, but he held her back, distracting her with a handful of grass. "Slow, Kitty, let's cool you down slowly." "It seems she has a mind of her own," Olivia said. "Most interesting women do." Was that steady gaze meant to imply that she was among that number? Olivia supposed she should appear taken in by his ploy, so she smiled, but her words remained focused on her goal. "Was your mother just such an interesting woman?" After a moment he answered, "That's hard to say. Can a child ever see his parents clearly? Do you see yours clearly?
Perhaps, perhaps not. You can form your own opinions about my mother. However, I can form no opinion of yours, save, it seems, through you. You haven't answered my question, Lord Hawke.
Why don't you call me Neville?
We are not sufficiently acquainted to warrant such familiarity.
That can be arranged.
With those brief words and one potent look, he made her stomach clench in a knot. She pulled a triplet leaf from an elder bush and twiddled it in her hand. Are you trying to divert me from my question? One of his hands slid up and down Kitty's side.
It is you who constantly diverts me, Olivia.
He grinned.
Miss Bird,
he amended before she could correct him. Was your mother an interesting woman? She repeated with some frustration. He met her determined look, then finally shrugged.
My mother was a quiet person, concerned with family, propriety, and religion, in that order. She possessed all the skills a gentlewoman should, and was a good wife and a good mother.
But was she interesting?
My father thought so. The only cruelty he ever delivered her was that of dying before she could.
Oh.
Once again Olivia felt small and mean-spirited. He caught a cough he could not recover from. When he died, she went into an immediate decline, so that within months they were both gone.
Were you still away at war?
No, I had returned.
He averted his face. Olivia bit her lower lip. He seemed deeply affected. They must have been so proud of you, she offered. At least you gave them that.
Yes, I gave them that,
he echoed, but there was a bitter cast to his words.
Shortly after their demise, my older brother took a bad spill. He lingered 2 weeks, then died without ever regaining his senses. So you see, Miss Bird,
he raised his head and stared directly at her,
there is no one to care whether or not I marry, whether or not I produce an heir, and whether or not I behave as I ought.
He paused, then with unexpected candor added,
You should not be out here alone with me.
Olivia smiled with more confidence than she felt. I suppose you are right. Since you have already accosted me twice, however, I suppose I grow jaded. Even you can only go so far in your efforts to shock me, so I feel relatively safe.
Then again,
he went on, a puzzled crease across his brow,
there is something curious about you. You are not like other young women of your set. You keep that perverse journal of yours. You wander about strange houses at night. Then you throw yourself in my path, with your mother's full encouragement, it seems. What is a man to think of all this? And now you quiz me about my family and my attitude toward marrying. That's more the behavior of an eager mother than a demure young lady. Are you so desperate to wed as all that, Olivia?
He came around Kitty so that they were but an arm's length apart.
Is there some secret you are keeping from me?
For a moment she was baffled by his words. What secret could she have? If she was that eager to wed, she would have done so long ago. Then his gaze fell to her stomach, and his meaning struck with painful clarity. She sucked in a horrified gasp. He thought she needed to wed. He thought she hid a secret that required a husband, and fast?
Are you trying to trap me by compromising me?
He added, his eyes glittering with amusement. It was that amusement at her expense which provided her some handhold on her temper. She crossed her arms and lifted her chin to a haughty angle.
You know you don't believe that, Lord Hawke. Your only purpose for making such ridiculous implications is to goad my temper.
He grinned. Have I succeeded?
No, she shook her head. You have not.
I see. Well, perhaps this might do the trick. All at once he drew her against him, trapping her folded arms between them. Are you angry yet? He stared down into her eyes from a distance of mere inches. I'm getting there, Olivia muttered. She tried without success to pull away. Though his hold was not cruel, it was nonetheless implacable.
Let me go!
Not yet. His face lowered. You're not angry enough.
Yes, I am!
But Olivia's heart was racing more with fear and anticipation than with anger.
I am furious. Now let me go at once.
You need a little more goading, I think. Perhaps this. Without warning, his lips came down upon hers. Or perhaps there had been a warning, for she'd been warned away from him from their very first meeting, and every time thereafter. Nevertheless, she still was not prepared. She struggled, but only faintly, and only for a few brief moments. When his lips moved and slanted for a closer fit, she forgot her anger. And when his arm wrapped around her shoulders, pulling her fully against him, she forgot to be afraid. When he nibbled her lower lip and teased her mouth open, then slid his tongue between her lips, Olivia felt a heated leap in her stomach and a frightening, compelling anticipation. What would he do next? What would she let him do? Chapter 8. Neville knew he was behaving badly. An innocent young woman of the ton was not the sort of woman a man was supposed to dally with. But Olivia Bird's mouth was incredibly warm and incredibly soft, and it was plain she needed kissing. If her enthusiasm was any indication, she'd been hungry for just such a kiss a very long time. So he kissed her, taking his time and doing a completely thorough job of it. She would not forget this kiss, he vowed as he tilted her backward in his arms, and she would have to write something very nice about him in that cursed journal she kept. He slanted his mouth against hers, nibbling and probing. He felt the moment her lips parted, and felt no shame for delving deeper. She tasted like honey, like sunshine. It was enough to make a man drunk with desire, and he was not one to deny himself. So he took full possession of her mouth, thrusting deeper and more insistently than he should. The fact that she curled her fingers around his lapels did nothing to discourage him. Boldly he stroked in and out, the intimate kiss of lovers. Only when his arousal demanded the same sort of rhythm from his lower parts did he regain some portion of his senses. With a groan he reined in his rampaging emotions, raised his head and stared down into her dazed eyes. Is that what you wanted from me, Olivia? Is that why you have followed me here to this private place? As he looked down at her flushed face and the fullness of her delicious mouth, he had to stifle an oath. One kiss was not enough. But as he lowered his head for another sweet taste of her, she seemed finally to come to her senses.
No!
She twisted her head to avoid his lips, then pushed away and stumbled back nearly to the water's edge, managing somehow to look properly insulted and temptingly disheveled, all at the same time.
No,
she repeated, raising one hand tentatively to her mouth. Her voice was low and shaky. I think you've taken sufficient advantage of me for one day. I took advantage of you, He laughed, determined to make her accept some portion of responsibility for their current situation.
"Haven't you got that turned around?"
"Me?" Neville was fascinated by the play of emotions on her expressive face. From fledgling arousal to humiliation to fury, her feelings tumbled pell-mell, darkening her eyes, pinkening her cheeks, and flustering her completely. She took a deep breath, then another, and he could not help admiring how well she filled out the cream-colored muslin of her bodice.
"You think I have taken advantage of you?" she sputtered. "I have taken advantage of you."
"Haven't you?"
He crossed his arms across his chest, enjoying himself as he had not done in years.
"You followed me here of your own accord. Indeed, it would almost seem you have a hidden purpose. If it is not to trap a husband, then my second guess is that you hope to gain a paramour."
"Oh!" she stamped her foot. "You are absolutely the limit."
"Not that either?" He frowned. "That leaves me with but one conclusion. I'm merely research for that little journal you keep, aren't I? What will you write this time? Lord H. Aggravating, but he kisses so well."
Was that a flash of guilt in her eyes? She averted her gaze too swiftly for him to be certain.
"I have no intention of listening to any more of this."
She lifted her skirts and clambered up the sloping green bank, angling carefully around him.
"Do not invite me to dance this evening, Lord Hawke, lest you are prepared to be rebuffed. I do not wish to continue my acquaintance with you."
"How shall you avoid it, I wonder?"
"I shall manage."
"What of your sojourn in Scotland?"
She whirled around and glared at him.
"What of it? I can imagine no occasion when I will invite you to Bird Manor, nor any reason to call upon you in your abode. So you see, we are done."
But Olivia's determined avowal only increased Neville's grin. He watched her storm away, head high and long, angry strides. She looked just as good from the back as she did from the front. No, they were not done. He and the redoubtable Miss Bird, though he knew he trod on dangerous ground. If it was land leases he wanted from her, he was not pursuing them in a very logical manner, yet he seemed unable to prevent himself from baiting her, or from kissing her. It was not lost on him that he took greater pleasure from this woman's rejection than he had from any other woman's welcome. But he'd long ago ceased to wonder at the paradox that was his life, hailed a hero, yet in truth a traitor, widely admired, yet consumed with self-hatred. It was fitting that he be enamored of the first woman who despised him, but Olivia was as much a paradox as he, sometimes the proper Miss Bird, other times his earthy Hazel. She was not like the other women of her set, like her mother or Penny Cummings or 100 others of that ilk. Pretty baubles, the most of them, with no thought beyond the next party and what they would wear to it. But Olivia was more opinionated, more spirited, and like him, she seemed to view society with a jaundiced eye. His gaze tracked her departure until the trees hid her beautiful, prickly image from view. He should honor her request and simply avoid her. But Neville knew he would not do that. He would pursue her and torment her and convince her to kiss him again. Eventually, she would give him that lease. As for the future beyond that, he could not say. His life unfolded as it would. Hideous nights, bearable days, and occasionally, like today, a flash of true brightness. How could he turn his back on another chance to bask in that light? Olivia thrashed through a bed of ferns and stomped up the narrow woodland path, jerking her skirts when they caught on a tuft of grass or a holly branch. He was without a doubt the most unpleasant, debauched clod she'd ever had the displeasure to know. "But he kisses very well." She stumbled over a projecting oak root and only prevented herself falling by grabbing onto the tree. In the process, however, her glove ripped, and she swore as no proper lady should. She stared at her new kidskin glove and the irreparable tear in the palm. Another crime to lay at Lord Hawke's door. "He still kisses very well," the mocking voice of her conscience said. "I am not writing that in my Matchmaker." A gray squirrel scolded her from the safety of the spreading oak, and a pair of sparrows darted away as if annoyed by her blundering into their heretofore peaceful home. "I despise him," she threw defiantly at the disapproving birds. The fact that he knew his boldly taken kiss had melted every ounce of her resistance only made her dislike him more. A man was not born knowing how to kiss like that. He learned through extensive practice, and that meant loose women, lusty barmaids, over-friendly housemaids, and the like. She started forward again, only glancing briefly backward to assure herself he did not follow. Truly, he was the most odious man alive, even if his kisses did curl her toes. By the time she approached the racecourse, Olivia had regained a moderate control of her temper. Unfortunately, the other emotions her anger had suppressed rose promptly to the surface. Like a shadow she could not outrun, the memory of his every touch clung to her. It prickled in the places his strong hands had held her. It burned where the two of them had pressed together, knees to belly to chest. She'd felt his arousal against her stomach, and just remembering it set her nerves all a-jangle. Then there was that kiss. Olivia came to a halt just beyond the tented pavilion and pressed the back of one hand against her lips, feeling the heightened sensitivity there. She'd never been kissed like that. Never. Raphael St. Julian had forced his tongue into her mouth once, but though she'd been curious about the much-discussed French manner of kissing, her primary reaction had been revulsion. Neville Hawke's kiss, however, had not repulsed her. It should have, but it had not. She licked her lips, then groaned at the unbidden thrill that swept like wildfire through her. She was behaving like a wanton, like the lowest sort of woman, and she was heartily ashamed of herself. But she was made of sterner stuff than that, she told herself. She tucked a stray curl behind the ribbon that held her straw bonnet in place. Lord Hawke may have won this round in the absurd battle of wills they fought, but he would not win the war. Like every other well-bred young woman, she knew how to freeze a man, and she was not above giving him the cut direct.
"Oh, there you are!"
Olivia's head jerked up at the abrupt sound of her mother's voice. Of all times to run into her. Worse, she was arm in arm with Penny Cummings.
"Where's Lord Hawke?"
Penny asked, her eyes sly upon Olivia. "I believe he is still walking his horse. How much did you win?" she asked, deliberately turning her attention to her mother.
£7, and Penny won the same, but you, my dear, won more than anyone. £10. Here you go."
She handed Olivia a little sack of coins tied up in one of her lace handkerchiefs.
"How wise of you to stake so much of your quarterly allowance on Lord Hawke."
Penny's knowing expression and her mother's eagerly raised brows were the only things that prevented a sharp retort. As it was, Olivia could not take that broad hint without some sort of reply.
"It was the horse, not the man, that I committed my funds to. I have always felt a partiality to strong-willed females, no matter the species."
Augusta's bright blue eyes searched Olivia's face. She gave a pleased smile.
Go on without me, Penny. I would have a private word with my daughter.
Olivia frowned. Penny laughed.
You should be glad of your dear mother's concerns, she said. She merely hopes to gain you an advantageous marriage without ruining your reputation in the process.
Then she looked past them.
Oh, and here comes Lord Hawke.
As Penny minced away in the man's direction, Olivia sent a baleful glare at the woman's back.
Look to your own reputation, she muttered. Now, that is rather ungrateful of you, Olivia. As our hostess and Lord Hawke's, it becomes dear Penny's responsibility to ensure the complete propriety of all within her household.
How fortunate I am, Olivia tartly replied,
to have 2 matrons overseeing my every move.
I'll thank you not to use that word in reference to me. Augusta raised her chin and rearranged the lacy shawl that lay across her shoulders.
It sounds so old and, well, matronly. And you most certainly are not that, right, Mother?
Olivia glanced past her to where Penny now strolled alongside Neville Hawke and his lovely racehorse.
Honestly, I do not understand why you are so anxious to remarry. Dealing with men can be so unbearable.
Following her daughter's gaze, Augusta smiled, then hooked her arm through Olivia's.
Do I detect a partiality toward Lord Hawke? He is a rather compelling young man.
Olivia wanted to be sharp and cutting in her rejection of the man, but her mother's warm concern was her undoing. She gave a great sigh as they started for the pavilion.
He can be compelling, I will grant you that, but he is also arrogant and aggravating and extremely high-handed.
Has he tried to kiss you?
Mother!
Olivia tried to sound appalled at the very idea, but the color that flamed in her cheeks gave her away.
Oh, Mother, she sighed again. It doesn't matter if he did or did not. He is not the sort of man I can be interested in.
You say that about every man you meet.
Very well, then. Will you believe me when I say he is the antithesis of everything I require in a husband?
Augusta patted her arm. My, such strength of feeling he rouses in you.
Olivia turned to her mother. I hate it when you deliberately misconstrue my words.
Augusta gave an elegant shrug that conceded nothing. It is only that you and he seem so well suited in age and fortune and rank. Even your lands run together. Added to that, you look very well together. Everyone commented on it when the 2 of you danced together last night. Olivia shook her head. She did not want to hear such things.
Yes, he dances well. He's also handsome enough in a dark and brooding sort of way, and he loves horses and the outdoors, you're right. On the surface, we appear very well suited. But he also drinks too much and is far too knowledgeable about women. In short, he is a rake of the worst sort and not to be trusted.
After that heated dialogue, Augusta regarded her a long, pensive moment. It seems you have made quite a study of Lord Hawke. You must admit, however, that he sounds quite unlike all the other suitors you have rejected. She smiled in a satisfied manner.
And what do you imply from that? No, never mind. You just don't understand.
Angry, Olivia pursed her lips and did not pause to consider her next words.
Perhaps this will make it clearer to you. Lord Hawke is just like my father, dashing, dangerous, and not the sort of man a wise woman would marry.
if indeed he even has marriage in mind. Olivia did not linger to hear Augusta's response to that. The shocked expression on her mother's face was sufficient to know she'd made her point. They did not often discuss her father, for Augusta tended to ignore the man's faults, and that generally caused Olivia to magnify them. She strode determinedly toward the little market that had sprung up in Doncaster's town green, determined to avoid Penny, her mother, and the impossible Neville Hawke. Untying her bonnet, she let it fall and dangle at her back, a rather unladylike gesture. But she did not care. At least now her mother would drop the subject of Lord Hawke, for above all things, her mother disliked arguing about Cameron Bird. The strings of Olivia's reticule cut into her wrist as she walked, and it swung in rhythmic thumps against her thigh. It was heavy with the weight of her winnings. She had Lord Hawke with his fast hands and bold ways to thank for her fattened purse, and it galled her to no end. She would spend it, she decided on the spot. She would spend every last shilling and purchase frivolous things that he could not possibly approve of. That was stupid, she immediately decided. Frivolity was all he understood. Drinking and loose women and wagering large sums of money on horse races. No, she amended, better to spend her winnings sensibly, on items that enlightened the mind. She scanned the festive arc of market stalls and the regular shops beyond them. Ribbons of every hue fluttered, creating a rainbow. The scent of roses and lavender and honeysuckle alerted her to the perfumer's corner. A young boy shouted the benefits of Dr. Smythe's universal antidote, while a woman exhorted a man to purchase a posy for his sweetheart. There were pastries and fried pies and ale and punch and wine. She spied Irish linens and Scottish wools and garments beaded in the far-off Orient. There was every sort of vendor in town for the races, and Olivia's eyes ran restlessly over their booths, seeing everything and rejecting all. Then her gaze landed on a table laden with books, and she headed straight away for it. Her £10 in winnings could purchase more books than she could ever carry. Perfect. By the time Olivia had made her purchases, the sun had begun its descent to the horizon, the next 2 races had been run, and the bookseller was giddy with delight. "I'll send a boy with your purchases directly, miss." "I'm staying with the Cummingses," she said. She'd spent £8.10, and she held out her hand for the change. When he glanced at her torn glove, he bobbed his head. "Begging your pardon, miss, but my wife's brother has a leather goods stall around t'other side." Olivia folded her fingers in a fist around the tear, for it reminded her of her flight from Lord Hawke and their kiss. She pressed her lips together and trembled at the disturbing memory. She did not want to remember that or anything else having to do with that man. Unfortunately, everything seemed to remind her of him. "Thank you," she said as she turned away from the bookseller. She sighed, then bolstered her spirits with spite. Perhaps she should purchase something for Lord Hawke to remember her by. The one woman who was not taken in by his dashing manner. She allowed herself to indulge in that fantasy. A gift that would transmit her utter disdain to him. What could it be? A bottle of cheap wine. She grimaced. Though that was perfect, it would only make her look as low as him. Better to ignore him, she decided, and to brace herself for his ill behavior tonight. Despite her warning that she would not dance with him again, she did not put it past him to try to force the issue. The change jingled in Olivia's reticule as she returned to the pavilion, irritating her. She would give it to the poor box by the village church, she decided. Then she spied a fine gray gelding being led by its trainer, and she had a better idea. She would bet it on Lord Hawke's opponents, and deposit all those winnings in the poor box. And if the blasted man did not lose? Olivia opened her hand and stared at the torn palm of her glove. He could not win every race. His horses could not all be that fast. Kittiwake was, though. Olivia climbed the 3 steps up into the raised pavilion. The filly was as fine an animal as she'd ever seen. There was no way she could lay a wager against Kitty. In truth, she wouldn't mind owning the spirited animal herself. But that was out of the question. She would no more do business with Neville Hawke than she would dance with him again, or kiss him. Chapter 9. Neville groomed Kestrel with a vengeance, paying close attention to the big animal's mane and tail, until the horse snorted and stamped in impatience. "Easy, lad," Neville murmured, then shifted just before the horse struck out with its near back leg. "Easy, lad. I'm going. "He's more than ready to run," Bart commented, leaning over the stall wall and hanging a bucket of oats on a recessed hook. "Tomorrow he'll have his chance." Neville slipped out of the stall, then hooked his arms over the gate and stood as Bart did, staring at the magnificent stallion. "How are you managing?" Bart asked after a while. "Well enough, and you?" "Never better, though I'll be pleased to return home." "You miss Maisie?" Bart was 10 years married to Woodford's cook. "Aye, and the little ones." When Neville did not say anything, Bart cleared his throat. "Have you never thought of marrying, my lord?" He ducked his head when Neville shot him a sharp look. "I've thought about it." Another long silence ensued, and Bart shifted. He was nervous, Neville realized. As well he should be. While their relationship was much closer than lord and hired man, there were some boundaries they'd never crossed. But today, for some reason, the man seemed determined to push those boundaries and broach the subject of marriage. "Myself, I've never been so content," the horse trainer forged on. "What with a woman welcoming me home with a good meal and the children all eager for their father's attention." He spat into the straw. "That kind of homecoming, well, it makes even a poor man feel like a king." Neville turned and faced his trainer. "Out with it, Bart. What bush are you beating around?" Bart stared at him without blinking. "If you wed, you might be able to sleep in the night. If you had a woman to lose yourself in, a good woman, not merely a convenient one, you might sate yourself with her instead of whiskey. You might find peace that way, lad." Neville had stiffened at the first mention of his night miseries. The reference to his drinking only riled him more. But this was Bart, a good and loyal employee. With an effort, Neville tempered his response. "Your concern is noted." When he turned to leave, however, Bart continued. "It's not only me as is concerned." Slowly Neville pivoted, his jaw clenched. "Am I to understand that my personal habits are discussed among the people I employ at Woodford?" Neville had faced down many a man with just such a dark glare and dangerously soft words. But Bart did not back down. His face blanched and his throat convulsed in a swallow, but he did not back down. "Your habits, as you say, are sometimes discussed by those who work for you, but only by those who care for you beyond their quarter-day wages." Simple words, and Neville could not in good faith doubt their sincerity. He exhaled slowly and rubbed the back of his neck. He would not be angry at the man's well-meant interference. "I thank you for your concern, Bart, but I'm not sure a woman is the answer to my problems." "What of Miss Bird, her being your neighbour after a fashion?" Neville shook his head in amazement. "Have you been spying on me?" Bart smiled faintly. "A blind man could see the attraction between the two of you, and I ain't blind." Again Neville rubbed the back of his neck. "I don't think she holds a charitable opinion about me." "You didn't insult the girl, did you? She's a lady. She can take care of herself." Bart's gaze narrowed. "If you want a woman to like you, you can't begin by treating her like some casual bit of—" "I'm not looking for a wife." "Well, you should be." "That's enough, damn you." Neville caught a shuddering breath. "That's enough on that subject." They faced one another across the shadowed center aisle of the Cummings's ancient stable. "Tend to the horses. I have other matters to occupy my mind." When Bart did not answer back, Neville gave a curt nod and strode away. But the horse trainer seemed determined to have the last word, for when Neville reached the archway that led to the paddock, he heard the man call out, "Waltz where? They act scandalized, but all the women love waltzing. Waltzer, lad." Neville fortified himself with a glass of brandy, but just one. He'd made a point to limit his drinking after his first night at Doncaster. Ever since his earlier conversation with Bart, however, he'd been consumed with a restless sort of energy. The sun neared the horizon. Already the common folk drifted toward the town square where the public dance was to be held. It was rare, a dance attended by peer and drudge alike. Silks would mingle with fustian. Embroidered slippers would dance to the same music as freshly cleaned work boots. Had the queenly Miss Bird ever joined in so lusty a celebration as this annual dance was purported to be? Though there was more than one area designated for dancing, and like tended to gather with like, Cummings had made it clear to his male guests that this was a rougher sort of dance than the ladies would be accustomed to. But that was its appeal, it seemed, and it was always well attended. It fell to the men of their party to ensure that no woman was ever left alone. Neville combed his hair and retied his stock. He would make certain that Miss Bird was adequately chaperoned. Let her fume and stamp her foot and flash her amber-green eyes at him. He would not care. In fact, he anticipated the release of her temper with great eagerness. There was a mighty passion held in check beneath her properly sophisticated demeanor, and he seemed driven to see it released. He paused and bent to stare at himself in the looking-glass. Why was he doing this? Why had he fixed his attentions on her when no other woman had compelled him this way since he was a green lad? It was more than the land lease. Otherwise, he would never have acted so recklessly toward her. If all he wanted was the lease of her properties, he would not have left that note in her journal, nor would he have kissed her so thoroughly by the stream. Just to remember that kiss and her artless response to it caused his blood to warm. No, it was not merely the lease. He wanted the woman, too, fool that he was, and she wanted him. Bart had said a blind man could see the attraction between him and Olivia. He pondered that a moment, then allowed himself to consider the rest of what Bart had said, that a wife might ease his nightmares, that a woman in his bed each night might give him the relief he sought, the distraction, the satisfaction. Neville stared at himself, seeing the face so like his father's, and the scar on his jaw, a constant reminder of that fateful night in Ligny. He turned away, and spying his tumbler, lifted it once more. If he were a gentleman, he would stay away from Miss Olivia Bird. Then he laughed. If he were a true gentleman, there would be no reason to stay away. He would be perfectly acceptable to her and her mother. But he was no gentleman. Once he might have been, but he was that man no longer, and he was not in the market for a wife. He finished the brandy slowly, savoring its heat and bite, and anticipating the easing of his tension that would shortly follow. He set the tumbler down. Bart had overstepped his bounds this afternoon, but he'd been right about one thing. Women loved the waltz. He'd learned the dance in France, and though he'd not danced it recently, as with last night's cotillion, the steps would come back to him. He would waltz with Olivia tonight, he vowed, bolstered by the brandy that surged through his bloodstream. She would avoid him. He would pursue her. But in the end, she would be in his arms, sweet and yielding, as she'd been today beside the stream. Just the thought roused an unseemly lust in him. But they would not end up in bed together, he reminded himself. That was out of the question. She was, after all, a lady. Unfortunately. Added to that, ruining her would ruin any hope he had of leasing her fallow fields and pastures. Still, if he could tempt her just a little, he would consider the night a success. He would expose her passions to her so that she would have to admit their existence. She might tell herself now that she despised him, but soon enough she would have to admit to her desire. Even Bart knew that.
"You are coming, and that is my final word on the subject," Augusta declared. "You have no call to slight the Cummingses that way when they have been nothing but hospitable."
Olivia glared at her mother, hating that she was right.
"Besides," Augusta went on, "Penny tells me this public dance verges on the scandalous. What with it being open to everyone in the entire countryside, I should think it quite your cup of tea."
This time Olivia turned away. Again, her mother was right. She would be quite ecstatic over this evening's entertainment, if it were not for Lord Neville Hawke. And the worst of it was that though she would be mortified to face him again, a part of her, the wickedest part of her, wanted to see him. She pressed her fingers against her eyes, willing herself to a calm she'd been unable to attain all evening, ever since he'd kissed her. Why on earth had she followed him to that private spot beside the river? Why had she let herself be alone with him, knowing the perverse attraction she felt for the man? Because she'd thought reason well able to combat the primitive passion he roused in her. She let out a sigh. She was not a stupid woman, nor a frivolous one, so there was no excuse for such infantile behavior. Goodness, she'd had 3 seasons. If nothing else, she'd learned how to handle unwelcome suitors. Not that he was acting remotely like a suitor. Rather, he was behaving like a boor, a wretch, one of those vile men with no good intentions, only bad ones. But he was so very good at kissing.
"Olivia, I am speaking to you."
Olivia shuddered back to reality. Her mother would not give up until Olivia either went along with her plans or else explained precisely why she would not. And even if Olivia did try to explain about Lord Hawke, Augusta would probably advise her to encourage the man. If it was Augusta who kept a notebook on eligible men, she would consider Neville Hawke perfect, handsome and dashing, with both title and property. Olivia picked up her hairbrush. "I heard you, Mother. I just didn't like what you said."
"When have you learned to be so willful toward your mother?"
"I'm sorry," Olivia sighed again. "You are right. I have no reason to avoid tonight's festivities. But promise me one thing, Mother, please. Promise me you will not push any men at me tonight." Augusta paused in the act of fastening a bracelet over her glove. She cocked her head and studied her daughter. "If you refer to Lord Hawke, as I think you must, I doubt I need push him at you. He seems interested enough without encouragement from me." At Olivia's stubborn expression, her eyes narrowed. I cannot understand how you can possibly find him unacceptable." Olivia could have groaned. She did not want to have this conversation.
"As always, you jump to conclusions," she said peevishly. "I was not referring specifically to him. It's just that I left London because the marriage mart has become so tedious. I certainly do not wish it to follow me here."
Augusta returned her attention to her bracelet. "Very well, then. I will refrain from introducing you to any unmarried gentleman. Is that what you want? Only you must indulge me by answering one question. Just one. Agreed?" Olivia gritted her teeth. What a choice! But one question was easier than an evening dodging her mother's machinations. "Just one." "Very well. Here it is." She lifted her head and fixed Olivia with a wounded gaze. "Do you intend never to wed? Have you set your standards so impossibly high that no man can ever hope to meet them?" She pressed her clasped hands to her chest. "Have I wasted the past 3 years in futile hope? For I assure you I do not wish to waste another 3. That was hardly what she had expected, and for a moment Olivia was nonplussed. "That's more than one question," she replied in lieu of answering. "Perhaps, but they are essentially the same. Tell me the truth, Olivia, for I grow weary of this game you play." Olivia bowed her head. How to answer? "Yes, I do wish to marry some day. But when I wed, it will be to a man I love." Augusta drew back. "That sounds like an accusation. Do you think I did not marry for love?" Olivia could have groaned. As usual, her mother turned everything around to focus upon herself. "That's not what I meant, Mother." Augusta sniffed. "Yes, well, you should nevertheless know that I loved all my husbands, though perhaps each of them in a different way." She stared into the distance. "George was much older, but he was a dear and very good to me. Your father, well, he was wild, I'll admit that, but I loved him passionately. As for Humphrey, surely you cannot doubt my love for him." "No, of course not. It's just—" Olivia wrung her hands. "I just don't want to make a mistake. I want to be sure." "What you want, my darling, is the perfect man. Unfortunately, the perfect man does not exist, but I suppose you must determine that for yourself." She came up to Olivia and softly patted her cheek. "Come along now, finish dressing your hair, and do not wear your best slippers, for there will be dirt and mud." Olivia nodded and focused on dressing for the evening's activities. Their conversation had not been as difficult as she'd feared, yet it nonetheless left her dispirited. Was she seeking the impossible? Was it too much to expect a man to be steady and kind and well-read? Surely not. It was just that she'd been searching in the wrong places. And since when had love become a requirement of marriage for her? With a heavy sigh, she stuck a pair of glittering combs in her hair. She would have a pleasant time tonight and not worry about it, she resolved. Nor would she worry about Lord Hawke, she told herself. At least, she would try. The 3 women rode in the carriage with Mr. Cummings. Mr. Garrett, Mr. Harrington, Lord Holdsworth, and Lord Hawke all rode attendants on horses beside them on the short trip into town. Even so, Olivia was relieved not to have to face Lord Hawke yet. Instead, she concentrated her thoughts on the other men, trying to drum up some enthusiasm for them, to no avail. Once in town, there was much to distract her. The entire square was lit with torches, and in the center of all was a raised platform for the musicians. Around the perimeter, refreshments were placed, punch in one area, wine and brandy elsewhere, and at one corner, the ale carts. "You ladies should confine your activities to this area between the musicians and the punch tables," Mr. Cummings instructed them. "None of the rowdies will be allowed in here."
"I should like to make a tour of the other areas to see the maids and stablemen dancing, and the vicar," Olivia added with a faint grin. "And we shall do so," Penny said. "That's all a part of the fun, but only as a group," she cautioned. "Do not go off alone, Olivia. You must promise me that." "I assure you I am no more eager to expose myself to the unwelcome attention of a shop clerk than to that of a peer." Penny's brows lifted at that remark, but Olivia just turned away and took a deep breath. She was glad now that she had come. The evening air was redolent of torch smoke and summer dust, of earthy horses and forbidden French perfumes. From all directions, people streamed into the square, every one of them dressed in their best. A trio of young women strolled arm in arm, probably merchants' daughters or housemaids, but Olivia stared after them, envious. They were laughing and shooting flirtatious looks at a stand of eager young men, most of whom appeared uncomfortable in starched collars and freshly slicked-back hair. But one sharp fellow hooted and called, "Say, Annie, will you save a dance for me?" That sent the girls into gales of laughter, but the center girl, Annie, Olivia presumed, gave a nod, which started all the fellows cackling and punching one another in the arms as they laughed. Olivia reluctantly turned away. Oh, to be that free, to choose a man based on nothing more than her sincere interest in him. Penny clucked her disapproval at the casualness of the young people's exchange, but Augusta laughed with enjoyment. In her mother's eyes, Olivia spied the sparkle that drew men so eagerly to her side. It struck her suddenly that her mother truly adored men. She saw the good in them first, whereas Olivia always focused first upon their flaws. Across the way, the musicians had begun to warm up, but Olivia was too caught up in her sudden revelation to notice. If she meant what she told her mother about hoping someday to marry, then perhaps she must begin to follow her mother's lead. She must strive to see the good in the men she met, and not simply catalog their flaws. Someone jostled her from behind, and she stumbled to the side, only to be caught by a strong hand on her arm. The heat of that grasp should have warned her. Nevertheless, it was a shock to stare up into Neville Hawke's darkly handsome face. "Will you dance with me, Olivia? Despite your anger with me and your hasty words, I still would like to dance with you, and I believe you wish the same from me." She did. It was humiliating. It was unimaginable. But Olivia did want to dance with him, or at least her body did, traitorous creature that it was. She stared up into his fathomless blue eyes, almost black tonight, and felt every fiber of her being strain to fall into his arms. Only her pride and the remnants of good sense prevented her from doing just that. I believe I have already made my feelings clear on the subject. Anyway," she added, remembering only belatedly to extricate her arm from his firm hold, "I wish to stroll around first, and besides, the musicians have not yet begun." He smiled, making it impossible for her to tear her gaze away from his. She was aware of her mother very near, watching them, and of Penny whispering something to her husband. But Olivia was trapped in Neville Hawke's intent gaze. "I ask only for one dance, Miss Bird. Surely you are not so heartless as to deny me that humble request?" Olivia's heart thundered. Her mouth had become dry and thick. Like an idiot, she could neither reason nor speak. Then someone nudged her. Her mother?
and her senses began once more to function. After their candid conversation, was her mother already pushing her at a man Olivia could not want? She was so close to him now that she could smell the soap he'd used and the brandy he'd drunk. Brandy. He was drinking again. It was just the fuel her flagging resolve needed.
"But I am heartless," she said. "Anyone in London could tell you that. I'm surprised you have not already determined as much. If you will excuse me."
And just that rudely she turned her back on him. There was a little gasp. Olivia did not know from whom, but it was not from Neville Hawke. From him came only silence. Olivia wanted to slink away. She was that ashamed of her rudeness. But he deserved it. She tugged at her trailing satin-edged shawl. She'd warned him not to ask her to dance, but he'd been too arrogant to believe her. He deserved the set-down she'd just given him, she told herself. He did. But as the evening's gaieties began in earnest, Olivia could take no comfort in the rightness of her behavior. The music began, lively, raucous tunes, and it seemed that everyone participated in the dancing. Her mother and Penny never sat down. They scarcely had a chance to finish a glass of punch between sets. All the men of their group danced with them, and several other gentlemen they knew. Everyone, that is, except Lord Hawke. As Olivia circulated, morose in her chats with varying acquaintances, she tried not to search for him. But she could not help it. He was nowhere to be seen. Surely her slight had not wounded him so deeply as all that. It didn't matter, she told herself as her gaze swept restlessly across the mass of gentlemen and ladies queuing up for a country line dance. Even if he were wounded, he would take consolation with his brandy or whiskey or even ale. She had no reason to think twice about him. But try as she might, Olivia could muster no enthusiasm. She danced once with Mr. Garrett, but she was not a good partner and decided to spare any others the ignominy of her company. Perhaps another glass of punch. As the galop began, she backed up and circled around the dancers who were becoming more energetic as the evening wore on. The line of onlookers was thin between the group of gentlemen and ladies she was a part of and the merchants and shopkeepers dancing in their own circle behind her. She bumped into someone and turned around to apologize, then stood watching this less finely dressed circle of dancers. There was the girl she'd seen before, dancing with that same eager fellow. The girl's hair had come loose and her wheat-colored locks flew prettily around her shoulders. Her eyes sparkled and her cheeks glowed warm from the dancing. As for the fellow, he gazed down upon her with a look halfway between possessive man and smitten boy. There was no mistaking the attraction between them, and Olivia could not help but follow their progress through the dance. Was that what her mother had seen when she'd watched Olivia dance with Lord Hawke? Olivia's own cheeks grew warm. Surely not. She stood there watching until the galop ended, but before the dancers could depart the dance area, another song struck up, this time a waltz. As Olivia watched, the young man spun the pretty girl into his arms, and just as swiftly, someone did the same to her. Lord Hawke. One of his arms circled her waist, his free hand enveloped hers, and within a few mad moments, they were a part of the swirling mass of dancers. This could not be happening. Yet Olivia could find no words to protest. The music was too insistent, her mood was too mercurial. Or perhaps she knew the relentless Lord Hawke would not release her no matter what she said or did. At any rate, Olivia found herself clasped in Lord Hawke's implacable embrace, whirling to the frankly seductive music amidst an amorous crowd of complete strangers, and all the while staring up into the darkest, most compelling eyes she had ever beheld. "If Miss Bird will not dance with me," he murmured, I'm glad to seek out sweet Hazel among the common folk. With an effort, Olivia averted her eyes from his and instead stared at his jaw and the scars that ran alongside it. Bad enough that she'd allowed him this liberty. She refused to appear a tongue-tied idiot. With an effort, she marshaled her wits.
I've heard it said that the element of surprise is a key tool in military strategy.
She watched in fascination as his mouth curved into a half-smile. It is?
And you have much experience in the military?
You might say that. His voice sounded more careful. She raised her gaze to his.
I hear also that one battle does not constitute a war.
One of his dark brows arched. We are speaking of you and me now, I presume? She shrugged. Be forewarned, Hazel, that one battle can turn the tide. Before she could respond, he spun her around and in the process pulled her close so that their thighs bumped and his chest grazed her breasts. At once every nerve in her body went on alert. She was hot and breathless, and she did not know if it was the dancing or the man.
You take liberties you should not.
Isn't that what you've come to expect of me? His voice lowered. Isn't that what attracts you to me?
If I am attracted to you, Lord Hawke, it is in the same manner that I am attracted to any tragedy. A house on fire, a carriage mishap.
He laughed at that. A house on fire. But she only continued more heatedly.
Yes, or a carriage mishap. One cannot help but stare and hope never to experience such misfortune oneself.
Too late, Hazel. He spun her out of the dance circle, his hand firm on her waist. Before she knew it, they were in a darkened alley between a cobbler's shop and an empty wagon. Too late, Hazel. I'm afraid misfortune has found you after all.
Chapter 10. If you kiss me again, I shall scream,
Olivia blustered. I'm willing to take that chance. Olivia's heart, already racing from the dance, increased to a painful rate.
You are worse than I thought. No gentleman at all.
Perhaps not, for I am not normally attracted to young ladies of so-called good breeding. Then again, you are not like other ladies of that ilk.
That's not so.
But it is. He smiled faintly, and his eyes ran over her face. By day you may be Olivia Bird, proper young miss, planning cold-heartedly how to snare the perfect gentleman of society so you can go on to live the perfect life of a society matron. But by night, his hand at the small of her back pressed her closer until their bodies touched and sizzled with awareness. By night, you become Hazel, my lovely, willful Hazel. Olivia could not move. She was too mesmerized by his words, too exhilarated by his touch. There was a terrible truth to what he said, and a certain relief. This Hazel he liked to invoke was undeniably curious and a little wanton. But she was not really Hazel, she reminded herself, and so she must fight her pull, and his.
I am afraid you delude yourself, Lord Hawke.
She was breathless.
This Hazel is a figment of your imagination.
He squelched her argument with a kiss. In the dark, against a slat-sided cart that smelled of sheep's wool and tallow candles, with 100 people not a shout away, he kissed her, slowly, thoroughly, and in the process drew Hazel up to the surface. Somehow her arms came free and circled his neck. Somehow she tilted her head up to him, and he was quick to take advantage. He was tall and well-muscled, lean but hard, and she felt the heretofore mysterious outline of the male form against hers. Beyond them, the music picked up tempo, and the ebb and flow of genial conversation blurred to a hum. Male voices, female voices, all entwined, thrumming together in a way she'd never before noticed. But in the dark quiet of their hideaway, Lord Hawke kissed Olivia. Neville kissed Hazel. "How old are you?" he asked between kisses. She was almost too breathless to answer.
21.
"You're very good at this." His breath fanned her ear with heat, and she arched instinctively in response. "Very good," he said, recapturing her lips with more force than before. Insane as it was, Olivia was absurdly pleased by his words. No man had ever kissed her with such complete authority, such prowess and absolute conviction. His lips teased hers apart. His tongue probed and caressed and stroked within her mouth in the same blood-poundingly erotic manner he'd done beside the river. Dear God, what was she thinking? She pulled back abruptly and twisted her head to the side. He still held her, though, imprisoning her between his powerful body and the solid cart. "Have you kissed all the men you list in that little book of yours?"
"No!"
She stared indignantly at him.
"You can let go of me now."
"For if your research did include kissing those men," he continued, ignoring her words, "I owe them my sincere thanks, all 38 of them."
"I told you before, I did not kiss all of those men. Now let go of me."
She shoved against his chest, his solid, hard as a rock chest, acutely aware of the contradictory emotions that wrestled within her: fury at his insulting assumption, satisfaction at his sensual approval, and humiliation at her easy capitulation. She needed to get back to her area of the dance, away from Neville Hawke and his dangerous appeal. Despite everything, she could not deny that he was dangerously appealing, disastrously appealing, fatally appealing. But he was not of a mind to let her go. He made that very clear. "How many did you kiss?"
4 at most. Not nearly as many as you have. Kissed women, that is."
A distant torch limned his face with gold, just enough for her to see an arrogant male smile curve his lips. "Is that a compliment to my talent?"
"Only you would think so. It's an insult to your morals, of which you clearly possess none."
"To the contrary. I consider it my moral duty to please any woman who decides to kiss me."
"I did not decide to kiss you. You decided to kiss me."
"I was reading your mind," he countered. "I'm doing it again," he added, lowering his head. Though she was somewhat better prepared this time, the impact of his lips on hers was every bit as powerful, perhaps even more so. Olivia had kissed 4 men in her life, only 2 of whom had ventured the intimate invasion that this man had so boldly taken. Only 1 had progressed beyond the barrier of her tightly clenched teeth, however, and she certainly hadn't enjoyed it. That Neville Hawke succeeded with so little effort was a wonder to her. That he so thoroughly delighted her in the process was truly amazing. She should make him stop and recoil from him in disgust, but she simply could not. He kissed her, and fool that she was, she kissed him back. The music in the distance was the only other thing that registered in her pitifully besotted brain. One of his hands cupped the back of her head, slanting her mouth better against his. His fingers tangled in her hair, almost as intimate an invasion as his tongue. Their bodies fit together despite the considerable difference in their height and the profound difference in their anatomy. Hard chest to soft breasts, muscular thighs to slender ones, and against her flat belly, the growing evidence of his true interest in her. This time when she pulled away from him, he let her go. As she gasped for breath, pressing one shaking hand to her lips and the other to her stomach, he leaned heavily on the cart, his hands clenched on the slats, his arms straight and rigid. "You," he said, nearly as breathless as she, "you should be kept under lock and key."
Me!
Her chest hurt, her heart beat so rapidly.
"This is your doing, not mine."
"As I recall, we did it together, and very well, I might add." Ruthlessly, she suppressed the perverse pleasure that coursed through her.
"Well, we shan't be doing it again."
"I'd wager a very large sum that we do."
"Then you'd lose."
She turned to go, intent on stalking away and determined to abide by her avowal to avoid him. But his next words stopped her. "Your hair is all musk hazel, and your lips look distinctly well-kissed. Whoever sees you will know at once what you've been up to, and probably with whom."
"Don't call me that!"
Unfortunately, a quick hand to her hair confirmed the worst. Her neat coiffure was now a tousled mess, with pins lost and curls dangling about her neck. "Botheration," she muttered, turning her back to him as she attempted to repair the damage. For her lips, however, she had no remedy. She licked them once. Was it really so obvious? She stole a peek at him, for she did not put it past him to lie to her. He had turned and leaned now with his back against the cart and his hands shoved into his pockets. Not a very lordly pose, and yet he looked more appealing than any man she'd ever seen. More physically appealing, she amended as she jabbed the last hairpin in place. The passion he roused in her, for she could not deny he did rouse her to passion. That passion was the same sort of disastrous emotion that had drawn her mother to her vastly appealing father. Even she could remember how her father charmed every female in sight, from her mother to her to the housekeeper and serving girls and village women. She suspected that there had been other women as well, for there were at least 3 women of the ton to whom her mother refused to speak, though she would never say why. Mostly, however, Olivia remembered the many tears her mother had shed over Cameron Bird, and not just after he'd died. She slid her knuckles across her sensitive lips. This had to stop, she told herself. This fascination she had for him must end at once. She raised her chin and faced him with more courage than she felt.
"My father was a man like you, handsome and charming, outrageous. He broke my mother's heart. Though I was young, I still remember how unhappy he made her." She stared up into his dark eyes, which showed no flicker of emotion. "I have no intention of making the same mistake she did." She turned to go, unwilling to hear any response he might make, unwilling also to discover how weak her resolve might be. But before she could return to the crowd of revelers, he caught her by the arm. He did not stay her progress, but he tucked her hand firmly in his arm and matched her stride for stride. At her bitter glare, he remarked, "I'm certain even your blackguard of a father delivered his dance partners back to the safety of their family and friends." "Don't forget to their husbands."
she snapped, tugging futilely to free herself. "Unless you are wed and have not so informed me, you cannot accuse me of that." They were on the edge of the dancers once more, and with a quick glance, Olivia ascertained her whereabouts, then started toward the safety of the rest of their party. But even then, Neville would not release her arm. "I'll see you all the way back. I cannot risk being termed less than perfectly charming." They threaded through the crowd milling between the two areas of dancing, her arm firmly clamped against his. Once restored to the circle of silks and muslins and worsted wools, Olivia scanned the area for her mother. She found her dancing with a man Olivia did not know. Archie, Lord Holdsworth, danced near to her, with Penny Cummings as his partner. "Your chaperons are occupied," Neville noted. "Shall I wait with you?"
"No, you need not wait here with me. You need not dance with me either, and you need not dog my footsteps one moment longer."
"Do I not dance well enough for you?"
"That has nothing to do with it."
"Don't I kiss well enough?" His eyes ran over her face. "I could swear you enjoyed it, Olivia."
Olivia sucked in a painful breath. That has nothing to do with it either," she croaked out, most unconvincingly. Then she rallied. "In truth, were you less expert at kissing, I might more easily approve of you."
She was saved his response when the music ended and the dancers parted, to much applause.
"At last,"
her flustered mind thought when Penny spied her and headed her way. The woman's keen gaze skimmed Olivia head to toe.
"Where have you two been?"
she asked, a knowing glint in her eyes. Olivia swallowed hard. Could Penny tell what they had been doing? Was it as obvious as Lord Hawke had said? For a moment she was at a loss for how to respond. Then, thankfully, her wits rejoined her, and she arrogantly raised her head.
"Why, dancing, of course, and you?"
She stared brazenly at Penny, daring her to imply anything at all.
"Me? Oh, me!"
Penny giggled, then turned to Lord Holdsworth.
"Why, Archie has been teaching me how they waltz in Spain, so energetically. And what of you, Lord Hawke? Is it your energetic dancing that has put roses in our Olivia's pretty cheeks?" "'Tis my energetic dancing that brings color to his cheeks,"
Olivia retorted before he could. Then she added,
"Where is my mother?"
The rest of the evening was excruciating. To depart early was to invite all sorts of inquiry, and there was always the chance that Lord Hawke might follow her. The last thing she wanted was to be alone in that monstrous house with him. So she spent the remainder of the evening as she had the previous one, avoiding Neville Hawke, pretending to be supremely unaware of him, while in actuality she made note of his every move, whom he spoke with, which women he danced with, and how often he filled his cup. This so-called pleasant diversion from town life was turning out even worse than she'd anticipated, and all on account of that horrible, troublesome man. She danced with Mr. Garrett and Mr. Cummings, and a red-faced squire's son Penny introduced her to. She was aware of Neville's eyes upon her as she danced with that young man, and so redoubled her efforts to appear exuberant and gay. But it was terribly difficult and completely exhausting. At midnight, when the fireworks were set off, her jaw hurt from clenching her teeth, and she had a raging headache. It didn't help that she spied the girl she'd seen earlier go off arm in arm with her eager beau. If only her own life were so easy and uncomplicated. "You are very quiet," her mother noted on the carriage ride home. "Did you not enjoy yourself?"
"I believe she and Lord Hawke have had a tiff,"
Penny put in, giggling behind her hand. In the darkened carriage, Olivia's glare was quite lost on her tipsy hostess. "I'm afraid Olivia's not impressed by handsome men possessed of great charm and wit," Augusta remarked. "That's right, Mother. Find me an ugly, uncouth half-wit, and I vow I shall drag him straight away to the altar." She flung open the window curtain and stared moodily into the dark, passing countryside. Penny collapsed in another fit of giggling. Augusta, at least, had the good grace not to. Now, darling, we're only teasing you. It's just that it's hard for us to understand your resistance to Lord Hawke's clear interest in you." "Please, Mother, enough." Augusta shrugged. "Very well, as you wish." She turned deliberately to Penny. "So, how shall we spend tomorrow?" Once at the house, Olivia told Penny and her mother good night in the foyer before the men riding horseback could join them. She made her way directly to her chamber as her mother's laughter and Lord Holdsworth's rejoinder wafted up the stairwell to her. The fact that Augusta appeared to have succeeded in her conquest of Lord Holdsworth only increased Olivia's agitation. Like that pretty girl at the dance, her mother had an easy way with men. She drew them effortlessly to her and kept them charmed and dancing eager attendance on her. Olivia trudged into her room. What was she doing wrong? She attracted enough men, but there were none she wished to keep, save the worst one of all. She rubbed her aching temple. Oh, how could she even think such insanity? She shut the door to her lonely chamber with unwarranted force. She could not take 3 more days of this, that was certain. By the time she had undressed and made her evening ablutions, she had a new plan. There was no reason for her to continue at Doncaster that long. Sarah and Mrs. McCaffrey were to arrive the day after tomorrow. Instead of resting for a day or two, Olivia decided that they would leave early for Scotland, the better to prepare the house. Portions of Bird Manor had been closed up for 15 years. Her task there was sure to be Herculean, the more reason to get an early start on it. First thing the next morning, Olivia informed her mother of the slight change in plans. "Why such haste?" Augusta cried. "I do not understand you, child." "You will not miss me at all, Mother, so do not pretend otherwise." "Of course I shall miss you. So, I suspect, will someone else, who will remain nameless." Olivia ignored that. She'd not seen Lord Hawke since yesterday, and since she meant to avoid the races, she expected not to see him today. If Sarah and Mrs. McCaffrey arrived tomorrow as planned, that meant they could leave Friday morning and hopefully arrive at Bird Manor by Sunday night. It was early afternoon when Augusta and Penny left for the races. "Are you certain you won't reconsider and join us?" her mother asked. "Thank you, but no. Would you like us to lay a wager for you?" Remembering her winnings that yet remained from yesterday's wager, Olivia agreed. £1.10, she said, handing the coins to her mother. "On Lord Hawke's kestrel?" "No, any horse but." Augusta shook her head. "You are being foolish, Olivia. Consider how well Kitty did." "This is not Kitty." Though Olivia knew she was indeed behaving foolishly, she seemed unable to stop herself. She'd had all night to fret about Neville Hawke and his dangerous appeal, and to wonder if he was sitting up again in the library. That she could lose so much sleep over the man had brought her to a terrible conclusion. Though she had always thought herself completely unlike her mother, in truth, they were exactly the same. They both harbored a weakness for rogues. The only difference was that up till now, Olivia had found it easy to resist those beguiling fellows who were all charm and style and no substance. She'd grown smug and confident, and had felt a little sorry for her more easily swayed mother. But she was smug no longer.
"Bet on the fastest horse opposing his," she told her mother. "Meanwhile, I shall have a quiet day to restore myself and prepare for the long journey north."
Augusta did not know what to think as the Cummingses' carriage carried her and Penny into Doncaster. While Penny chattered on, speculating about Olivia and the darkly handsome Lord Hawke, Augusta considered her daughter's odd behavior. That there was an attraction between them was unmistakable, but Olivia seemed determined to defeat it. She was not playing coy, Augusta knew, for that was not Olivia's way. Was it as she'd said, that Neville Hawke was just like her father? Olivia had been but 6 when her father had died. Could she still recall those difficult last years? Had they made such a lasting impression on her as a girl that she would now turn away from the first man who'd ever truly attracted her? Augusta sighed and stared down at her perfectly manicured nails. It was more likely Mrs. McCaffrey who was the cause of Olivia's attitude. The loyal housekeeper had never forgiven Cameron Bird for making her mistress cry, and while back then it had been comforting for Augusta to turn to the woman, the repercussions yet lingered. Mrs. McCaffrey hated Cameron Bird, and through the years Olivia had absorbed much of that dislike, as well as an unfortunate distrust of most men. But all was not lost, she decided as the carriage slowed. Lord Hawke was not a man easily ignored, nor easily deterred. He wanted Olivia, that was plain. Augusta smiled. Judging from Olivia's vehemence on the subject, Lord Hawke must have kissed her. He must have kissed her so thoroughly that her strong-minded daughter had yet to recover. Augusta pressed one hand to her heart. She could still remember the first time Cameron had kissed her. She'd already been a widow with a little boy to raise, but her previous marriage had done nothing to prepare her for the likes of Cameron Bird. Handsome as sin, with laughing eyes and a sultry mouth, she'd fallen instantly in love with the dashing Scotsman, and the kiss he'd stolen that very same night had only sealed her fate. Oh, but he'd been a wild one, passionate and too often careless with her feelings. She'd shed 1,000 tears over him, 1,000,000. But in spite of all that, in spite of Mrs. McCaffrey's opinion and Olivia's, she would not give up those 7 years with him for anything in the world. Once the carriage stopped in town, the coachman helped the 2 women alight. Augusta shaded her eyes with one hand as she glanced around the town square. Olivia had every right to be afraid of the likes of Neville Hawke, but her careful daughter also had the right to be happy, and Augusta had the strongest sense that Neville Hawke was the first man to come along who could do that.
"Let's go place our bets, shall we?" she said to Penny. "After yesterday, everyone will be betting on Hawke's stables. The odds will not be nearly so favorable,"
Penny complained. The odds in life never seem to be particularly favorable, do they? Yet we manage, we thrive.
"I, for one, should like my money to thrive just as well today as it did yesterday,"
Penny grumbled. Augusta dug out the few coins Olivia had given her. What she wanted was for her daughter to thrive, and she was willing to bet everything that Neville Hawke was the man to help her do so. Chapter 11. The day was interminable. It took an army of servants to run the Cummingses' enormous household, but every time Olivia came upon one of them dusting or polishing or otherwise maintaining some aspect of that considerable establishment, They immediately disappeared. As they should, she reminded herself. Good servants never labored in a room occupied by a guest. But Olivia was bored, and she would have welcomed a chat even with the lowliest maid. She wandered from morning room to drawing room, from the gallery and outdoors to the veranda, until she found herself standing outside the library. The French doors were closed, but she could see them as she had that first night. Was it only 3 days ago? With Neville Hawke silhouetted in the opening. She cupped her hands around her eyes and peered through the glass panes, spying the chair he'd been sitting in. Had he spent the entire night in it again? Did he spend every night in that chair instead of his bed? She squinted, seeing the table of books, the crowded shelves, and the commode with its decanters of brandy, whiskey, and port. The real question, she told herself, was not whether he sat up every night drinking himself into a stupor, but rather why he did it. She tried the door, but it was latched from within, so she turned away. It didn't matter why he did not sleep at night, nor would she ever learn the answer. Nor did she wish to. Better to contemplate her coming journey and the myriad tasks that awaited her at Bird Manor. But Olivia was too restless even for that. As she wandered the gravel paths of the knot garden, she heard the distant whinny of a horse, and for the first time that day, she knew what she wanted to do. A quick trip to the stables to arrange for a mount, a dash back to the house to don her camel-colored riding habit, and within a half hour she was mounted. She guided the placid mare down a path through the rear gardens and toward the woodlands beyond, declining the stable-master's offer of someone to accompany her. "I mean to take no chances with your animal," she assured him. "No jumps, only a long, slow ramble through the countryside." She headed west now, away from Doncaster, as the man had advised her, toward a tributary of the River Don and the ruins of some ancient castle. The sky was sharp and blue, streaked with the high clouds typical of August, and promising no rain yet. But despite the heat of mid-afternoon, the forest was cool, and as she rode, Olivia began to relax. Scotland would be like this, only wilder and more exhilarating, and she would have her own saddle horse and have to answer to no one about when and where she might ride. Down a hill they angled, the mare picking her way on sure feet, and came upon an open valley blanketed with rose bay willow herb. It grew so tall that the dark pink flowers brushed at her heels. Olivia breathed deep of the fragrant air. On the way back, she must gather an armful of the wild flowers and have a bouquet placed in her room. Too bad there would be no time to bring Sarah riding to this spot, for the girl would adore it. But there would be plenty of time for them to take long rides together at Bird Manor. So she headed on. The sun moved across the sky and she followed it. When the mare's ears flicked forward, she knew the river could not be far. And sure enough, through a dense stand of alder and birch, the sparkle and rush of water beckoned. "Ah," Olivia sighed once she dismounted. She removed her boots and stockings and her bonnet and gloves. Then, hiking her skirts up, she climbed onto a flattish rock along the river's edge and sat, dangling her feet into the water. She sighed again as the icy water lapped up her calves. A capricious breeze lifted her hair and toyed with the hems of her twill skirt and linen petticoats. Somewhere nearby, a woodpecker drummed steadily. A pair of redbirds darted about an ancient birch on the opposite bank. All around her, the forest thrummed with the business of life. Bees and butterflies, squirrels and wood mice. Insects hovered near the surface of the stream, and in its shadowy depths, fish moved about. Even in the shallows, pollywogs and minnows and fingerlings pursued their daily routine. They ate and lived and reproduced. Olivia stared down into the stream. It was not so very complicated, nor should her own life be. So why was she complicating it? Why did she not simply marry some acceptable fellow and just get on with it, or else put the whole subject of marriage completely out of her mind? She leaned back on her elbows, closed her eyes, and lifted her face to the sun. What if she decided not to return to London at all? What if she liked Bird Manor so well she decided to winter in Scotland? She would wear heavy wool stockings and a plaid shawl and spend most of the day in the warm kitchen or the cozy parlor. She could pass her time knitting and reading. She could organize the library and work in the stables. She laughed to even think of it. Her mother and most of her friends would be scandalized. A single woman living alone on her own estate in the wilds of Scotland. But she would not be truly alone. There were the servants, the villagers, and her neighbors. But not that neighbor. Olivia straightened up at the thought of Neville Hawke and pulled her feet out of the water. She'd so looked forward to Scotland, but now there was this blight upon it. Lord Hawke would undoubtedly ruin everything. He and this perverse attraction she held for him. If only she could find another man who affected her so. Maybe she wasn't trying hard enough. Maybe another man's kisses would affect her just as powerfully if she would let another man kiss her. It was an intriguing thought, and as she reclined back on the stone again, she resolved to think about it most seriously. But not right now. Right now she was tired and relaxed. She would just rest a little while longer before heading back. As he rode in the direction the stable-master had given him, Neville's thoughts were not so very different from Olivia's. He should not be here, trailing after a woman who was plainly avoiding him, especially now that Kestrel had upset the better-known animals at today's race. He should be at the Eel and Elbow, buying drinks and making deals, and laying wagers for Kitty's match tomorrow against a full field of 3-year-olds. And if not that, he should be catching a brief nap, for he'd had little enough sleep this morning. Instead, he was riding through the woods, pursuing a woman who did not want to be found, least of all by him. At least he had her mother's approval. Lady Dunmore had not been in the least subtle. She'd found him in the racing stable this afternoon, tapped him imperiously on the arm with her fan, then boldly asked him if he had anything to do with Olivia's black mood. Fortunately, she hadn't really wanted an answer, and he wasn't sure if he could have given her one. It was enough for the beautiful Lady Dunmore that he was interested in her daughter. For himself, he wasn't certain what he was doing or why. He scrubbed a hand across his face wearily. He wanted Olivia for the obvious physical reasons, and he wanted her lands for the obvious economic benefits to Woodford and its people. But he also wanted Olivia for no logical reason he could discern. He was the last man a woman of her sort should attach herself to, for he was unworthy of any proper young woman's attentions, and nothing good could come from such a union. Yet how he wanted her! He wanted her will bent to his, her approval, her smiles, everything that was her. It was that idiotic nonsense that had sent him back to the Cummingses' household, and now here into the forest, searching for a woman who did not want him to find her. Or did she? That was the bedeviling part of it. She enjoyed his kisses, and yet she ran from him. Why was that? Because she was wise enough to recognize his complete unsuitability, but not wise enough to bring a groom along with her on her ride. Thus justifying his search, Neville continued on, only slowing when Robin's ears pricked forward. He could hear the river, and through the trees he spotted a horse grazing in a narrow clearing along the river bank. she was nearby. Neville dismounted, then moved stealthily through the heavy summer undergrowth. He was acting like an insane man. There was no need to pursue her like this. He had several months to convince her to lease him her lands. Pursuing her when she obviously wished to be alone was illogical and sure to blacken his character even more in her esteem. But he seemed unable to do anything else. The thought of her out here without any protection made him crazy. If she intended to ride around the Cheviot Hills this way, careless of her safety, he would swiftly disabuse her of that notion. He ducked beneath a low-hanging holly branch, then froze when a snatch of a melody drifted to him. His eyes narrowed, searching. Then a flash of fiery color drew his gaze to her. There on a gray boulder with the late sun glinting copper and bronze off her unbound hair. Her face was lifted to the sun as she half reclined upon the rock. Then she straightened and bent forward, shaking her hair down over the water so that the loose ends trailed nearly to the river's surface. Neville sucked in a breath. Her feet were bare and her legs exposed up to her knees. Narrow ankles, shapely calves, smooth, pale skin. She appeared a woodland nymph, a Scottish fairy lost somehow in England, and his desire for her trebled. He must have this woman. But there was only one way to have a woman like her, and that was through marriage. He halted at that unsettling thought, but he did not shy away from it. It would take marriage to possess Olivia Bird. Was he prepared to go that far? He thought about Bart's admonition. Maybe the man was right. Maybe a woman was the answer. But not just any woman. There was only one woman he had ever wanted that fiercely. He heard her soft voice singing a familiar song, and his head and heart seemed to fill with it. God knew he did not deserve a woman like her, and she certainly deserved better than the likes of him. But at the moment he did not care. He wanted her. He had to have her, and if the only way was through marriage, then so be it. He would propose marriage to Olivia, and he would do whatever it took to convince her to say yes. Struggling to quell the hot rush of blood to his loins, he began to hum, matching her melody. He started through the woods toward her. Once they were wed, she would not behave so recklessly as this. But now was not a time to scold her. She would be angry enough with him for following her. When she heard him, Olivia sprang to her feet, alarm on her face, but she was trapped on the boulder with her back to the river and no hope of escape. He could not resist a mild reprimand. "You are safe, Olivia, though not due to any caution on your own part." He sauntered into the sunlight, satisfied by her frightened expression. That fright, however, swiftly gave way to suspicion. "You followed me." "Someone had to. That stableman ought to be sacked for allowing you to go off without a groom." "I insisted. Everyone was working at the races. Besides, I do not need a guardian, and don't you dare start any trouble for that poor fellow. I dare say his greater error was in telling you where I went. But then he could not know, as I do, how wicked a man you are." "Wicked?" Neville laughed out loud. She didn't begin to know the truth of it. If she even suspected the wicked direction of his thoughts, how her dishabille and their solitude both combined to arouse him, she would run panic-stricken in the opposite direction. As it was, he had to clench his hands behind his back to prevent himself reaching for her. "I suppose that in the eyes of a cosseted society chit, I do appear wicked and dark," he said. She bristled. "Society chit? You have the nerve to denigrate me when I have done nothing?" You court disaster, Olivia. That is what you do. You wander strange houses at night. You walk out with men you should not. You ride alone, then bare yourself for anyone to see." He gestured with one hand. "What else?"
"What I do is none of your concern," she shouted, quivering with fury. "You are not my father nor my brother."
"It would be damned inconvenient if I was," Neville muttered, his gaze locked upon hers. There was no mistaking his meaning, and in the aftermath of that, the air fairly sizzled between them. He saw her swallow hard, and just that simple movement along her tender throat increased his inappropriate desire. He needed to get her on neutral territory, and fast, if he was to gain control of his unruly emotions. "I will see you back to the Cummings's household," he said through gritted teeth. A hunting bird let out a sharp cry, and with a blink, Olivia looked away from him.
"I do not need your accompaniment," she stated, catching her loose hair in one hand. She twisted it into a knot and stabbed it deftly with a hairpin to hold it in place.
"Twilight is nearly upon us. You have to leave soon if you wish to get back before dark."
"But I don't have to go with you."
Neville crossed his arms and stared at her. "Very well, I'll keep my distance, but I will see you safely returned."
Olivia was so angry she could spit. How dare he order her around as if she were a child?
It did not help matters at all that he was right about the fading daylight. The sun already dipped below the tops of the trees. Within an hour, it would be dark. But she did not need him to tell her that, nor to escort her back to the Cummingses' estate. Unfortunately, there was no getting rid of him. Though she turned her back to him, her hands shook as she donned her stockings and shoes, then her bonnet and gloves. She tried very hard to project an icy hauteur, but ruined it by stomping past him on the way to retrieve her mare.
"Keep your distance,"
she warned him with a glare once she was mounted. Then, with far more haste and far less calm, she urged Fanny up the riverbank and back the way she'd come. That he kept his distance provided her with no comfort. She was acutely aware of him trailing her. She did not stop to collect any flowers, nor did she say more than a curt word of thanks to the sheepish stableman when she handed Fanny over to his care. She strode for the house, straight up to her room. Then she snatched up her journal and turned to a page filled already with more notations than any other.
"He is an ogre, contemptible, high-handed. He tries to corrupt me while all the while pretending to protect me from the untoward advances of others. Ha!"
She underlined every word, so heavy-handed with the pen that a thick ink blob marred the center of the page. "Damn!" She threw the pen down on the desk, then rested her head in her trembling hands. Why did she let him upset her so? What had happened to her resolve to undermine him, or, at the very least, ignore him? Why should she be forced to hide in her room, reduced to scribbling invective about him in her heretofore neat and analytical journal? Just because he'd kissed her? She let out a choked laugh. Calling that last kiss merely a kiss was like calling the elegant Kitty a plow horse. He hadn't simply kissed her. He'd rocked her off her feet, challenged her every notion of logic, and changed her entire perception of herself. That hadn't been a kiss. It had been a life-changing event. She knew she would always measure things as before the kiss and after the kiss. She stared down at the journal, at everything she'd written about him, all her high-minded ranting, then suddenly crumpled the page in her fist. She covered her eyes with her other hand and let out a heavy sigh. If she was going to be honest in what she wrote, she ought to begin with herself. She was the problem, not him. Her reaction to him was the problem. But what made him so different from all the other men she'd met and written about in her little Matchmaker? Maybe nothing more than the 2 kisses they'd shared. Olivia lifted her head and stared blankly at the crumpled page. Maybe her inexperience with kissing was the problem. Unbidden, his words came back to her. He'd said she was very good at kissing. He'd also asked her if she'd kissed all the men listed in her journal. The rude cad. The fact remained, however, that if she had kissed a few more of those men, she might not now be so affected by this particular man. Very well, she decided on the moment, she would just have to kiss a few more men, starting tonight. She slammed her journal shut, then hastily cleaned up the mess she'd made. She would not cower here in her room, afraid to face him. She would cure herself of this perverse fascination with Neville Hawke, so that when she arrived in Scotland, his presence so nearby would become an entirely insignificant matter to her. Chapter 12. After the previous 2 gala evenings, dinner that night seemed a rather subdued affair, with just the Cummingses and their 6 guests at the dining-room table. Olivia considered it a good sign when she successfully avoided speaking to Neville Hawke in the drawing-room, and doubly good when she was able to seat herself beside Mr. Cummings, with Mr. Garrett between her and Neville, and Mr. Harrington opposite her. Everyone was in a festive mood, for Hawke's stables had again won. Kestrel had taken the daily purse, and everyone at the table had made profitable wagers on the fleet-footed stallion. Olivia arranged the napkin upon her lap. Everyone had made profitable wagers, that is, except her. But she didn't care about that. Truly she didn't. The meal progressed amid much good cheer, lubricated by a 6 bottles of wine. After dinner came port for the men as they adjourned to the billiards room with their cigars. Penny caught Mr. Garrett before he could go.
"Do stay and play a hand of whist with us, Mr. Garrett. Augusta and Olivia and I shall make up the rest of the table."
Olivia started to protest, for she was not interested in cards tonight. When Mr. Garrett glanced first at her, then smiled, however, she reconsidered. He was a pleasant enough fellow, a good dancer and well-mannered, and though no one would ever call him a brilliant conversationalist, that was all right. He was good-looking in a slightly dandified sort of way, with one blonde lock falling just so across his brow. Plus, he liked her, that was obvious. If she was serious about her kissing experiment, he was the perfect candidate. So she smiled back at him and added her plea to Penny's.
"Yes, do say you'll play, Mr. Garrett. You and I can partner against Penny and my mother."
And if Neville Hawke heard her or cared what was going on, Olivia didn't give a fig. Unfortunately, Olivia did not play well. Her concentration seemed off tonight, and they lost. She supposed she was too preoccupied with her little plot to concentrate properly upon her cards. It was hard work to smile and flirt and be vivacious when your heart was simply not in it. But she was determined, and by the time Penny slapped down her cards in triumph, she knew she had succeeded, for the very competitive Mr. Garrett did not appear to care in the least about their loss.
"May I get you ladies some refreshments?" "Don't worry yourself," Penny said with a casual wave. "I can ring for a tray."
Olivia cleared her throat. This was it.
"I think I shall step outside for a breath of fresh air. It's such a pleasant evening."
She sent Mr. Garrett a sidelong look. He rose to his feet.
"I'd be happy to escort you." "Why, thank you."
Penny's brows arched, Augusta's lowered. "Don't wander too far, Olivia."
"Of course not, Mother. Just a turn in the knot garden to catch the evening breeze."
She smiled at Mr. Garrett when he pulled her chair out, then placed her hand on his proffered arm. His chest swelled with a deep breath. This was good. This was very good, she told herself as they made their way outside through the morning room doors. The moon was out, and the grounds looked especially pretty in the warm, silvery light. Olivia squelched her faint twinge of misgivings beneath her need for Mr. Garrett's kiss to be just as thrilling as Lord Hawke's. "Shall we stroll toward the gazebo?" His voice was not as low and rumbling as she would like, but she ignored that.
"Very well. Tell me about the West Country and your home there," she said.
For several minutes he waxed very eloquent. The moors, the bogs, and the amazing rock piles of Dartmoor, the granite-faced headlands and the limestone cliffs.
"How poetic you are, Mr. Garrett. You convince me that I must some day visit that part of the country," she said when he paused for breath. "It sounds very wild and beautiful."
"But not so beautiful as you, Miss Bird." He stopped next to the gazebo and swung around to face her. He was going to kiss her. Olivia could see it in his eyes. She tried to relax and prepare herself, for she was stiff with tension. "You are so very beautiful," he repeated. "Might I call you Olivia?"
"Well, I suppose so, but only in private," she amended. "Hurry up."
"And you may call me Clive."
"Very well, Clive."
"Will you please get on with it?" Finally, he bent forward and kissed her, a flat, closed-mouth kiss that startled her, but did nothing more. He was breathing hard when he raised his head from hers. "I believe I am falling in love with you, my darling Olivia." Drat! How could she compare this brief peck on the lips to the deep and ardent kiss Lord Hawke had pressed upon her? Then she realized what he had just said.
"Love me? But you hardly know me well enough to think that."
She forced herself to lean closer and lifted her face to his.
"And I shall be leaving in just a day or two."
"Oh, but you torture my soul with such talk." He caught her by the shoulders. "Say you will stay."
"I cannot."
"If you wish to kiss me, do it now." "But you must stay." Then abruptly he kissed her again, and this time he stuck his tongue in her mouth. She nearly gagged.
"Mr. Garrett!"
"Clive," he said, trying again to kiss her. "Call me Clive, my darling girl." Somehow his hands were everywhere, and when he could not recapture her lips, he instead pressed his open mouth to her ear and neck and throat. It was horrible.
"Stop that!"
she muttered. Then one of his hands fastened upon her left breast, and she let out a yelp of outrage.
"Stop that!"
A menacing voice added its threat to hers. "Do as she says." Olivia wanted to cry with relief. Neville was here. Then immediately she wanted to groan. The last thing she needed was for him to witness this disaster. In an instant, Mr. Garrett was jerked away from her, and she stumbled backward. She gasped anew, however, when she spied the stranglehold Lord Hawke had put on Mr. Garrett. With his arm thrust straight out, Lord Hawke clenched the hapless Clive Garrett around the throat. The poor fellow flailed like a fish on a gaff-hook, making awful choking noises. Even in the dark, Olivia could see that his face was turning purple.
"What are you doing?"
She grabbed Lord Hawke's arm, but it was like grabbing an iron rod. Though it was warm and quivered with strength, it remained completely inflexible. Mr. Garrett's spluttering changed to a distinctly less healthy sound. Good God, he was going to kill the man.
"Stop this! Stop it!"
she cried, throwing her entire weight onto Lord Hawke's arm.
"Please, Lord Hawke! Neville!"
"Did he hurt you?" His voice was harsh and frightening for its coldness.
No, I am fine."
He abruptly released the man, and Mr. Garrett collapsed in a boneless heap, gasping for breath. Olivia would have collapsed as well, though with a different sort of relief. Only Neville had exchanged his death grip on the pitiful Mr. Garrett's neck for an equally relentless grip on her two arms. He glared into her shocked eyes. "You have a dangerous habit of going off with men you hardly know." Any thought of thanking him fled in the rush of her quick fury.
"You are not my keeper,"
she snapped right back at him.
"So you keep saying. But it's plain you need one. Your mother is certainly unable to guard you from your unwise impulses."
"My impulses are not unwise."
"Did you want him slobbering over you? Did you want his hands pawing at your chest?"
How Olivia wanted to say yes. She shook with the need to shout yes at his angry face and silence him once and for all. But her battered pride was not proof against the revulsion that filled her at the thought of Mr. Garrett's crude grip upon her breast. She shuddered and looked away from Lord Hawke's thunderous expression. Only then did his tight grasp ease. Behind them, Mr. Garrett scuttled away, leaving them alone in the garden. The air was redolent of roses and mint and lemon balm. Crickets chirruped down one dark path. The cool trickle of water beckoned from another. A romantic spot, to be sure. But Olivia's romantic experiment had failed miserably, and though she might flatter herself that Lord Hawke had followed her because he was jealous of her attention to Clive Garrett, it was not romantic emotions that gripped him now. She raised her face and met his angry glare.
"I could have handled him myself." "Like you handled me."
His voice was flat and hard. Her chin jutted out.
"No harm has come to me from you."
He silenced her with a kiss, hard, almost brutal. He took violent possession of her mouth, allowing her no time to protest and no breath with which to do it. Beneath the demanding onslaught, she had no defense. He forced her mouth open and plundered it, an invasion that both scared and thrilled her. Then, just as suddenly as the kiss began, it ended. He shoved her away, though he did not release his hold on her.
"If no harm has come to you, it's only because I am more trustworthy than Garrett."
I...
Olivia was far too flustered to get her mind in working order, far too overwhelmed by the tumultuous emotions he'd roused in her. She burned. That was all she knew. His kiss made her burn deep down inside, while Mr. Garrett's... She shook her head, suddenly afraid of her own wicked emotions.
"I could have handled him,"
she finally managed to say, though in a faltering voice. "It's you I cannot handle." But she could never admit that now.
"I could have handled him,"
she repeated, for that, at least, was true.
"And if you had not interfered, I would have done so. Now you have embarrassed us all."
"I'm not embarrassed, but if Garrett is here come the dawn, he'll be a damned sight more than embarrassed."
She stared at him, frustrated, furious, and utterly confused. She had to get away from him, to think and reason out what was wrong with her. With no other idea how to get away, she struck out at him with words.
"This is not your affair. I am not your concern."
"Would you have preferred I not save you from his slobbering attentions?"
She shook her head.
"This is not the war. You need not be a hero and save me at all."
His fingers tightened, a nearly imperceptible twitch. Then he released her and took a step back. She'd hurt him. She wasn't sure how or why, but she knew at once that her words had struck him a painful blow.
"I see. Very well."
He gave a curt nod. I stand corrected. Be assured, Miss Bird, that I will step aside and let the next fool you throw yourself at do whatever he will with you, or should I say, whatever you will." Then he turned and stalked away, leaving Olivia standing there in the dark, staring after him. She let out a faint groan, disgusted with herself. "It was not what you think," she wanted to shout after him. But of course she could not do that, for then she would have to explain why she had wanted to kiss Mr. Garrett, and that must naturally lead to an explanation that her experiment had failed, and that no other man's kisses had ever affected her like his own had done. She dropped her head into her hands and let out another groan. She'd bungled this horribly. Now not only must she avoid Neville Hawke, there would be Mr. Garrett to deal with. She took a deep breath and squared her shoulders. There was no help for it. She must go back inside and rejoin the company and pretend that nothing was wrong. She must shut out the memory of what she'd just done and the stirring memory of how Neville's kiss had shaken her. Then, after a few minutes, she could escape undetected to her bedchamber. She wrapped her arms around herself, aware that she was shivering, but it was not from the cold. She took a shaky breath. Perhaps tomorrow she could complain to her mother of her monthly malady and stay abed all day, or at least until everyone else had departed for the races in town. Anything to avoid again facing Neville Hawke and that awful accusing tone in his voice. Sarah and Mrs. McCaffrey arrived the next afternoon. Olivia could not recall ever having been so happy to see her little sister, for she'd spent the morning miserably alone. Even though she could not confide in either Sarah or their housekeeper, they were far better company than the guilt and confusion which beset her. Even eviscerating Mr. Garrett in her Matchmaker journal had been no comfort, for she'd been forced to acknowledge her own guilty part in last night's disaster. She'd been so stupid to encourage the man, and Lord Hawke had been absolutely right to come to her defense. She should have thanked him instead of venting her temper on him. But then he should never have kissed her so brutally, and she should never have succumbed so wantonly to him. She'd been such a fool, and had come awfully close to ruining her reputation entirely. She'd certainly ruined her own opinion of herself. But Sarah was here now, and soon they would escape this place. And Lord Neville. What a pity she could not outrun her unhappy thoughts as easily. Augusta and their hostess returned from the races in Doncaster early.
"Such a lovely child,"
Penny gushed, pinching Sarah's cheeks.
"Such pretty blue eyes, such a pretty pink complexion."
Olivia grabbed Sarah's hand and gave it a warning squeeze, for she saw the irritated glint in her precocious sister's pretty blue eyes. Even Augusta must have sensed Sarah's impatience with Penny's prattle, for she wrapped one arm around the child's shoulders.
"If you'll excuse us, Penny dear, since my girls are leaving in the morning, I need to give them a few final instructions."
"She pinched my cheek," Sarah muttered as they went up the stairs together. She sent a glare over her shoulder at their frivolous hostess.
"You'd think I was still in leading strings the way she went on."
"Tut-tut," Augusta clicked her tongue.
"Penny means well, but having never been blessed with children of her own, she hasn't the faintest idea how to deal with them."
Sarah looked over at Olivia and rolled her eyes, but at least she kept quiet. It was plain to Olivia that Sarah had missed them and that she'd had time to think about her mother's situation. Even when Augusta mentioned Archie Holdsworth, the girl's lips tightened, but she made no sarcastic response. Olivia was proud of her, and when Augusta brought up Lord Hawke's name, she struggled to be just as tactful as Sarah, though it cost her dearly. "The most wonderful horses," Augusta said. "We've all won quite a bit of money. £20 today. Did I tell you that, Olivia?" Olivia smoothed a wrinkle in a shawl lying in her partially packed trunk. My, Lord Hawke must be the most popular fellow in Doncaster these days." "Indeed he is. I confess I feel somewhat guilty to be the one taking him away from it all." Olivia glanced sidelong at her mother, but refused to rise to her obvious bait. Sarah, however, was not so astute.
"What does that mean?"
the girl asked.
"Only that he is cutting short his stay in Doncaster."
A sudden suspicion threw a shadow over Olivia, and her heart began to beat a little faster. When her mother smiled at her and shrugged, it began to thunder.
"I only said that you were leaving on the morrow," Augusta continued. "It was his idea to accompany your carriage." "Mother, no!"
Olivia cried. She stared at her aghast, then threw the shawl back into the open trunk. For good measure, she slammed the lid down as well.
"No, I will not have it!"
Augusta raised her hands in a gesture of complete innocence.
"I don't understand why you should object. Besides, he offered. I would be a poor parent indeed to turn down the added security his presence will provide to my children during such a long journey."
Olivia stared panic-stricken at her mother. She was conscious of Sarah's wide, interested eyes upon her, but it was her interfering mother she focused her ire upon.
"You knew I would object to such a plan. You needn't pretend otherwise." "Who is this Lord Hawke?"
Sarah asked. Augusta smiled at the child.
"A very nice man. An arrogant, annoying man."
Who could melt her with merely one kiss. She sputtered to a halt, then shook her head and shot her mother an accusing look.
"You did this on purpose. Do not bother to deny it," she added when Augusta opened her mouth. "You did it on purpose, but it will do no good. He and I could never suit Mother, never."
Then she spun on her heel and stalked from the room. In the wake of her departure, Sarah turned a curious look on her mother.
"What was that about? Who is this Lord Hawke?"
Augusta drummed her fingers together beneath her chin, still staring at the door Olivia had slammed behind her.
"He is our neighbor in Scotland," she answered, "and I believe he is the only man who has ever roused such emotion in your sister."
Sarah made a rude noise.
"I don't think she likes him very much."
"So she would like to believe." Augusta drummed her fingers together again and laughed.
"So she would like to believe. Come." She turned and took Sarah by the shoulders. "I see those freckles. You've been spending far too much time out of doors, child, but a little vinegar and salt will bleach them out." "But I've been wearing my bonnet," Sarah protested as they left the room.
Then she added,
"It seems you approve of this Lord Hawke person."
"Indeed I do, and so will you. I would not be surprised if you did not fall in love with him too."
"Too? Who else is in love with him?"
"Why, Olivia, of course." Augusta gave Sarah a kiss upon her freckled nose. "She just doesn't want to admit it." Chapter 13. They departed the next morning, a scant hour after dawn. Mrs. McCaffrey, Sarah, and Olivia rode in the traveling coach with the trunks strapped behind and a guard in the front box with John, their driver. Lord Hawke, his trainer, and his jockey rode alongside, leading Kitty, Kestrel, and one other horse. They'd sold all their other animals. In the forecourt, Olivia had greeted Lord Hawke curtly, rattled to the core by the very sight of him. She climbed straight away into the coach while Sarah and Mrs. McCaffrey lingered with Augusta, who introduced them to Lord Hawke. The conniving snake, Olivia fumed. He knew she did not want him to accompany them, not after that kiss. Every time she thought about that kiss, she wanted to die. And seeing him, even as briefly as she did, unnerved her completely. She perched on the forward seat and tried to compose herself. Neville Hawke was a snake, and he should never have taken her mother's obvious bait, but that was precisely why he'd made the offer to Augusta to accompany the carriage. He was a snake and a rake, and he knew how profoundly that kiss had affected her. Olivia threw her bonnet on the seat opposite her. He'd made the offer because he'd known Augusta would accept, and that Olivia would object. Now, as they pulled out of the long gravel drive and turned on to the York Highway headed north, Olivia struggled to maintain her calm. It was a good day for traveling, she told herself, cloudy and hopefully not so hot as it had been of late. The traces jingled in the quiet morning air. The horses' regular hoofbeats and the rhythmic swaying of the well-sprung coach should have added to her contentment, for this was a journey she'd longed for these several years and more. Yet, try as she might, Olivia could not work up the anticipation she should have felt. They would be 3 long days getting to Bird Manor, 3 days in Neville Hawke's constant proximity. She wasn't certain she could endure it. Mrs. McCaffrey dozed off and on all morning. Sarah read the novel Olivia had brought for herself, laughing out loud at Emma's matchmaking antics.
"You should have read this before you tried to match up Lillian and Mr. Chilton," she remarked.
She laid the book down and yawned, then eyed her older sister.
"I bet you could write stories like this, Livy. Perhaps we could write one together."
Olivia only gave her a half-hearted smile, then turned back to the window. If she were inclined to write anything at all, it would be a book of advice and instruction to warn unsuspecting women of the terrible attraction of handsome rogues and the terrible, terrible danger. Sarah fell asleep against Mrs. McCaffrey's ample bosom. The carriage rumbled on through the pretty Yorkshire countryside, and Olivia stewed glumly over her unhappy circumstances. That she did not once lay eyes on Neville Hawke was both a relief and an irritant. He and his entourage rode ahead of them to avoid the dust the heavy carriage raised. By the time they stopped outside of Selby to water the horses and refresh themselves, Olivia had worked herself up into quite a state. Just let Neville Hawke say one provoking word, just one. As they alighted, he and his men were releasing their horses in a small corral. Sarah, impulsive as ever, made a beeline for their side, and Olivia could have cried. She did not want to deal with Neville Hawke. Not now, not ever. But there was no way to avoid it. So gritting her teeth and stiffening her resolve and ignoring the violent thudding of her heart, she marched in her sister's wake. "Come along, Sarah. We have little enough time as it is. You must not waste it hanging about the stables." But Sarah's attention was firmly fixed upon Neville.
"I'm a very good rider. Just ask Olivia. She says I have a natural seat."
After a brief glance at Olivia, he turned to the child. "Have you started to jump yet?"
"Oh, yes." "When?"
Olivia interrupted. She had a sneaking suspicion where this was heading.
"When have you begun jumping?"
Sarah slanted a look and a smile at her sister.
"James started me this spring, when you and Mother were preoccupied. Remember?"
Her eyes sparked with mischief.
"You had turned down Harold Prine's proposal, and Mother was so disappointed she took to her sickbed and demanded you tend her."
"Poor Mr. Prine," Lord Hawke remarked. arching one brow at Olivia.
Did he also take to his sick bed in disappointment?
Olivia glared at him but did not bother to answer. Sarah, however, laughed out loud.
Probably. He's just the sort that would.
Then, spying Olivia's angry countenance, she added,
Don't worry, Livy. I'm relieved you didn't marry old Harry. He kept a terrible stable. Nothing like Lord Hawke's handsome animals.
You think you've succeeded in changing the subject, Sarah, but you have not. You know how Mother feels about you jumping too early, and our ne'er-do-well of a brother knows it too.
You can hardly call it jumping, Sarah protested. Only one bar, not even knee-high, Livy.
Do you jump?
Lord Hawke directed his question at Olivia, and also his unnerving gaze. She met it, determined not to let him know how profoundly unsettled he made her.
Yes, I jump, but I did not begin until I was nearly 14. But you wanted to jump sooner, Sarah threw in. You told me that once.
Olivia resisted the urge to sigh, for Sarah made a very good point. Their mother was an indifferent rider and tended to be excessively cautious about her daughter's interest in horses. That made it very hard for Olivia to argue Augusta's position, for she did not entirely agree with it.
Yes, I did chafe at Mother's restrictions, she finally admitted, but I was subject to her wishes then, as you are now. Come. She caught Sarah by the hand. Let us get our dinner so we can continue on.
Easy for you to say,
Sarah grumbled, reluctantly giving in to Olivia's demand.
I spent the last 2 days in that carriage, and now today. I'm tired of being cooped up like that.
Would you like to ride with me?
Olivia and Sarah both looked up at Lord Hawke's offer. Though the invitation was clearly meant for Sarah, it was at Olivia he stared.
I'll take very good care of her, he added. Absolutely no jumping.
Oh, please, Livy, please.
Sarah bounced up and down, clinging tightly to Olivia's hand.
Please let me ride. I'll be very good, I promise, please.
Olivia gritted her teeth. She was trapped, just as she'd feared she would be. Though only 12, Sarah was turning out to be every bit as manipulative as their mother. No doubt this was precisely what the girl had been angling for from the moment she'd stepped down from the coach, and unfortunately Neville Hawke had once again taken the bait. Now she was caught in the position of either being an ogre to her sister or else opening herself to the exact sort of camaraderie between herself and Lord Hawke which she had meant assiduously to avoid. She tightened her hands on the strings of her reticule, determined not to be swayed by Sarah's pleading. But it was oh so hard. How clearly she could remember her mother's strict rules and her stepfather's many welcome interventions.
Perhaps you would like to ride with us as well?
At Lord Hawke's offer, Olivia stiffened and shook her head. No, thank you.
But can I go?
Sarah's voice was simply too hopeful to deny. With a sharp exhalation, Olivia conceded the fight. Not the complete battle, just this one particular little skirmish. All right. If Lord Hawke is willing to have you as his companion, you may ride a while with him. But not all afternoon, just an hour or so. The last of her words was drowned out by Sarah's whoops of joy.
Really, Sarah?
Such behavior in so public a place would shock our mother.
But not you, Livy.
With an effort, the girl schooled her features into a more sedate expression, but her sparkling eyes could not hide her excitement. It struck Olivia that she had not seen that sort of brightness in her sister's eyes in the 2 years since the child's father had died. As quickly as that, any lingering objections about Sarah's ride fled. What real harm was there if the child rode with the man? Still, Olivia did not want Neville Hawke to assume anything from her capitulation. He'd already presumed far too much with her. Now then, she folded her hands primly, if that is settled, may we adjourn to our dinner? Olivia kept Mrs. McCaffrey close in the private dining room they took. Somehow the older woman's presence kept their small party from feeling too intimate. Sarah's enthusiasm for horses found a ready match in Neville Hawke, freeing Olivia to consume her chicken pie and creamed potatoes and observe him, while all the while pretending to ignore him. Unfortunately, she found the afternoon portion of their journey even more trying than the morning portion. Though she had more space in the carriage and more privacy, for once again Mrs. McCaffrey slept, Olivia was more restless than ever. Neither her novel nor a knitting project she'd brought along, nor even the beauty of the passing countryside, could hold her interest. What matter the brilliant purple of the heather just coming into flower, or the quaint streets of York? At another time her face would have been pasted to the window, savoring every sight, noting crumbling Roman walls, grand country estates, and towering church spires. This was a part of England she did not know well, but certainly wished to, only she was too distracted, and she knew why. But that just annoyed her all the more. Across from her, Mrs. McCaffrey stirred, then blinked and pushed herself upright. "Ach, 'tis still midday," she complained. Olivia smiled at the older woman's fuzzy expression. Mrs. Mac, as they called her, could have remained in town, queen of her domain. But where Augusta and her children went, so did she, albeit grumbling as she did. Despite the inconvenience of Augusta's gadding about this summer, Mrs. McCaffrey had been determined to brave the lengthy journey north. "Is your lumbago acting up?" Olivia asked as she handed her a pillow to prop herself up with. The housekeeper twisted a bit, trying to get the pillow in just the right spot. She winced when the carriage jounced over a rocky patch of roadway. "Me bum is numb, and I don't aim to be entertaining you with me rhyme." Olivia suppressed a grin. "If it makes you feel any better, we should come upon Isingwold very soon. John Coachman tells me that Thirsk is less than 3 hours beyond there." Mrs. McCaffrey shifted again, fitting the pillow at the small of her back. "And Sarah is still riding with Lord Hawke?" Olivia kept her expression determinedly non-committal. "She is." The housekeeper peered past the open window. "That little hoyden is going to be sorry tomorrow, for she's not accustomed to spending so much time riding. Why haven't you called her back to the carriage?" "And listen to her constant complaints?" Olivia rearranged her skirts, then took up her fan and began forcefully to ply it. "I certainly hope it's cooler in Scotland than it is here." Mrs. McCaffrey eyed her shrewdly. "Do you wish to explain your animosity toward Lord Hawke, child?" Olivia forced a smile. "I should think it immediately obvious, especially to you." The housekeeper's nearly non-existent brows rose, furrowing her forehead. "Has he behaved too boldly with you? Is that it?" "No." There was no reason for such a lie, but Olivia could not bring herself to discuss with anyone the unsettling effect Neville Hawke's kisses had on her. "Don't you notice a resemblance between him and someone else?" she said, to steer the conversation elsewhere. The older woman's broad face creased in concentration. "Someone else? Who? One of the other suitors you dismissed?" No. Olivia heaved a sigh and clenched her jaw. "My father. He's just like my father." "Pish! He looks nothing like your father. Cameron Bird had hair the color of fire, and he was—" "Not in looks, in manner." When Mrs. McCaffrey just blinked at her, Olivia shook her head. "He's too charming, he dances too well." She ticked his faults off on her fingertips.
and he has a propensity to over-imbibe in spirits."
The woman eyed her closely.
"I hadn't heard that about him. Indeed, from what your mother tells me, it's more like he's too good to be true."
Olivia swayed with the coach, all the while praying for patience.
"Yes, and we both know she hasn't got the best judgment when it comes to men. Certainly my father was not nearly so good for her as he appeared. All that charm hid the truth of his selfish nature." "On the other hand, she chose to marry Humphrey Palmer," Mrs. McCaffrey pointed out. "He never once raised a hand to her, nor gave her any cause to weep, save dying in his sleep. A better man than him you could not find."
The woman laid a warm hand on Olivia's knee.
"I fear you are too hard on your mother, child. As for your father, it's true he had a charming manner, but he also had a cruel temper. If he hadn't drowned himself in whiskey, then fallen off that pleasure barge and drowned in the filthy Thames, I might have been forced to smother him in his sleep."
She tugged at her high neckline in agitation.
"He caused your poor mother considerable grief. Considerable. But there's many a man less handsome and less charming who has made just as bad a husband as him. More's the pity. My point is, you cannot assume this Lord Hawke is of a kind with Cameron Bird simply on account of his charming manner. You must give him more time, child."
Olivia resisted the urge to squirm.
"There are other reasons as well," she muttered. "Oh?"
When Olivia did not respond, the older woman folded her hands across her ample bosom, watching her carefully.
"Your mother likes him."
"So?"
"Sarah likes him as well."
"He bribed her with his horses." Olivia stared resentfully at her.
"And you? Do you like him? Has he charmed you too?"
Mrs. McCaffrey only shrugged.
"I don't know the lad well enough yet to say. I'm sure, however, that I'll have sufficient time to form an opinion of him in the weeks to come."
"Yes, well, I doubt we'll be seeing much of Lord Hawke. Once we reach Bird Manor, we'll be much too busy refurbishing the house. Besides, he has his own estates to manage." The other woman snorted.
"Do you really think that your mother will not invite the nearest peer to come calling? Your brother, too, is likely to invite him to join his shooting parties."
Olivia closed her fan with a snap and glared suspiciously at the housekeeper.
"Botheration! Has Mother instructed you to push him on me, Mrs. Mac? Has she? For I will not have it." "Child, surely you know me better than that. I love your mother dearly, like the daughter I never had, and you three, my own grandchildren. But my mind is my own, and my opinions, too. You need a husband, never try to deny it, and you've been picky, to my great satisfaction. If Neville Hawke is not the right one for you, so be it. All I'm saying is, don't be too quick to compare him to your father."
"Very well, then." Olivia jutted her chin out.
"I'll compare him to Humphrey. Humphrey, who was steady, reliable, and kind. It has long been my intention to marry someone just like him, so until I find such a gentleman, I shall enjoy my life as it is, and do everything I can to discourage any other men who come calling, especially Neville Hawke."
To Olivia's relief, Mrs. McCaffrey allowed her the final word, yet Olivia took little comfort in it, for despite her vow to ignore the man, she suspected that Neville Hawke was going to remain a thorn in her side. As the carriage rocked on through the lovely Vale of York, she could not escape an even harder truth, which she could admit to no one else. Neville Hawke was going to be a problem, not because he persisted in pursuing and taunting her, but because of her perverse reaction to him. Like a traitor, her body betrayed her with him. Her mind rightly said no to his appealing manner, but her body quivered shamefully with anticipation every time he turned his dark gaze upon her. She let out a muffled groan. Even now, just remembering the way he'd kissed her made her stomach tighten in the most wanton manner. She plied her fan more vigorously, trying to cool the flushed skin of her neck and face. The peace she sought in the cool Scottish hills seemed more elusive than ever. But she comforted herself with the reminder that at least she would have Bird Manor to occupy herself. In just 2 days, she would take physical possession of her childhood home. With so much to prepare prior to the arrival of their guests, she would not have time to even think about Neville Hawke, never mind exchange any words with him. Or kisses. She grimaced at that last perverse thought, then closed her eyes and leaned her head back against the squabs. 2 more days, she told herself. Just 2 more days. Surely she could control her unruly emotions that long. The Mill House Inn just beyond the market town of Thirsk was a neat, prosperous sort of place. But it was small, with only 4 private rooms to let. Olivia, Sarah, and Mrs. McCaffrey had to share 1 bedchamber, while John Coachman and the guard took beds in the common room in the attic. Where Neville Hawke and his men slept, Olivia did not know, nor did she know where he dined, for she rather rudely took a small dining room for the exclusive use of the women. After a plain but substantial meal of roast beef, roasted potatoes, and roasted vegetables, they retired promptly to their second-floor chamber. But as she followed Sarah and Mrs. McCaffrey toward the stairs, Olivia glanced into the big tap room in the front of the inn and spied him sitting companionably with his man Bart. Her lips pursed in disapproval. Drinking, of course. When a pretty blonde serving girl leaned over to whisper in his ear, Olivia's expression grew even more dour. Drinking and wenching. But then what else should she expect? As if Lord Hawke sensed her disapproval, he looked up. Their gazes collided, then held. Olivia sucked in a sharp breath. At the same moment he set down his cup and shook his head when the blonde bent to refill it. Olivia swallowed hard when he rose to his feet, still staring at her. He meant to approach her. Though she wished desperately to scurry up to her chamber and slam the door closed, pride prevented her doing so. She would not hurry away like a frightened child, and thereby reveal to him how easily he unsettled her emotions. So she waited for him, mindful that Sarah and Mrs. McCaffrey had already disappeared from view up the narrow stair hall. He stopped before her, the top of his head nearly brushing the low planked ceiling. "I trust your accommodations are acceptable, Miss Bird?" She nodded. "They are." Beyond them the clink of glasses sounded. The jovial hum of voices and the other everyday sounds of life continued. But Olivia's heightened senses focused solely on Lord Hawke. He appeared more at ease here than he had in Doncaster. His posture was more relaxed, and at his throat his cravat was loosened. Most shocking of all, at least to her sensibilities, was that he had shed his coat in favor of only his waistcoat and shirt sleeves. Quite sensible, given the warmth of the evening. But as they stood in the dimly lit hall, his dishabille lent a heady intimacy to their conversation, an inappropriate familiarity that she should not like. He was too overwhelmingly masculine like this, too virile and far too attractive for her overwrought nerves. She took a step back from him, gnawing on her lower lip. She glanced away from him, then back. "I wanted to thank you." "Thank me?" "For coming to my assistance the other night." One of his brows arched up a fraction. "With Mr. Garrett, you mean?" She nodded. "I should have thanked you then, but well, I'm sorry it took so long." When he didn't respond right away but only kept looking at her, heated color began to rise in her cheeks. "Well then, good night." She turned to leave. "Wait. Before you go, I wondered if you might prefer riding tomorrow instead of remaining in the confinement of the carriage. Like your mother, your sister insists you are quite the horsewoman." He paused, and his dark eyes seemed to grow darker and more intense. "You may ride Kitty if you like." Relieved that her awkward apology was over with, Olivia hesitated. The chance to ride Kitty. How she wished to accept his offer, for Kitty Wake was quite the finest mare she'd ever seen. Certainly she'd never ridden an animal of such magnificent bloodlines. The quick, "Thank you, but no," she meant to say, died upon her lips. Instead, she stared up at him, tempted beyond words by his offer. Then he stepped forward, just one step nearer her, and all the reasons she must not accept his offer flared to life. 3 times now he'd kissed her, 3 times, and each time with an increasing ardor that made her go weak-kneed just to recall. Even now, standing in a public hallway, he somehow created an intimacy between them that was far too dangerous. Unlike her mother, however, she was too wise to succumb to that sort of temptation, no matter how much she wished to. Willing her heart to cease its sudden thundering, she shook her head. "Thank you, but no. I prefer the carriage." Then, "Good night." And this time she turned for the stairs and began her ascent. She almost reached the 2nd floor without further incident. Almost. "You're lying, Olivia." His soft, taunting words wafted up to her. "We both know you'd rather ride with me." Olivia did not pause at the 2nd floor, but ducked around the corner, refusing to respond to his baiting, nor to his use of her given name. But those last words of his echoed in her mind through the long, sleepless night that followed. The mattress was lumpy, Sarah sprawled over her, and Mrs. McCaffrey snored. But it was Neville Hawke's taunting voice that interrupted her sleep. Neville Hawke's voice that haunted her dreams. And in those dreams it was Neville Hawke and his magnificent horses that carried them hard and fast, riding together through the misty hills of Scotland. But who followed whom? Who was pursued and who the pursuer? That she could never quite tell. Chapter 14.
"Where is he?"
Sarah wondered for at least the 10th time. They'd been on the road since early morning, the carriage and the accompanying riders, sans Lord Hawke.
"Don't put your head outside the window,"
Mrs. McCaffrey scolded the girl.
"As for Lord Hawke, I'm sure he will be along in his own good time, just as his man explained."
Olivia shifted on the leather seat, which somehow felt even harder than it had yesterday. She was tired and in a bad mood, and Sarah's insistent fretting over Neville Hawke grated on her nerves.
"If he runs true to form, he no doubt over-imbibed in the tap-room last night and was unable to rise from his bed."
Assuming there were no other, even more perverted reasons for his lingering in that bed, no blonde reasons. Mrs. McCaffrey raised one disapproving brow.
"Why, Olivia, what an ungenerous remark! I'm surprised at you."
Again, Olivia shifted on the seat.
"Perhaps it is, but I have been exposed to more of Lord Hawke's behavior than have you."
Sarah glared at her.
You don't know why he's late, and just because you don't like him doesn't mean you have to criticize him. I like him, the girl pronounced. He knows everything there is to know about horses. Everything. And he told me I can come up to Woodford Court whenever I wish to go riding.
That won't be necessary, Olivia retorted. James is bringing Goldie and Sugar up with him in a few days, so you needn't pester Lord Hawke.
I'm not pestering him. He's happy to have me ride with him. He said so.
I'm sure he is, Mrs. McCaffrey interjected. However, a well-mannered young lady never overstays her welcome. His offer is kind, to be sure, but I'm certain Lord Hawke does not intend for you to ride every day with him, Sarah, nor will I allow it. He will rejoin us in his own good time. Until then, child, sit still. Read that book or take up your knitting. Otherwise, I will be forced to have you recite the orders of ascendancy, or French grammar, or— She paused for effect. Your mathematical tables. With that threat hanging over her, Sarah flopped back into her seat, albeit with much grumbling and several dark scowls directed as much at Olivia as at Mrs. McCaffrey. Once Sarah settled into her corner with Olivia's novel, Mrs. McCaffrey again dozed off. Olivia could scarcely believe it. The woman must be sleeping fully 20 hours a day. Olivia rubbed her irritated eyes. How she wished she could do the same. Neville was tired. He'd slept but 4 hours and had been astride for 2 now, pushing both himself and his stalwart mount to catch up with Olivia and her party. This past week had been a hard one. Too little sleep, too much excitement, the thrill of winning, the successful sale of his racing stock. Then there was the particular excitement associated with Miss Olivia Bird, the unexpected excitement, and the unexpected complication. There had been a knot in the pit of his stomach ever since the incident with Clive Garrett. How could she have thrown herself at the man that way? Was it for that damned journal of hers? Research for a page on Clive Garrett? One thing was plain. She hadn't wanted Neville's help. She hadn't wanted him to step in and save her, she'd said, and she hadn't wanted him to kiss her. But he'd been unable to stop himself. Anger, jealousy, passion, they'd all combined to push him past the point of reason. The fact that she'd succumbed to her own passions in his arms had only confirmed what he already knew. She wanted him as fiercely as he wanted her. But she absolutely refused to admit it. So he'd stormed away furiously, swearing to abide by her wishes, misguided though they were. In the future he would leave her to her own defenses. She could throw herself in the path of the worst blackguard, and he would not make a move to help her. Or so he'd vowed at the time. All that night he'd stewed over it, convinced that she'd kissed every man in that damned journal. 40 now, including him and that spineless Garrett. In a weak moment he'd bolstered his seething anger with a bottle of 12-year-old brandy, and come the dawn, he'd succumbed with an aching head and roiling gut to a fitful few hours of sleep. But later, at her mother's first barely veiled hint, he'd leapt at the chance to escort her to Scotland. Afterward, he'd berated himself for a fool, but he'd held to the promise he made to Olivia's mother. Now, as he approached Croft, he knew he must make some decision about Miss Olivia Bird. Court her or ignore her. There was no middle ground. It had been easier yesterday to be distracted by her little sister. Then last night outside the tap room, to his utter surprise, she had thanked him, though it had been as much an apology as thanks, He'd dwelt on it all night. By the time he'd gone to bed at dawn, he'd known he could avoid this dilemma no longer. There was an attraction between them that frightened her. And why not? It frightened him. It scared the hell out of him. But he needed to see it through, to see if she was that good woman Bart said might bring him ease. They were well matched in temperament and passion, and that was far more than most marriages could boast. So he leaned over Robin's withers, urging him on, and just beyond Darlington, in the courtyard of the Snail and Rook, he spied the heavily loaded Dunmore traveling coach. He was no sooner dismounted, however, and handing his horse over to the ostler, than Olivia and Sarah came down the 3 granite steps, followed by their housekeeper. Sarah spied him and at once dashed across the yard to his side. Neville removed his hat and thrust one hand through his rumpled hair. How nice it would be if Olivia evinced even half the enthusiasm for him that her sister did. But Olivia's face had pulled together in a faint frown, and though his normal response to that would be to taunt her or bait her with a wink or a grin, at the moment he could not muster the energy. He felt like an old man, tired and aching, defeated and depressed.
"Lord Hawke, you're here!"
Sarah's pretty little face glowed with excitement. Somehow he managed to smile. To be that young again, and filled with such a zest for life. "I am indeed here, and I warrant I can read your mind."
"I warrant you can,"
she agreed, hopping in her anticipation from one foot to the other. Mrs. McCaffrey trained a stern eye on her young charge.
"Sarah Palmer, it is hardly the behavior of a well-mannered young lady to press her wishes upon a gentleman who has already—"
"It's all right," Neville interrupted. "If she wishes to ride one of my horses again, she is most welcome."
"That's very generous of you," Olivia put in, "but quite unnecessary."
Neville sent her a sharp look. "You are welcome to ride with her." She lifted her chin but did not quite meet his gaze.
"Thank you, but no."
Mrs. McCaffrey cleared her throat and fidgeted a moment with the carpet-bag she held.
"Might I, presume to ride in her stead?" she ventured.
Neville's brows arched in surprise. "Why, of course, though I do not have a side saddle."
"Pish! I'm a Scotswoman, and I grew up riding astride." "She jumps, too," Sarah threw in. "James told me," she added when the woman stared at her in surprise.
The girl clapped her hands with glee, then sent her sister a gloating look.
"It appears you shall have to keep to your own gloomy company today, Livy, while we shall have a glorious time."
Olivia ignored her sister and addressed herself to Mrs. McCaffrey instead. "Are you certain you will be comfortable astride?"
"After 2.5 days jouncing along in that coach, anything would be more comfortable than that. I'll just take one of those light traveling blankets for modesty," she added with a prim nod.
It was then that the idea occurred to Neville. He glanced at the carriage, then back at Olivia. "Perhaps, Miss Bird, you would be so kind as to allow me to share your carriage this afternoon? I find myself in need of a nap," he added when she opened her mouth, to object, he imagined. "I would consider it a great personal favor. You will not even know I am there." When everyone turned to stare at her, Olivia closed her mouth with a snap, but she nearly choked on the words she forced down. What a sneaky, conniving... She was too incensed by his high-handedness to even think straight, yet they all waited for her response. Sarah's eyes sparking with amusement, Mrs. McCaffrey's brows raised in speculation, and Lord Hawke's face. Lord Hawke's face looked tired. He looked weary, exhausted even, As quickly as that, Olivia's objections faded. He did need a nap, or better yet, a good night's sleep. What was it that made him keep such long hours, that drove him to this point of utter exhaustion? Perhaps today she might have the chance to find out. She clutched her reticule and composed her face, but her hands trembled.
"You are welcome to ride in the carriage, Lord Hawke. Considering your generosity to my sister, how could I possibly turn you away?"
She saw the surprise register in his dark eyes, but he only gave her a short bow.
"If you will allow me a word with Bart, I will make the necessary arrangements for the horses."
"I will have the innkeeper pack you a luncheon,"
Mrs. McCaffrey said, and as quickly as that, the details of their altered traveling status were adjusted. The older woman returned to the inn, Sarah trailed after Lord Hawke, and Olivia was left standing alone beside the carriage. The enclosed carriage she would very shortly share with Neville Hawke. Good Lord! What had she done? She had less than 10 minutes to compose herself before John and the guard climbed into the driver's box and Lord Hawke stepped into the carriage. She was already inside with her bonnet and gloves off and her book open on her lap.
"You may use that pillow,"
she said when he sat opposite her. Then she turned her attention to the window and the two who'd abandoned her to this awkward situation.
"Be careful, Sarah,"
she called from the window.
"And you too, Mrs. Mac."
When they grinned and waved gaily to her, she gritted her teeth. "No jumping," she added under her breath. Then she focused her eyes deliberately back upon her novel. It was nearly impossible, however, for her to keep them there. The carriage lurched forward, wheeling slowly through the posting-house yard and out into the highway, turning north. The horses settled into a regular pace. The carriage creaked and rocked. The lanterns and window shades swayed, and a midday breeze, laden with the scents of grass and horses and fecund earth, gusted warm against Olivia's cheek. The morning journey had been no different from this, she told herself, nor had yesterday's. And yet everything was different. Across from her, Neville Hawke had positioned the pillow against the side wall and leaned back upon it. His legs sprawled across the seat and into the empty aisle. They were long legs, she noted from beneath the veil of her lashes. Long legs, snugly encased in dark gray twill breeches that displayed powerfully muscled thighs and well-shaped knees. His lower legs were covered in tall riding boots, well worn but of the finest quality, probably his favorite riding boots, worn when there was no need to impress. That he felt no need to impress her left her somewhat unsettled. He'd tucked his gloves into his pocket, and his bare hands lay folded across his stomach, square palms and long square-tipped fingers. His hands were big, she noted, just like the rest of him. She focused harder on page 71 of her book. They were too big, she decided, recalling how those hands had swallowed up hers when they danced. Indeed, no matter what the occasion, by his very presence he seemed always to swallow up everything. Her hands when they'd waltzed, her will when they kissed. She took a deep breath. He even seemed to swallow up the air when they were enclosed together, as they were now. "What are you reading?" She jerked in alarm, and the book slid right off her lap. He retrieved it, then thumbed idly through the pages. "Emma, I hope this is one of those sensational novels frowned upon by the clergy." Olivia eyed him warily.
"Why should you hope for that?"
"Because it would confirm my opinion of you."
He smiled, a slow, lazy grin, made even more lazy by his semi-recumbent posture, and offered the book to her. No doubt you expect me to ask just what that opinion is, she retorted.
I believe you already know.
Olivia wanted to shrug off his words, so full of meanings she did not entirely comprehend. If he intended to rattle her nerves, he was succeeding most admirably. All she could do, however, was to affect the same dismissive manner she used with other men she wished not to engage in prolonged conversation. "Enjoy your nap, Lord Hawke. I know I shall enjoy my reading." She reached for the slim volume he held out. In the transfer, however, their hands touched. Merely the graze of their fingers, nothing more. But there were no gloves to dilute the impact, no supple leather to disguise the warmth of that momentary contact. Olivia sucked in a little breath and clutched the book in her hands, and this time she stared straight at him. "I don't know what your game is, Lord Hawke, but I do not wish to play it." He heaved a great sigh.
"No game, Olivia. Miss Bird. I wish only the luxury of a nap."
So saying, he shifted his great length into a more comfortable position, folded his arms across his chest, and closed his eyes. For long minutes, silence reigned in the warm confines of the carriage. It was Olivia who broke it. "I notice you do not sleep well at night." After a short silence, he answered,
"No."
She cleared her throat, then plunged on. "Is that why you drink so much?" He opened one eye.
"Should I assume any answer I make will find its way into your journal?"
"I've no need to write anything further of you, Lord Hawke, for it is unlikely my opinion of you will change. You will make no woman a good husband, I think, and so will I say should any of my friends consult me in the matter, which is also unlikely. So, to respond to your question, no, your answer will not find its way into my journal." Both of his eyes were open now and fixed upon her.
"Then why do you ask it? Never say that it is because you are interested in me."
He was smiling now, and she felt the tug of an answering smile on her own lips. Their eyes held too long, though, and her smile faded. "Why do you sit up and drink so late every night?" He looked away, staring up at the cream-colored tufted leather ceiling.
"That should be obvious to a woman of your keen perceptions. I do not like the night-time, and so I drink to get me through the long hours of darkness."
Olivia traced one finger back and forth across the spine of her book. There was nothing obvious about it. "Wouldn't sleep be a better solution?" she asked in a softer voice.
"I have trouble at night sleeping unless I am completely exhausted or completely drunk. It is that simple and that complicated."
Olivia considered him, the long, muscular body, the strong profile, the lines of weariness that bracketed his mouth and fanned out from the corners of his eyes. "I hope you do not intend to drink here in my presence." She thought that might provoke a rise from him, and indeed she would have welcomed a tart retort, for there was something unsettling about this conversation. There was a vulnerability about him now, a humanity she did not like being forced to acknowledge.
"Never fear, Miss Bird. I will try not to offend your sense of propriety."
He glanced at her, then away, then closed those moody blue eyes once more.
"If I snore, I hope you will not add that to my list of sins. Just kick me and I'll try to stop."
He remained silent after that. Whether he slept, she could not tell, for he did not snore. But his breathing came slow and even, and aside from grimacing once or twice when the road grew especially rough, he did not stir. Olivia, however, was not nearly so fortunate. Her mind spun, incited by the nearness of this man who managed to rouse so many new emotions in her. She focused repeatedly on the erstwhile heroine of her book, but Emma's machinations paled beside the complications of her own situation. The most exasperating man she'd ever known slept not 2 feet from her. How could she not stare and wonder and let her imagination soar? He had a series of scars along his jaw. From the war? He suffered from sleeplessness and probably had been drinking most of the night. Again. Was that also due to his experience on the continent, or could it be due to something else? The loss of his family, perhaps, or the loss of a woman. Olivia gnawed the side of her mouth as she mulled over that somewhat unwelcome thought. Yet as her eyes roamed over him, she could not shake the idea. He was a man that women would always seek out. She knew the type. He was not the pretty, dandified sort that was so often preferred in the drawing rooms in town. But in the bedrooms... She felt hot color rise in her cheeks. Heavens! She should not think such vulgar thoughts. Yet they persisted. Neville Hawke was no doubt the sort of man who knew his way around a woman's boudoir. Certainly he knew how to kiss a woman, and very well. He knew how to seduce with only his taunting eyes and his challenging words. Never mind those overwhelming kisses. That bespoke a considerable experience. Something she did not wish to think about. Those strong arms, those wide shoulders. He would be able to handle himself in a fight as well as in a lady's bedroom, and it behooved her to remember it. Still, watching him sleep softened all that knowledge. It cast his vices in a more generous light. She did not wish to see his vulnerabilities, yet she could not look away. He needed a haircut, she decided, and someone to ease the lines of worry in his brow. But not her. She forced herself to stare out the window, to locate Sarah and examine the passing countryside. But her thoughts remained stubbornly on Neville Hawke. She did not intend to write anything further about him on the crowded page she'd given him in her journal. She'd vented herself more than enough on his account. But if she were to write about him again, it would only be fair to say that the night was not his friend, and that he was kind to children. She turned again to gaze at him, and that he was beautiful in his own hard, masculine manner. Almost too beautiful for her to resist. Almost. Chapter 15. It rained the last 2 hours of their journey that day. Roused by the storm, Neville rejoined Bart and the horses, while Sarah and Mrs. McCaffrey returned to the shelter of the carriage. As was her wont, the housekeeper swiftly dozed off, as did Sarah. But Olivia did not sleep. She peered glumly past the tied-down curtain, out into the gray, slashing rainstorm. As the team of horses labored down the uneven highway, and the rumble of the wheels sloshed accompaniment to the irregular rumble of thunder, she told herself that the poor animals and the drenched coachman and guard had more troubles than she, for there seemed no relief in sight from the storm's violent onslaught. Sympathy for the others did nothing to dispel her own dreary thoughts. She was behaving like an idiot where Neville Hawke was concerned, but she could not manage to stop herself. The lowering clouds brought an early dusk, and though the rain relented to only a miserable drizzle, they were late arriving at the Bull's Manger alongside the Tyne River in Prudhoe. It was a place similar to last night's accommodations, and as before, the 3 women dined in a small private room. When Sarah and Mrs. McCaffrey went up to make their nightly ablutions, however, Olivia remained behind. She wished only to check on John Coachman, but it was another she sought, and as she approached the low-ceilinged taproom, she could not deny it. They sat at a scarred plank table, 5 men with Neville Hawke at the head. When he spied her, he pushed at once to his feet. The others, following the direction of his gaze, turned toward her. There were a few other women there, but Olivia nonetheless felt intensely out of place. John Coachman rose also and hurried to her side.
"Is everything all right, miss?"
Without a hat, his bald pate gleamed in the smoky light.
"We are fine,"
she answered, focusing with an effort on him.
"I simply wanted to reassure myself that you have not taken a chill or anything."
He beamed at her.
"Not at all, miss, not at all. We sought the horses, gave 'em an extra portion, just like you said. Then we shed our wet duds and had us a good hot dinner."
"Yes, well..."
Olivia glanced past him to the table where Neville had reseated himself, but he still stared at her. She looked away.
"Yes, well, good night then. We'll see you in the morning."
Once upstairs, she prepared for bed and read a short while by candlelight, alone in one moss-filled mattress, while Mrs. McCaffrey and Sarah shared the other. She was tired, exhausted, yet sleep remained elusive. She lay in the dark, staring up at the ceiling. Was this how Neville Hawke spent his nights? His body weary, but his mind churning with thoughts he could not escape? She repositioned the coarse bed linens across her chest, then folded one arm under her head. Was that why he drank? To deaden his mind? Certainly he did not over-imbibe during the day, or any other time he was in mixed company, unlike her father. In the quiet of the darkened room, and the relative safety of it, Olivia closed her eyes. Perhaps Neville Hawke was not as much like her father as she initially feared, except for their first unfortunate meeting, and his misunderstanding of who she was. She would have found him a perfectly acceptable fellow. Across the room, Mrs. McCaffrey let out a snort. Sarah mumbled something, but the two of them quickly subsided to the even breathing of deep sleep. Olivia sighed at her own perversity. The truth was, Neville Hawke could never be classified a perfectly acceptable fellow, for he was like no other man she might place in that unobjectionable category. Or at least she reacted differently to him than she did to any of those other men. Should she examine more closely the reason for that? Was she fighting an attraction to him that she ought instead to explore? Olivia blew out a frustrated breath. She grew more confused by the day. Turning onto her side, she grimaced at the stiffness in her back. 2 days on the road was getting to her, no matter how well sprung the carriage. She should have accepted Lord Hawke's offer to ride one of his fine animals. She thought of his face as he lay sleeping in the carriage today, so peaceful and yet still so ruggedly handsome. She sighed and wriggled into a more comfortable position. Maybe tomorrow she would be a little friendlier toward him. Yes, friendlier, she thought as she drifted off. There was no harm in being pleasant to the man, was there? She awoke with a start, groggy and confused, unaware she'd gone to sleep at all. What time was it? Where was she? A shout, then an angry voice, brought all her senses suddenly alert, but the brouhaha was far away, not in the hall, nor even in the room adjacent to theirs. At a cry of pure anguish and a crash, she jerked upright in the bed. What in God's name was going on? Mrs. McCaffrey grumbled in her sleep. Sarah did not react at all, but Olivia slid out of bed, thoroughly alarmed. Some altercation was taking place. A man shouted, words she could not make out. Another voice broke in, then another crash. Were they fighting? She snatched up her wrapper and ran for the door, though what she could do about such an imbroglio escaped her. Still, something niggled in her mind. She hoped Neville was not involved in the melee. When she slipped out into the hall, she realized with a sinking heart that he was. "Jesus God!" The voice was unmistakably his, and unmistakably drunk. "Come on, lad," the lower, calmer voice urged. "Get the hell away from me. Get away." Olivia shrank back from the rage and misery in Neville's voice, a voice too much like her father's had been that time he'd struck her mother. The other man said something she could not make out, but Neville's reply was clear enough. "Oh, no. Oh, no. I'm sorry, Bart. I'm sorry. Come on, lad. It's all right. You're just too tired. I'll help you up to your chamber above stairs." "I can't sleep," Neville replied in a voice laced with agony. "Oh, damn. Leave me be. Leave me be." Olivia bit her lip in indecision. Foolish as it was, she wanted to go to him. He'd just proven to her that he was exactly what she did not want in a man, and yet she foolishly wanted to go to him and somehow ease his unhappiness. "But you can't," she said out loud. Then, startled by her own voice and the tread of heavy feet up on the stairs, she pressed back against the door to her room, her arms wrapped tightly around her. "We'll see to the damage," she heard Neville's horse trainer say to someone below stairs. "You needn't fret on that score." That he spoke with the authority of someone who'd dealt with such scenes in the past only depressed Olivia further. The footsteps grew nearer. Olivia knew she should slip back inside her room before anyone saw her, but something urged her to stay put. "Do you need help, my lord?" Bart called up the stairs. "No." Neville's response was slow to come. "No." Then he trudged up the last few steps to the landing and into her view. Clad only in his shirt sleeves, with his hair disheveled and his posture a little unsteady, he reminded her in that instant of the first night they'd met. But then he'd been all smiles and charm, despite the considerable amount of liquor he must have consumed. Now he appeared truly miserable, his face haggard, his shoulders drooping. She rubbed her hands up and down her arms. It was all so tragic. He hesitated at the top of the stairs, raked his rumpled hair back with both hands, and turned away from her shadowed crevice. But then he paused and swung around and speared her with his eyes. Even in the dim hall, lit only with one flickering wall lamp near the head of the stairs, he managed to spy her. She stiffened at once, and he too straightened. "Ah, Hazel," he murmured. "Still creeping about at night, I see."
A noise awakened me."
"A noise. A dream." His eyes seemed to focus somewhere between them. "A nightmare." She swallowed, and despite her garb of night rail and thin wrapper, she stepped out of the protective doorway.
"Were you dreaming? Is that it? I thought I heard someone fighting."
"There was a fight." His voice was strange and distant, only slightly slurred. Then, as she advanced nearer still, his gaze refocused on hers. "You are here." Olivia stopped. She was an arm's length from him, far too close, far too dangerous. Yet after watching his face this afternoon as he slept, she was hard-pressed to fear for her safety, and she needed to understand why he was so unhappy.
"Neville,"
she began. "Shh." He lifted one finger to his lips. "Shh. There's people sleeping." His gaze sharpened and ran over her. "You should be sleeping too, or at least in bed." Then, without warning, he caught her by one wrist and began to drag her down the hall, away from her room and toward his. Olivia struggled to get away, digging in her heels and twisting her arm.
"Neville, stop this! Stop it!"
"Shh!" He caught her by the other arm as well and pressed her against the wall. "Shh, Hazel, Olivia." She knew where this was going. Every fiber in her body knew where it was going. She knew also that she ought to scream the house down and let him deal with the repercussions. She knew all that, and yet she was unable to do it, or unwilling.
"Lord Hawke,"
she began again, trying, despite the violent thundering of her heart, to strike a reasonable tone.
"you've had too much to drink. Please don't do anything now that you will regret come the morning."
"Regret?" He shook his head slowly, keeping his dark blue eyes fastened upon her lips. "When there's so much else to regret, how can I possibly regret this?" Olivia expected him to kiss her. In truth, part of her wanted him to. But though he lowered his head nearer and nearer, he did not kiss her. Instead, his thumb traced the shape of her lower lip, then stroked slowly down her chin and throat. But that lightness of touch was a deception, for the impact on her equanimity was profound. Then he drew his hand further down her chest to the valley between her breasts. Olivia sucked in a breath, but otherwise she could not move. "For once, no regrets," he murmured. Then that thumb moved to stroke across the taut peak of her left breast. He stroked across it, then around it, then back and forth in the most sultry manner imaginable. No, in the most sultry manner unimaginable. Olivia never could have imagined him touching her there, or that it would affect her so. She should make him stop. She had to make him stop. But Olivia was frozen in place, frozen in this moment as he explored parts of her body only a husband should explore. Then he cupped that breast, taking its full weight in his hand, and undulating his palm against the aching peak of her nipple.
"Oh, my,"
she breathed the words, feeling for all the world as if she were melting beneath him.
"Oh, my."
Heat welled up from her belly, damp and sweet, and she could hardly stand upright. Then he caught her other breast, kneading them both, and she had to clasp his arms not to melt into a boneless puddle on the floor. That was when he chose to kiss her, capturing her mouth with his lips and tongue and taking full possession of it. How Olivia loved his kisses! Despite all her protests to the contrary, in her heart of hearts she admitted that she loved his kisses. But this kiss, as deep, thorough, and mind-drugging as it was, this kiss was not right. It was all wrong. Though she rose into the kiss and his bold, rousing caress, some part of her drew apart from him. Then she realized the problem. Whiskey. He tasted of sweet, pungent whiskey. Olivia twisted her head aside. How could she forget he was drunk? Like on that first night, he was drunk and willing to kiss any woman he happened upon, and perhaps do far worse than merely kiss her.
"No!"
She shoved against his chest, but he might have been the wall itself for all the effect she had.
"Stop it! Stop, or I'll scream!"
When one of his hands slipped around to cup her derriere, however, and pressed her belly against his loins, the sound she let out was more a gulp than a scream. Her breasts, her bottom, was there no part of her that his touch did not bring to hot, seething life? "Oh, help," she murmured, though it was more a prayer than a cry for aid. She was succumbing to him when she knew full well she should not. He seemed to sense it as well. "At last, my Hazel," he whispered hotly in her ear. "At last I have you." But he did not have her, she vowed on a renewed spurt of resolve.
"I am not your Hazel,"
she swore through clenched teeth. She ducked down under one of his arms and managed somehow to evade his off-balanced grasp. She scrambled away.
"I'm not Hazel at all."
Then she fled, not looking back, nor wanting to see whether he pursued her or whether he was content to let her go. Once in her room, she shoved the door bolt home, then leaned heavily against the sturdy planks, her heart racing. With eyes closed, she bowed her forehead against the door. But in her mind's eye she could still see Neville, shed of his coat and waistcoat, so tall and strong, yet weak and swaying, brought low by the quantity of liquor he'd consumed, just like that first night. Despite her growing desire to explain that incident as an aberration, to justify it and ignore the greater implications, she knew she could not. That night had been no fluke, nor was tonight. It was the sleeping man in the carriage, vulnerable and momentarily at peace, who had been the aberration. She pressed her ear to the door, listening for any sound from him, but there was none. Slowly her heart's pace began to relent. Slowly her panic eased, to be replaced by a truth she did not want to acknowledge. For all his charm, for all his dangerous appeal, there was something tragic about Neville Hawke. He bore some scar on his soul so deep it seemed unable to heal. Sleep did not lend him reprieve, nor did whiskey. Most certainly she could not heal it by succumbing to his sensual appeal. He was not the right man for her, she acknowledged, nor for any other sensible woman. She'd known that instinctively, though she'd begun to forget. But she would not forget it again. In the silence of the night, broken only by the dripping of rainwater from the eaves above the window, Olivia crawled woodenly into bed. She lay as before, with the bed linens pulled up to her chin, staring up at the blank ceiling. But it was not the same. She was not the same. Her body was different, touched as it had never been touched before, touched in a way she was likely never to forget. Her thoughts were different, too, darker, gloomier, and over all hung the ugly truth she must accept once and for all. Neville Hawke had managed somehow, despite all her efforts, to worm his way into her affections. But she must break the hold he had taken on her foolish emotions. She must break it now, before he ended up breaking her heart. Neville awoke with a pounding head and a mouth that tasted like stall scrapings. The room was bright, too bright. He did not dare open his eyes. But his ears, they functioned well enough for him to know he was not home at Woodford Court. Where was he? Somewhere outside, a man called out. A horse whinnied and the wheels of a carriage clattered noisily across cobblestone paving. He laid one hand across his eyes, then winced. His head felt ready to split open. Slowly he flexed his neck, gingerly tilting his head from side to side. He was not at home, for this was not his bed. Where in hell was he? Then he remembered, and he let out a groan. An inn outside the town of Prudo in Northumbria. Another day's journey to Woodford Court, with Olivia Bird and her entourage to escort to Bird Manor. He sat up, clenching his teeth against a violent wave of nausea. He'd been doing so well of late. What idiocy had pushed him to drink to the point of passing out last night? More importantly, however, had he done anything he should know about? Anything stupid or cruel or destructive? With an effort, he swung his legs around. He was still dressed, boots and all. What had happened? He sat on the edge of the bed a long while, gathering his strength and gathering his thoughts. He'd been so tired last night, too tired to fight sleep away until dawn arrived. So he'd sought relief in drink, enough drink to deaden his mind and keep the nightmares at bay. But it hadn't worked. He shuddered as a vague memory crept through the cracks in his mind. Bart dozing in the tap room, everyone else departed. He'd been alone, him and a bottle of strong Scotch whiskey. Then the others had arrived. Men dead 4 years now. Enemies attacking, friends dying, their last breath a scream of agony. He shuddered now at the horror of it all. It had been pitch dark and blood red, and he'd been afraid and in pain and fighting for his life again. His stomach knotted and he lurched to his feet. Grabbing for a bowl, he retched up the contents of his stomach. He emptied his guts through a stream of tears until he was empty. Completely empty. Only then, with his head sagging low between his shoulders, did he wipe his eyes and take a long, steadying breath. Several long, steadying breaths. He had to get up, to get moving, to find out what damage, if any, he'd wrought to either people or furnishings. After that, he had to climb onto a horse and ride the last 50 miles to Woodford Court. At the moment, he wasn't sure he could do it. Then he thought of Olivia, who'd so reluctantly shared her carriage with him yesterday, of her wariness around him and her cautious interest. She would wonder again at his absence this morning. He knew her well enough now to know she had not been appeased by his vague replies to her inquiries about his nocturnal habits. With an effort, he raised his head and stared through gritty eyes at his simple surroundings. A sound roof over his head, a decent mattress, and enough to eat. That should be sufficient for any man. And a woman for warmth and comfort. He blinked as he considered that last. He had all those things, save for the woman. Did he dare try that? Did he dare woo Olivia Bird for more than the fallow fields in her valley? Did he dare hope that she might revitalize the fallow fields of his soul? He sucked in a long breath, sour with old drink and new vomit. He was a disgusting excuse for a man, a coward and a drunk. But the world hailed him as a hero, and he had a way with horses. If he could just maintain the facade a little longer, if he could just make sure she never saw him as he'd been last night, as he was now. If he could just hold on long enough to woo her and win her, maybe he could find a way out of this pit of despair that was his life. He thrust a hand through his hair. He did not deserve a woman like her. He was a selfish bastard to deceive her, to work so hard to seduce her. In the end, she would grow to hate him. But he wanted her anyway. He needed her, and if nothing else good came of their union, he would at least improve the lot of the 200 souls at Woodford and in the nearby town of Kelso who depended on him for their survival. It was mid-afternoon, a gray afternoon threatening weather as vile as the previous days, before Lord Hawke caught up with their carriage. By that time, Olivia had steeled herself for the unpleasant task of facing him again. Though a part of her wished to expose his coarse behavior to public condemnation, another part of her, the practical part of her, hesitated. In exposing his behavior, she risked being tarred by the same brush. What was she doing in the hallway of a public inn, clad only in her night clothes? Why had she not revealed his scandalous behavior at once? Why had she not informed her mother of his too-forward manner from the beginning? No, Olivia knew she dared not condemn him publicly now. Unfortunately, he was her neighbor, and that meant she must maintain some level of civility toward him. But nothing more, she vowed. Not after last night. It had taken but an innocent-sounding inquiry to the pinch-faced mourning maid to uncover the rest of last night's sordid details. Lord Hawke had smashed a fine bottle of scotch, shattered a tray of the landlord's glasses, and broken 2 chairs and a side table. He'd swung at the landlord and nearly struck his own man. He'd been mad with the drink, the woman had whispered, rolling her eyes and shuddering. Mad with the drink. All day long, Olivia had mulled those words over. As they'd neared the border with Scotland, she'd hardly noticed the low stone remnants of Hadrian's Wall marching across the landscape, separating the North Country from the South. Likewise, she'd been blind to the beauty of the Cheviot Hills the carriage had started to climb. Everything she saw was colored by her dark and dismal thoughts of Neville Hawke. He'd been mad with drink last night, destructive with it. That he drank to assuage the pain of some private torture she did not doubt. But knowing that changed nothing. He had frightened her last night, and more so this morning when she'd learned the full extent of his destructive rage. She should count it a blessing that she hadn't fallen further under his spell than this. Now, as the thunder of hoofbeats came up beside the carriage, as Sarah's eyes lit up with the excitement of seeing him again, Olivia braced herself to remain cool and aloof, and immune from whatever charming facade he adopted today.
"You're late!"
Sarah exclaimed, ignoring Mrs. McCaffrey's disapproving frown. Her hands gripped the window edge, and